Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story first appeared in Mendoza, Argentina in 2016. On January 10, 2016, Marina Menegazo, 21, and Maria Jose Coni, 22, embarked on a long-awaited journey. However, it eventually became one of Latin America's most high-profile investigations in the last decade. In 2016, Maria Jose Coni, 22, studied economics at the National University of Cuyo, while Marina Menegazo, 21, studied speech therapy at Aconcagua University. Both girls volunteered with an organization that assisted people who were forced to live on the streets for various reasons. Friends and acquaintances described them as two happy girls who were very close to their families. Marina Menegazo and Maria Jose Coni went on a trip with two other friends, but eventually separated. The girls departed on January 10th. Follow Maria Jose Coni's Instagram posts to see their route. On January 13th, the girls visited the Peruvian city of Cusco, which was once the Inca Empire's capital. The following day, January 14th, an image was published, also taken in Cusco. The image below was published on January 15th. The photo was taken from a railroad bridge near the Machu Picchu hydroelectric power plant. Machu Picchu is an ancient Inca city, also known as the city above the clouds. It is one of Peru's most famous attractions and is on the UNESCO World Heritage List. According to the girl's Instagram activity, she spent several days in the area. On January 18th, Maria shared two additional photos from that location. On January 19th, the girl posted this image as a goodbye to Cusco. 4 days later, on January 23rd, the girls had already arrived in Ecuador. Maria shared a photo from Montanita Beach for the next 10 days. The girls first traveled along Ecuador's coast before heading into the interior. On February 4th, Maria shared an image from San Antonio, and on February 6th, a photo from Bonobos. On February 10th, Maria shared a photo of all four girls. The journey that began on January 10th was coming to an end, and it was a farewell post as two girls from this company returned home to Argentina. Maria Jose Coni and Marina Menegazo had about 10 days of vacation and were not in a hurry to return home. Instead, they returned to Montanita, which marked the beginning of their relationship with Ecuador. On February 22nd, Maria shared a photo of herself and Marina. This was the last post on her Instagram account. On February 22nd, the girls contacted their families in Argentina. They said they'd be home soon. On February 25th, they had to take a bus from Ecuador to Lima, Peru, spend the night at a friend's house, and then fly from Lima to Santiago, Chile's capital. They would then travel by bus to their hometown of Mendoza, Argentina. At the same time, the girls informed their relatives that they would be difficult to reach by phone for a few days due to a poor signal. Relatives became concerned when they were unable to contact Maria and Marina for several days and saw no activity on their social media accounts. Marina's sister was the first to raise awareness about this case on social media. She posted a photo of two girls with the caption, "My sister and her friend disappeared on Monday, the 22nd, in Montanita, Ecuador. Please share this information." The girls' families wanted to know if they had left the country and boarded the plane. However, they were unable to obtain a response from the airline representatives. The latter stated that they would only disclose this information if the families provided a court order. Furthermore, the friends at whose house the girls planned to spend the night before leaving said they did not show up. Maria and Marina's relatives contacted Ecuador's emergency services to report their disappearance. They also contacted the consulate of Argentina and requested assistance. The consulate got involved in the case on February 27th. Argentina's authorities sent fingerprints from both girls to Ecuador for a reason. On February 25th, an unidentified woman's body was discovered in Montanita and transported to Guayaquil. Fingerprints from an unidentified body were compared to those obtained by Argentine police. They determined that this belonged to Maria Jose Coni. This Saturday, February 27th, police discovered Marina Menegazo's body while investigating the location of Maria's body. It was just 43 yards from Maria's body. Both bodies were in plastic bags secured with duct tape. According to the Ecuadorian police, They did not find Marina's body right away because the criminal attempted to conceal it by placing something on top of it. The autopsy revealed that Maria Jose Coney died due to blunt force trauma to the head. Ecuadorian authorities described her injuries as genital, including a broken femur and toe. Furthermore, marks on Maria's wrists indicated she was tied up. Marina, a man of God, died as a result of 6 neck stab wounds. She had the same spots on her wrists, indicating that she was tied up. According to reports, the girls died on February 23rd. Toxic, illogical analysis revealed that their blood contained a high concentration of the drug used in psychiatric treatment. Given the circumstances surrounding the death, the police determined that the girls did not voluntarily take this drug. Perhaps they didn't even realize they had taken it. It was possible that someone had mixed it into their food or drinks. But just 24 hours after discovering the second body, there was a new development in this case, which elicited mixed reactions from the girls' families. The President and Minister of Interior of Ecuador announced that the police had solved the case. Alberto Segundo Mina Ponce, 33, and Aurelio Eduardo Rodriguez, 39, were arrested and pleaded guilty, providing details about the events. The police discovered bloodstains in the home of one of the accused, Mina Ponce. Marina's phone, backpack, and other belongings were near the house. Aside from the quick arrest, the most unusual aspect was the 2 men's immediate confession. It resonated with those who followed the case. The men gave their version of what happened. Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, Jose Serrano, stated that the girls left the hotel where they had rented a room on February 22nd. At 2 p.m., someone stole all of their money at the hotel, so they intend to hitchhike to Lima. However, the hotel's owner refuted this version, claiming that no one stole from the girls. Maria and Marina's families did not believe the story. After all, they had their credit cards with them. As a result, the girls would use them in times of financial difficulty. Nonetheless, no activity was on the cards. Perhaps someone stole their cash and credit cards. Nonetheless, we can access the funds in the account without the card. For example, girls could have paid for a trip online, but they did not. According to Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, the girls entered one of the bars and requested a couple of glasses of water to quench their thirst. The bar owner confirmed this version, stating that she gave the girls water because they didn't have any money. It's unclear if someone stole all of Maria and Marina's money, which could lead to further developments. The minister cited the testimony of suspects who, I remind you, fully admitted their guilt. So Ponce claimed that on that day, around 8 p.m., Rodriguez told him about 2 Argentine girls in a bar. They approached the girls together and started a conversation, during which Marina and Maria revealed that they were hitchhiking to Lima due to financial constraints. This version also raises many questions. The girls had purchased airplane tickets from Lima to Santiago, Chile. Why would they save money on credit cards and try to hitchhike over 1,000 miles when they could miss their flight? As previously stated, they purchased tickets for February 25th. This conversation, according to Ponce, occurred on the evening of February 22nd. Sounds dubious, right? However, witnesses discovered by the local police confirmed all of these strange versions, as it was already late and the girls needed a place to stay the night but didn't have enough money for a hotel or hostel. Ponce invited them to spend the night at his house. The girls agreed, and the police located a taxi driver who confirmed driving Marina, Maria, and Ponce to the home. This image depicts the house where Ponce lived next, as reported by Ecuadorian authorities. Ponce returned to the bar and began drinking alongside Rodriguez. Marina and Maria were alone in the house during that time. The heavily inebriated men returned home around 2:30 a.m., but Maria and Marina were not present. The police discovered that the girls went to a store near the house to purchase soda. The exact type of drink is unknown. The police found another witness who confirmed this, a store cashier. If this is correct, it means the girls still had some money. Ponce testified that when the girls returned to the house, he remained in the room with Maria Coney, while Rodriguez was in another room with Marina Menegazzo. Ponce attempted to persuade Maria Coney to intimacy, but she refused and fled the house. Then he grabbed a stick and hit the girl on the head, killing her instantly. At the same time, he heard a scream from another room. When he entered the room, he discovered that Rodriguez had taken Marina Men of Gaza by surprise. Rodriguez immediately left the house, and according to Ponce, he began planning how to dispose of the bodies. Ponce attempted to clean up all traces in the house, wrapping the bodies in plastic bags and duct tape. In the afternoon, he borrowed a cart from someone he knew and drove them to a wasteland near the ocean shore, about 440 yards from home. Let me reiterate that everything mentioned is the official version of the Ecuadorian authorities. At the same time, it was unclear where the marks on the girl's wrists originated. There was also no explanation for the toxic, illogical analysis that claimed both girls' blood contained traces of a powerful drug. Given the circumstances and inconsistencies in the case, the girl's family began to question the version presented by Ecuadorian authorities. They believe the case is related to human trafficking and that Ecuadorian authorities were covering for someone. Marina and Maria's families had multiple reasons for doubt. First, the girls ran out of money but did not use their credit cards. Second, they were under the influence of drugs. Only 3 witnesses saw Maria and Marina that day: the bar owner, a taxi driver, and a cashier who allegedly sold them soda. The town had 5,000 residents. Furthermore, the families were perplexed as to why the bodies were discovered 2 days apart, despite being 43 yards apart. Maria and Marina sought assistance from Ponce and Rodriguez, which appears unusual. In Montanita, there are many Argentine tourists, so it would be logical for the girls to approach someone from their country and ask for help. When Ecuadorian police brought him to the crime scene, the brother of one of the victims reported seeing used syringes on the floor. When he inquired about them, they mysteriously vanished. Furthermore, the syringes were not even visible in crime scene photos, and the experts who investigated the scene denied their existence. According to the family, the 2 men were merely a front for something larger, such as human trafficking. The authorities ordered a second autopsy and a new toxic, illogical examination. Furthermore, both defendants' versions of events changed several times. According to one version, Mina Ponce denied that he and Rodriguez had committed the crime. He claimed that the man who killed the girls was an illegal substance dealer of Venezuelan origin who lived in the area. He only knew the man's pseudonym, El Chamo. This man has been detained by the police. However, the latter stated that he had nothing to do with what happened and was willing to take a polygraph test or provide a DNA sample. He wanted to prove he was not in that house at all. Several DNA samples were discovered at the crime scene, including DNA from Mina Ponce, DNA from the 2 deceased girls, and several unidentified samples. These unidentified samples did not belong to Rodriguez, the alleged second perpetrator, or to El Chamo, who was eliminated as a suspect after undergoing all DNA tests. The second autopsy, performed by Argentine experts, revealed that both girls were in such a state that they were unable to defend themselves. Before their deaths, they were both forced to be intimate. The autopsy also revealed other information. Maria Jose had bruises and scratches on one side of her body, indicating she had been thrown out of a moving car. A new toxicological analysis confirmed that both girls were under the influence of a potent psychiatric medication. This drug works by suppressing a person's will. What happened next had repercussions throughout Latin America. Unfortunately, as so often happens, people blamed the girls for their deaths. Furthermore, they were blamed by both ordinary internet users and well-known public figures. The Ecuadorian Deputy Minister of Tourism was among those who blamed the girls for what happened to them. Maria Cristina Rivadeneira's era coincided with the news of Maria and Marina's deaths. Berlin hosted a tourism-themed fair. Rivadeneira told a German news agency that given the girls' travel patterns, something would happen to them sooner or later. She stated that she had never visited Montanita because it did not match her social status. It was essentially victim blaming at the state level. And this is a very sad fact. Following Rivadeneira's interview, the Ecuadorian government apologized to the families of Maria and Marina and fired her. Hugo Narton, an Argentine psychiatrist, was among the most condemned, referring to the girls as favorable victims and claiming that such people encourage others to commit crimes. Following a barrage of criticism, The doctor claimed that people misunderstood him and that he never absolved criminals of responsibility. Guadalupe Acosta, a Paraguayan student, posted on Facebook on behalf of Maria and Marina in response to internet comments blaming them for their situation. It went viral, receiving 700,000 reposts in the first week of publication. "Yes, yesterday I was killed." The post began with the words, "I refuse to be touched, and they cracked my skull open with a stick. They put me in a black plastic bag wrapped in duct tape and threw me on the beach, where they discovered me a few hours later, but the humiliation was worse than death. After they discovered my lifeless body, no one asked who had ended my dreams and hopes in life. No. Instead, they began asking me useless questions. What clothes did you wear? Why were you alone? Why would a woman travel alone? You were in a dangerous environment. What were you expecting? They informed our parents that we had taken something forbidden and had done something wrong. After my death, I realized that I was not equal to a man. The fact that I died was my fault, and it will always be so. However, if the headline mentioned 2 young male travelers, people would express their sympathy. With their phony and hypocritical double-standard speech, they would demand the harshest punishment for criminals. However, it is different for women. I asked you on behalf of myself and other women who have been silenced by the world. I asked you for every woman whose life and dreams have been crushed. Raise your voice. Let us fight. I will be with you in spirit. And I promised that one day there would be so many of us that there would not be enough bags in the world to keep us all quiet. The trial started on August 8, 2016. There were numerous failures in the case. The prosecutor changed 3 times, significantly delaying the proceedings. The prosecution presented witness statements and over 200 pieces of physical evidence recovered from the crime scene. The police discovered some of the girls' belongings, including biological fluids and phones, in the house where the crime occurred and nearby. During the trial, Ponce maintained his innocence and claimed he confessed under duress from the police, and this only strengthened the girls' family's suspicions that the Ecuadorian authorities were hiding something. Rodriguez also changed his testimony, claiming that some Colombian drug dealers were responsible for the girls' deaths. During the first week of the trial, the prosecutor stated that he suspected other people were involved in the case after the police discovered 3 more samples of male DNA at the scene, in addition to Rodriguez and Ponce's DNA. The court sentenced Alberto Ponce and Eduardo Rodriguez to 40 years in prison, the maximum sentence under Ecuadorian law. In November 2016, Ecuadorian authorities announced that they had arrested another person whose DNA was discovered at the crime scene. José Luis Pérez Castro, 34, was the name of this man. His defense claimed that he had lived in this house for a few weeks before the incident, and that the blood on the wall was the result of a dental infection. He allegedly spit on the wall. The lawyers also stated that the police discovered his DNA on the girls' bodies because they had touched a piece of furniture or items that he had previously touched. When this man's dentist appeared to testify, his defense began to crumble. Castro contacted him only 2 weeks after the police discovered Marina and Maria's bodies. He asked the dentist for a note about a dental infection. However, the doctor refused to write it because he discovered no health problems after examining Castro. In the end, the dentist simply kicked him out. The patient wanted a medical certificate, but he was in pain. There must be some kind of disease, but I didn't notice it when I went to the dentist. Did the man's defense crumble following these words? Contrary to prison rules, Castro appeared on social media while awaiting trial, referring to the circumstances that led to his imprisonment. I'm waiting for this injustice to end. I have great faith that God will lead me out of this with victory, Castro wrote on his social media account. José Luis Pérez Castro, like Alberto Ponce and Eduardo Rodriguez, was sentenced to 40 years in prison despite his repeated denials of guilt. The girls' families questioned the story presented by Ecuadorian authorities, despite the fact that the family had ensured that police officers from Argentina participated in the investigation. The Ecuadorian authorities' version has not changed in any way, according to assurances from Ecuadorian police that the search for other men whose samples were found in the house continues to this day. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Michelle Young was born in 1977 in the thriving and harmonious city of New York. She had an outgoing personality from a young age and aspired to work in finance. After graduating from high school, Michelle took a significant step toward realizing her dream by enrolling in a university in Raleigh. By 2001, she had achieved financial success and met a man who had a significant impact on her personal life. Michelle met Jason Young on her 24th birthday, while out celebrating with friends. Jason, who graduated from the same university, had a similar academic background and interests as Michelle. This connection led to a romantic relationship, which culminated in their marriage. On Friday, November 3, 2006, Jason Young requested that his sister-in-law Meredith Fisher visit his home and retrieve some eBay printouts. The goal was to keep his 29-year-old wife, Michelle Young, from discovering them. Jason informed Meredith that he had printed materials about Coach bags and planned to purchase one for Michelle as an anniversary gift. However, he forgot to put them away and was concerned that Michelle would come across them. At the time, Jason was on a business trip. Meredith agreed to pick up the printouts, which she was told were in the home office upstairs. Jason, Michelle, and their 2-year-old daughter Cassidy lived together on a Birchleaf Drive in Raleigh, North Carolina, where Michelle is 5 months pregnant with their second child, a baby boy. Meredith arrived at the house around 1 p.m. and went through the broken garage door before entering the unlocked kitchen door. When she entered the house, she noticed how cold it was. Michelle's car was in the garage, and Meredith discovered Michelle's purse and keys on the kitchen counter. Concerned, she called Michelle's name but received no response. Despite hearing Michelle's dog, Mr. G, whimpering, Meredith couldn't find him and was unsure of his location. As she walked upstairs, Meredith noticed what she thought was red hair dye near the top of the stairs. When she reached the top, she discovered her sister lying face down on the floor. Contrary to her initial assumption, the red substance was blood, not hair dye. Meredith discovered Michelle's body in a pool of blood after she had been brutally beaten to death. After calling 911, Meredith discovered Cassidy, Michelle's 2-year-old daughter, hiding under the bed covers, physically unharmed. Cassidy requested bandages, mentioning that her mother had boo-boos all over. Meredith mentioned Cassidy's claim that there might be someone else in the house to the operator. When asked about Michelle's issues, Meredith mentioned occasional fights between Michelle and her husband, Jason, but clarified that they were not overly severe. She also informed the operator that there were blood footprints throughout the house, including those left by Michelle's daughter. When paramedics arrived, Michelle was confirmed dead, and it was clear that she had been dead for some time. Cassidy, Michelle's daughter, was examined and found to have dried blood on her toes and the bottom of her pajama pants. Fortunately, she had received no physical injuries. Meredith promptly informed her mother, Linda Fisher, of Michelle's tragic death. Linda, in turn, contacted Jason's mother, Pat Young, to deliver the devastating news. Meanwhile, Jason was traveling from Virginia to Pat's house in Brevard. When he arrived, his stepfather told him about Michelle. Meredith then called Jason, revealing that Michelle's death had been ruled a homicide. When Jason learned of his wife's death, he hurriedly drove to Raleigh with some family members. During the journey, friends informed him that the police had inquired about any marital problems Michelle may have had, and he chose to remain silent until he obtained legal representation. Jason declined to answer police questions when he arrived in Raleigh. Citing his counsel's advice, the police discovered traces of blood on the doorknob connecting the kitchen to the garage, which was later confirmed to be Michelle's. Despite a broken garage door that had been in that condition for some time, there was no sign of forced entry. Notably, Michelle's jewelry box had 2 drawers removed, and several valuable items, including her wedding and engagement rings, were missing. However, the house was not otherwise damaged or ransacked. Michael's lifeless body was found dressed in sweatpants and a zip-up sweatshirt. Her body showed signs of discoloration, coldness, and stiffness. The scene revealed a large amount of her blood, with stains on the bedroom walls and inside the closet. Michelle was found next to a closet labeled his closet, and a small doll was discovered beside her head. The police wanted to question Jason about his whereabouts on the night of November 2 and early November 3. Despite Jason's reluctance and refusal to cooperate, investigators discovered that on November 2, he left the rally and headed to Virginia for a sales call scheduled for 10 a.m. on November 3rd. In Clintwood, Michael planned to spend the evening of November 2 with her friend Shelley. Shelley said she arrived at Michelle's house around 6:30 p.m. and found Jason still there when he offered to join them for dinner. Jason declined, mentioning that he planned to eat at Cracker Barrel on his way to Galax, Virginia. Jason had reserved a room in Galax for the night, intending to drive to Clint Woods the following morning for the sales call. Shelley told the police that after Jason left, Michelle bathed Cassidy and put her to bed, after which they watched Grey's Anatomy. During their time together, Michelle told Shelley about recent disagreements with Jason, particularly about holiday plans. Michelle wanted her mother Linda to stay with them from Thanksgiving to Christmas, which Jason was not thrilled about. According to investigations, Jason called Michelle 7 times that night. Shelley, Michelle's friend, told the police about her unsettling feeling of being watched that night, prompting her to ask Michelle to accompany her to her car when she left around 10 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. on November 3 between 3:30 and 4 a.m. A resident delivered newspapers in the area. They reported seeing a light-colored SUV parked in Michelle's yard or on the street in front of her house. Another resident passed by around 6:15 a.m. I noticed an empty SUV parked at the edge of the driveway. Police investigated Jason's movements and discovered that he left his Raleigh residence on November 2 to travel to Virginia. Around 7:30 p.m., Jason stopped at a gas station in Raleigh and called his mother, Pat Young, to let her know he was going to check with Michelle about staying at Pat's house on Friday night. Pat lived in Brevard when Jason returned from his business trip, and Jason planned to pick up some furniture she'd had offered him after calling his mother. Jason continued his journey to Virginia, stopping for food at a Cracker Barrel restaurant in Greensboro at 9:25 p.m. He later checked into a Hampton Inn at 10:54 p.m. and entered his room with a key card at 10:56 p.m. Although he used express checkout the following morning, his exact departure time from the hotel remained unknown. Jason made a call to his mother at 7:40 a.m. On November 3, he arrived in Virginia via a cell tower near Wytheville. He arrived at the sales call, and Clint would be 30 minutes late, despite surveillance footage on the keycard showing that Jason did not leave his hotel room after midnight. The police were skeptical. Further examination of the footage led them to suspect tampering, believing Jason may have driven back to Raleigh after midnight to commit the crime against Michelle before returning to Virginia. Investigators discovered internet searches on Young's computer for the anatomy of a knockout, head trauma blackout, head blown knockout, and head trauma, though the exact timing of the searches was unknown. 2 years after Michelle's body was discovered, Jason was charged with first-degree murder and pleaded not guilty. The prosecution based its case on the claim that Jason and Michelle had marital and financial difficulties, with Jason allegedly wanting to end the marriage. Several affairs were revealed during the trial, as well as evidence of strained relationships. The prosecution claims that after checking into the Hampton Inn in Hillsville, Virginia, Jason left the hotel during the night's return to Raleigh and committed the murder. They claimed he hacked the hotel surveillance camera and stopped for gas at a station between Hillsville and Raleigh. The prosecution presented to the jury the theory that Michelle was strangled and beaten to death, leaving her 2-year-old daughter Cassidy alone in the house with her mother's lifeless body for an extended period of time. Cassidy's small, bloody footprints were found scattered throughout the home. During the trial, the jury was shown surveillance footage from the Hampton Inn beginning at 10:49 p.m. On November 2nd, however, the footage went black at 11:20 p.m., leading the prosecution to believe Jason tampered with the camera. They claimed that he did so to prop open the security door, allowing him to leave without using his keycard. A hotel employee discovered that the first-floor emergency door leading from the western stairwell to the hotel's exterior had been propped open with a small red rock. Normally, this door was locked until 11 p.m. Keith discovered that the camera in the stairwell closest to the propped open door was not working, despite the fact that the other cameras were operational. The camera's last image was captured at 11:20 p.m. on November 2nd, although staff members later plugged the camera back in at 5:50 a.m. On November 3rd, someone redirected it to the ceiling between 6:34 a.m. and 6:35 a.m. The prosecution claimed that this sequence of events indicated that Jason unplugged the camera and left the door ajar, giving himself an alibi while returning home to commit the crime against his wife. The prosecution claimed that Jason stopped at a gas station in North Carolina around 5 a.m. on his way back to Virginia. The gas attendant testified in court stating that she believed the person who visited the station that morning was Jason. She vividly remembered the encounter, explaining, "I don't forget anything like that when someone is cussing and fussing at me." According to Gracie's testimony, a man in a white SUV parked at the farthest pump repeatedly attempted to pump gas. Frustrated, he entered the store and verbally abused Gracie because the pump was not working. She informed him that at that early hour, customers were required to provide money or identification before using the gas pumps. To resolve the situation, the man handed her $20, pumped $15 worth of gas into his car, and then drove away without returning to the store for change. Grace's account was used as evidence to support the prosecution's claim. During the trial, details about Jason and Michelle's marriage were revealed. Some acquaintances believed that Michelle's pregnancy with their first child was the primary reason for their union. Meredith Fisher, Michelle's sister-in-law, testified that she advised her to leave Jason, but Michelle did not pursue a divorce. 3 weeks before Michelle's death, Jason allegedly told a friend he was done. The court also learned that the couple had frequent disagreements about Michelle's mother, Linda. Linda frequently paid extended visits to her daughter and expressed a desire to relocate to North Carolina in order to spend more time with Michelle and her granddaughter. Linda even offered to remodel their home to accommodate her presence. While Michelle was satisfied with the arrangement, Jason was not. Linda, Michelle's mother, testified in court about the moment she learned her daughter had died. Linda claims that her other daughter, Meredith, called and stated unequivocally that Mom Michelle had died. Linda initially asked if Michelle had simply passed out, but Meredith confirmed that she had died. Linda described trying to contact Jason, but her calls went unanswered, and he never returned them. Linda's testimony revealed a volatile relationship between Jason and Michelle, with Linda witnessing numerous fights and Jason allegedly belittling Michelle. Linda told the court that she advised Michelle to leave Jason, but Michelle was determined to save their marriage. According to Linda, Michelle told her that Jason did not make love to her and had a perverted approach to intimacy. Linda also testified that Jason would have female friends stay at his house. When Michelle was away on business, she expressed her sorrow. Linda told the jury she had a lot to offer. There was so much about Michelle other than the fact that she lived in North Carolina. Stay a cheerleader. I mean, she had that pep, that energy, that vivaciousness. You know, she loved life, and he stole it from her. He simply took it away from her. After Michelle's funeral, Jason moved in with his parents and their daughter, Cassidy. Linda hired a lawyer to help her arrange visits with Cassidy. Following legal proceedings, Meredith was granted full custody. Linda believed Jason did not want any further questions asked. During the trial, one of Jason's female friends, Carolyn Sauer B., testified that she had known him since they were teenagers. She went to see him in the fall of 2006, just 10 days before Michelle died, and confessed to having sexual relations with Jason on the living room couch one night while Michelle was out of town. Carol also claimed that Jason took her wedding ring, pretended to swallow it, and then returned it the next day. Michelle Money, another female friend and Michelle Young's college sorority sister, testified in court as well. Michelle Money believed her husband was unfaithful, and she revealed that she met Jason at his wedding. Their contact increased near the end of September 2006. Jason also visited Michelle Money in Orlando in October of that year, during which time they had a sexual relationship. Jason reportedly told a friend that he loved Michelle Money. They remained in constant communication throughout October, exchanging messages 980 times in 1 month. The day before Michelle was murdered, they communicated 51 times in 1 day. Jason's last contact on November 2nd was Michelle Money, who was also the first person he called on November 3rd. Michelle Money testified that we would have regular conversations about work, life, and children. The court also heard about Michelle's severe injuries. Dr. Thomas Clark, who conducted the autopsy, testified that Michelle died from blunt force trauma to her head, having received at least 30 blows, the most serious of which was inflicted by a heavy blunt object with a rounded surface, resulting in crescent-shaped skull fractures. Dr. Clark also discovered signs of strangulation in Michelle, who had a broken jaw, skull fractures, brain hemorrhaging, lacerations, abrasions, and dislodged teeth. The court was told that there was no evidence that Jason had previously physically assaulted Michelle. However, the prosecution told the jury that even if this were true, it did not rule out the possibility that he assaulted her on the particular night in question. Their argument was based on the belief that Jason was capable of physical violence, and they called his former fiancée, Genevieve Carr, as a witness. Genevieve testified that she had been a victim of domestic violence at Jason's hands. One notable incident she described occurred at a Texas wedding, when Jason, who was intoxicated, forcibly removed her engagement ring during an argument over his level of intoxication. Genevieve said the ring was too small and tight on her finger. When she couldn't remove it, Jason, agitated, yanked it off forcefully. She recounted to the court, "I'd never seen him like this before. His eyes were completely deserted and glazed over, as if he didn't notice me." Genevieve claimed that the incident mentioned earlier was not an isolated occurrence. She described another incident in which Jason, enraged, punched the windshield of her car with his bare hand, causing damage. Furthermore, he punched a wall in their apartment, causing additional property damage. After several years of no contact, Genevieve received an email from Jason on September 12, 2006, expressing his feelings for her. The defense argued that the prosecution lacked credible evidence against their client. They stated that Jason's DNA and fingerprints were naturally found in the bedroom, but none of them were bloodstained. Furthermore, no blood was found in his car, clothes, or the Virginia hotel room where he stayed. During the police investigation, Jason was discovered to have no cuts, bruises, or other injuries on his hands or body, with the exception of a bruised and broken tooth. When given the opportunity to testify, Jason admitted that he was not a perfect husband, but said he was actively working to improve his marriage. He vehemently denied being involved in Michelle's murder. The court learned of the existing issues in Jason and Michelle's marriage, but we also learned that Jason genuinely loved his wife and was determined to make the relay chips outnumber the excitement surrounding their baby boy's impending birth. Emails exchanged on October 24, 2006, demonstrated Jason's willingness to attend counseling sessions. Jason did not believe their arguments were more frequent than those in other couples. The defense argued that Jason would not have had enough time to travel back to Raleigh, commit the murder, and return to Virginia. Given that the hotel was about 160 miles from their home, Jason had recently started a new job selling electronic health records software, and he was in Virginia because his employer had scheduled an early morning sales call for Clint on November 3. To avoid driving from Raleigh on the day of the call, Jason decided to stay overnight, nervous about the upcoming meeting. He spent the evening reviewing the demonstration software he planned to use during the presentation. In court, Jason claimed that he left his hotel room to get his laptop charger from his car, but realized he had left the keycard inside. He propped the exit door open, returned to his room, and then left to smoke a cigar. He also stopped by the front desk to get a copy of USA Today. He propped the exit door open once more for a cigar break. When asked about being 30 minutes late for a sales call, Clint and Jason claimed he got lost. Regarding the internet searches discovered on his computer, Jason explained that they were done at a different time and were related to an accident he witnessed. Despite the jury's deliberation, they were unable to reach a unanimous decision, resulting in a hung jury with an 8-4 vote for acquittal. Jason faced a second trial in which he did not testify, but a video of his testimony from the previous trial was shown. The second jury deliberated for 6 hours before convicting him of first-degree murder. Jason was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Jason appealed his conviction. During the appeal hearing, his new legal team argued that his trial attorney should have objected more strongly when the judge allowed jurors to hear about Jason's failure to respond to a civil wrongful death lawsuit in which he was found responsible for his wife's murder. Between the two criminal trials, Michelle's family filed a civil lawsuit against Jason, in which he was found to be responsible for Michelle's death. Jason's attorney argued that the jury should not have been informed of this information. They also claimed that the same judge, Superior Court Judge Donald Stevens, presided over both the civil case and the second criminal trial, possibly biasing the jury against Jason. The appellate court agreed with Jason's arguments. A unanimous panel of the Court of Appeals reversed his conviction and ordered a new trial, which would have been his third. However, before the third trial could begin, a state Court of Appeals panel overturned the Court of Appeals decision. As a result, Jason did not face a third trial, and his conviction for first-degree murder was upheld in the civil wrongful death suit. Michelle's family received $15.05 million in damages. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story started on a Saturday evening, July 2011. During a dance lesson, Joseph Saunier, a respected and wealthy pathologist, met Richelle Tina, a single man famous in his city and beyond, who enjoys freedom, status, and money, as well as a beautiful, sweet woman, nearly 10 years younger than Joseph, who is successful and lives a life of pleasure. Meeting on the dance floor marked the beginning of their story, which ended tragically. At that moment, the ideal dance partnership evolved into a tender and passionate romance. No one could predict what would happen after a while. Joseph Saunier's biography prior to meeting Michelle is filled with both joys and tragedies. Joseph, born in 1955 into a respected medical family in Shreveport, Louisiana, dreamed of carrying on the family's work and becoming a doctor since he was a child. With outstanding ability, the young man received a Bachelor of Science in Medical Science from the University of Baton Rouge in 1976. He later applied to Louisiana State University in Shreveport and started working at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. The young man successfully balanced his university studies and work. He wishes to achieve professionalism in his chosen activity. He constantly took on additional work at the university while honing his knowledge and skills at the hospital. The management noticed the young employee's success and zeal, and in his final year of training, he was promoted to chief resident. After finishing his studies, Joseph pursued a career in pathologic anatomy, eventually becoming a well-known pathologist and laboratory director in Lubbock. Joseph's life was shaped by the tragic death of the woman he loved. His marriage of 27 years, which he considered happy, ended in divorce. His wife fell in love with another man. Joseph accepted her decision and agreed to divorce, convinced that the man he loved had found happiness. Dr. Saunier had a strong personality and a strong sense of honor and responsibility. Following the divorce, he maintained a close relationship with Becky and continued to support his two sons, demonstrating resilience and character. Becky died 2 years later at the hands of her new husband, Joseph, who was shocked by his former spouse's heinous death, causing her to experience another wave of grief and loss. He frequently reflected on the family's past and mourned their loss. Nonetheless, the doctor remained a pillar for the family. He immediately took over all organizational issues and funeral expenses, as well as assisting his sons in coping with the trauma. The children later admitted that his support helped them overcome their pain. The tragedy left a lasting impression on Joseph's heart. For a while, he focused solely on his work and the upbringing of his two sons. Later on, the grief he felt prompted him to reconsider his life. The man decided to begin a new personal chapter in a new city, with a new woman. Dr. Saunier and his sons relocated from Dallas to Lubbock, Texas in 2007, where he accepted a position as chief pathologist at Covenant Health System, feeling the need for something new to refresh him and fill the void within. Joseph enrolled in a local dance studio. He also enjoyed the classes because they allowed him to meet new women and try unsuccessfully to form relationships with his dance partners. Then, one warm summer evening, Richelle Tina showed up at dance class. Dr. Saunier was immediately drawn to an elegant, graceful, and refined woman with a sense of humor and lively eyes. Her smile illuminated the room, and Joseph realized she was the one he was looking for. Richelle, for her part, noticed the confident and respectful man moving deftly across the dance floor. Richelle, 47, and Joseph, 57, danced together, complementing each other perfectly. With each new session, they realized they were getting closer. Dr. Saunier proposed dating, and Michelle agreed. Thus began a new and seemingly happy chapter in both of their lives. Richelle possessed an attractive and innate charm that had such a strong influence on men that they were willing to change their lives, end marriages, and commit criminal acts for her. Richelle was one of those women who possesses a distinct magnetism that draws attention and elicits passion. These are referred to as fatal minutes. Joseph and Michelle's paths would not cross until July evening because she had previously lived in Amarillo, which is about an hour's drive from Lubbock. In fact, they were both starting over after personal love dramas. Dr. Sonia, His new lover was fleeing Amarillo because she was afraid of Mike Dixon, the owner of a private clinic that specializes in plastic surgery and cosmetology. The woman met Mike in 2008 when she came in for Botox injections. Initially, there was only friendly communication, followed by a slight flirtation when a spark between them ignited a romance. Michelle was a free and accomplished woman. For a long time, she worked as an NFL executive, had a successful career, and had no need for anything for her children. She owed nobody anything. Unlike Mike, who was bound by his marriage, a plastic surgeon began living a double life. A few months later, his wife discovered the affair and filed for divorce after 20 years of marriage. Mike was so enamored with Rochelle that he almost missed the end of an important chapter in his life. He made a firm decision to end his marriage. Michelle, who had never claimed to be married to Mike, went from an exciting affair in which she wanted nothing but joy and ease to a union that required her to be equally maniacally obsessed with her partner. He is not receiving the attention he expects. Mike attempted to press Michelle, but this only served to scare her away. Seeing the manipulation and desire for complete control over her life, the young woman decided to end her relationship with the plastic surgeon, and in 2010, their paths parted. Nonetheless, even after the breakup, Mike pursued Rochelle for a long time, urging her to come back. His obsession went beyond all healthy boundaries, forcing Rochelle to decide to leave his side and break free from his oppressive influence. Rochelle found herself in the lab, determined to start a new life. Dr. Sonny A.A. and her lovely, cheerful partner got along well right away. Their relationship gradually developed into true love. Sons and relatives readily accepted the new lover, and we are pleased for Joseph. The man spared no expense for her, showering her with gifts, inviting her to the best restaurants and private clubs in town, and taking her on excursions. When Joseph realized he had finally found a worthy woman with whom he wanted to spend his life, he took her to Los Angeles and proposed in front of his entire family. Rochelle was 47 years old at the time, and she was madly in love with her new man. Her personal social media page was almost daily updated with love confessions to Joseph. Of course, Mike Dixon couldn't help but notice the confessions. The former lover was emotionally shocked to learn that Rochelle not only met a new man, but also openly confessed his love and plans to marry him. He realized that he would not be able to re-establish contact with his former friend, but he dared to propose that they resume their previous meeting schedule and become lovers. The idea of forming a love triangle did not receive a response. Rochelle flatly rejected the proposal and told Joseph everything. After a while, the couple became aware that they were being watched. They even noticed something resembling a camera flash through the backyard window, but they didn't pay much attention because they didn't realize how serious the situation was. On July 11, 2012, the situation spiraled out of control. A landscaper who had arrived at the doctor's house to discuss an upcoming remodel called emergency services. When he arrived at the customer's home, he attempted to contact the owner but received no response. The man noticed an open door and, assuming Joseph couldn't hear him, went in. He saw the house in disarray, with the most disturbing feature being a bullet hole near the front door, indicating a possible intruder. The designer cautiously walked further inside in search of the homeowner before inspecting the garage, where he discovered Joseph Sonnier lying in a pool of blood on the floor, lifeless. The doctor's body bore evidence of stab and gunshot wounds, implying that the perpetrator might be nearby. The designer immediately left the house and called for help at 248. In the afternoon, the police department received a call, and several patrol cars were immediately dispatched to the scene. Arriving officers discovered the victim of the crime, Joseph Sonnier, a 57-year-old pathologist. Medics confirmed his colleague's death. The incident shocked the public because it occurred in one of the city's most peaceful, safe, and affluent neighborhoods with almost no crime. Dr. Sonnier, a respected professor, was known for his calmness and kindness, and he had no obvious enemies who wanted to harm him. Although a window had been broken, the incident was not a robbery because nothing was missing from the home. A bottle with the bottom shot out was discovered at the scene. It appeared to be used as an improvised firearm silencer. A forensic team arrived shortly afterwards to gather evidence for examination. Apparently, the assailant was inexperienced, as he left numerous traces at the scene. DNA was extracted from the bottle used as a silencer, and blood samples were sent to a lab for further analysis. detectives interviewed neighbors who claimed they saw and heard nothing suspicious. There were no CCTV cameras near the home. According to the investigation, the perpetrator entered the house through a panoramic window overlooking the backyard, which made his attack unexpected. In the dining room, the attacker confronted his victim and opened fire. It was most likely at this point that the wine bottle served as a silencer. According to the traces of blood left in the hallway, the doctor was still alive after the shots were fired. He went into the garage, where the attacker caught up to him and stabbed the victim several times. An autopsy on the body revealed 5 gunshot wounds and 11 stab wounds. The circumstances suggested that the murder was not a random act. The identity and motivation of the perpetrator remained unknown. The investigation centered on the pathologist's close social circle. During an interview with law enforcement, the victim's fiancée described strange events in her and Joseph's lives in the months leading up to the tragedy. According to her, Dr. Saunier appeared to be stalked. In addition, Rachel had noticed a stranger standing in front of Joseph's house, watching the door and windows. She also described how her fiancé began receiving persistent calls and texts shortly before his death. The officers verified the information, but they believed the calls and messages came from other women with whom Joseph appeared to be in a parallel relationship, as witnesses reported the man being in contact with multiple women at the same time. Investigators asked Rachel if she was aware of the other women, and she said no. Joseph's sons denied that their father had mistresses, stating that cheating was not in his character. However, investigators continued to develop a version of the crime that was motivated by jealousy. At the next interrogation, Rachel couldn't take the pressure and burst into tears, admitting that she knew several women who were most likely involved. She claimed that several former girlfriends were constantly stalking Joseph. He ignored them, but they never stopped expressing their displeasure with his upcoming wedding. One of them turned out to be a lady from Florida who kept calling and writing even after Dr. Saunier revealed his serious relationship with Rachel. Another was a nurse, the pathologist's colleague who called and wrote to him on a regular basis. The third victim was a woman with a daughter who shortly before the murder wrote to Joseph accusing him of abandoning her and her child. Rachel made her first mention of Mike Dixon during the same interview. Until then, she hadn't connected the surveillance of her and Joseph to Mike, who had stopped paying attention after her refusal to become a mistress. She assumed he had accepted their marriage and moved on with his life. The police had a viable suspect and went to speak with the plastic surgeon. Mike willingly went to speak with the detectives. He admitted that he was deeply in love with Rachel and had divorced his wife in order to create a future together. He admitted the separation had been difficult for him, and he attempted to reunite with Rachel for a while. She remained adamant, but he eventually relented and found a new woman who was much younger than him. His new girlfriend, a medical student, verified his alibi. Mike was at work at the time of the crime and later spent time with her. The investigation encountered difficulties. All of the suspects, including Michelle herself, had solid alibis. Detectives attempted to identify the murderer's potential enemies or those who would benefit financially from his death. However, no new figures were found. By the time the lab results arrived, the situation seemed hopeless. Unfortunately, the forensic results provided no additional clarity. The DNA sample in the bottle did not belong to the victim. However, the police database could not determine who was found at the crime scene. And that's when law enforcement officials got exceptionally lucky. The Amarillo Police Department received a call from Paul Reynolds, an aspiring EMT. According to him, he was living with a friend named Dave A. Shepard, who recently confessed to a murder in Lubbock and attempted suicide before being rescued. Paul reported that a neighbor had told him about the crime, including specific details that only a small group of detectives might have known, such as the use of a bottle muffler. The officers realized Shepard was actually involved in the crime. A witness who called claimed Dave was the only perpetrator and that the crime was ordered by an unknown plastic surgery doctor. Officers immediately began conducting a background check on the new suspect and discovered that Shepard had a violent criminal history, including theft and hooliganism, but no major crimes. They discovered that he was divorced, unemployed, and had been caught stealing on multiple occasions, including one where he stole $30,000 from a prominent businessman. Dave was brought to the station for questioning, and he quickly began to confess, confirming that Mike Dixon had hired him to commit the crime. According to Dave, The meeting with the plastic surgeon occurred in a bar where both had recently experienced painful breakups with their partners. Under the influence of alcohol, the casual conversation evolved into a genuine friendship. Mike Dixon shared a sad love story about Rochelle, who had left him and was about to marry someone else. The man confessed that he can't get over his ex-partner and is willing to go to any length to reunite. Mike and Dave devise a strategy after concluding that Dr. Sun is the only obstacle they face. However, Dave claims that their intentions did not include murder. They simply wanted to slander the pathologist in the hopes that proud Rochelle would abandon him and return to Mike. First and foremost, they discovered women who were well paid. Each will play the role of a mistress and pursue Sonia. Then a letter arrived from a woman with a child, claiming that Joseph had abandoned her. Dr. Sonnier denied it repeatedly, and Rochelle believed him. The couple also discovered that the camera flash they had seen was the light from Dave's cell phone flashlight. Dave drove to their house on a regular basis and pretended to be a surveillance agent. Mike Dixon financed each such trip, handing out money for gas and other expenses. When spying and slander failed to separate the lovers, Mike devised a radical solution. He told his friend that he wanted to kill the pathologist. Dixon offered 3 silver bars worth approximately $10,000 as payment. Dave agreed. One of the bars was used as a deposit, which the hired killer promptly cashed in at a pawn shop. According to Dave Shepard, when he arrived at Dr. Sonnier's house, things became out of control. It was an unintentional shot. I became terrified, and he began walking away down the hallway. When I recovered from the shock, I shouted, "Dr. Sonnier, are you okay?" I have not heard anything back. I followed him to the garage. He was lying down flat. I distinctly heard his final breath and bent down to check his pulse. There was no pulse. In his confession, Shepard claimed that he stabbed Joseph Sonnier in an irrational and foolish attempt to conceal what he termed involuntary manslaughter. I stabbed him several times. I'm not sure how many times you said. I stabbed 11 times. I had Dr. Sonnier's phone in my hand and considered dialing the emergency number to seek assistance. But I did not. Perhaps that is why 11 times. I returned the phone, mutilated the remains I had taken to Mike's, retrieved the remainder of the bullion, and attempted suicide. Dave admitted that when he agreed to the crime, he had no idea what he was getting himself into. And when he found himself in front of Joseph, he realized he couldn't have killed. If it hadn't been for an accidental gunshot, Dr. Sonnier would still be alive. The plastic surgeon was arrested the same day on first-degree murder charges based on Dave's testimony and a large body of other evidence, including compromising phone calls and text messages containing explicit confessions. Detectives hope that the first interview will result in a confession, but Mike Dixon stubbornly denied everything and demanded an attorney, resulting in a lawsuit. As part of an agreement with the prosecutor, Dave Shepard immediately pleaded guilty to his role as a hired criminal and waived his right to appeal the sentence. As a result, instead of the death penalty, he was sentenced to life without parole. Mike Dixon pleaded not guilty, citing only circumstantial evidence. Unexpectedly, Dave, a key witness for the prosecution, testified during the trial that he committed the crime on his own and had no involvement from Dixon. Under oath, he explained that the silver bars were intended as an investment in a business that the two of them intended to start. The jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict, so a retrial was ordered. The second trial occurred in 2016. Dixon was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. His lawyers filed an appeal, and the judgment was reversed. The man was released on bail of $2 million. However, the prosecutor's office continued to fight for justice, requesting that the sentence be reinstated by the state's highest criminal court. Otherwise, a third trial would be held. The prosecutor's office filed a motion on February 11, 2019, which was granted. In April 2020, the bail was revoked, and another arrest warrant was issued. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals overturned the lower court's decision and reinstated Mike Dixon's sentence. The judge determined that the felon must continue to serve his life sentence without parole. Mike Dixon is currently housed in a prison in Lubbock, Texas. Dr. Joseph Sonny joined the love triangle when he started dating Rochelle in July 2011. The woman still refers to him as the main love of her life, and she regrets unknowingly transforming a criminal into a noble, loving, and honest man. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events in this video occurred in the city of Duluth, which is in northern Georgia. In April 2005, Jennifer Wilbanks disappeared just 4 days before her wedding. Hundreds of people came searching for her, and the story of her disappearance captured the attention of the international media. Many women fantasize about marrying the person they love. They believe that this grand occasion will be unique in their lives, so they want the wedding ceremony to be at least as good as everyone else's. Making a guest list, selecting a venue, designing a menu, and purchasing a wedding gown were all exciting experiences. Jennifer Wilbanks, 32, has gone through. Jennifer Carol Wilbanks was born February 28, 1973. She has lived in Georgia all of her life, where she has family, friends, and worked. It was in Duluth that she met her 32-year-old fiancé, John Mason. John, like his family as a whole, was financially successful. The Masons operated a private medical clinic in Duluth. His friends described him as a kind and caring man who was always willing to help others in need. John and Jennifer had been dating for a year and seemed like the ideal couple. Everyone who knew them was overjoyed when they announced that they were getting married. The wedding preparations went well for them. The swanky ceremony, to which several hundred guests had been invited, was set for April 30, 2005, a Saturday. However, 4 days before the wedding, on Tuesday, April 26th, John Mason reported Jennifer's disappearance to police. He explained that she had gone for an evening run and had never returned. He tried to find her on his own, but when he couldn't, he turned to law enforcement for assistance. The next day, April 27th, a search was launched involving over 300 police officers and volunteers. They searched the woods and bodies of water along Jennifer's planned route. In such cases, every minute counts, so the police involved officers who were supposed to be off duty. On the same day, April 27th, one of the search teams discovered potential clues, including clothing, sneakers, and a strand of long, dark hair. All of the findings were sent to the laboratory for analysis. Jennifer's family posted and distributed flyers featuring her image in the hopes that someone would have seen her or had valuable information for the investigation. The media became involved in covering the story. Additionally, billboards with Jennifer's image appeared throughout the city. The police checked the house where she lived with John, but it was mostly a formality. Detectives discovered nothing suspicious in the couple's home. So on Thursday, April 28th, Major Donald Woodruff of the Duluth Police Department announced that Jennifer Wilbanks' disappearance was being investigated as a criminal case, with the FBI and Georgia Bureau of Investigation involved. A second day of searching produced no results either. There was no sign of Jennifer. Her family was shocked by what had happened and did everything they could. They asked radio and television stations to publicize Jennifer's disappearance, implying that she had been kidnapped and taken out of state. They begged the possible kidnapper to let her go. The cable news networks swarmed around the incident like flies on a pie. Where was Jennifer? Did something bad happen? She did not take her person's keys. She planned to marry in 4 days at a grand wedding with 28 chaperones and 600 guests. Jennifer's style did not include not calling her family or sobbing during press conferences and interviews due to stress. In this photo, an unhappy groom, John Mason, is comforting his bride's mother. Those who watch real crime videos on a regular basis, as well as those involved in Jennifer's disappearance, have most likely already solved this case mentally. Answer a single question for yourself. Have you figured out who will appear in the document? John was the last person to see Jennifer alive, and when the investigation yielded no results, suspicion fell on him. The detectives decided to find out who was hiding behind the guise of a law-abiding do-gooder who went to church every Sunday and, according to his friends, couldn't kill a fly. The man was asked to take a lie detector test, but he refused. Instead, he took a private polygraph test in front of his lawyer, and the results were given to the police. However, such strange and unusual behavior only heightened detectives' suspicions about John Mason. The test results provided to the police did not definitively answer the question of whether John was involved in the disappearance of his fiancée. Detectives conducted a more thorough search of the couple's home to determine whether he had any motive to get rid of Jennifer. and 3 computers were seized. It is worth noting that no evidence of a struggle or other crime was discovered in the house on Friday, April 29th. Jennifer's relatives offered a $100,000 reward the day before her wedding for information that could help them find her, dead or alive. Police held a press conference to announce that the active part of the search would be halted. According to the chief of the local police, they must have investigated every possible lead in this town. There were no clues, so they called off the search in the area. John Mason attended the press conference but did not speak with reporters. Jennifer's uncle suggested that John simply didn't know what to say, which added to the speculation about his role in his fiance's disappearance. Meanwhile, it was revealed that the clothes, shoes, and lock of hair discovered on the first day of the search had nothing to do with Jennifer's disappearance. According to police reports, the finds were for litter. The only suspect who might have had a motive was John, a journalist who was at his house all day and literally followed him around. There was little doubt that he was involved in the bride's disappearance, but proof had yet to be discovered. The next day, April 30th, was scheduled to be spent at the wedding. But now, people were gathering to pray for Jennifer's safe return. On the evening of April 29th, John received a phone call. A number appeared on the screen, but John wasn't sure who it belonged to. When John answered the phone, he put it to his ear. He was nearly speechless. He heard Jennifer's voice. She claimed that she was kidnapped, taken somewhere, and forced to be intimate. She cried and said that after everything was done, she had been released and now she had no idea where she was. This image depicts John rejoicing that his beloved is alive. I cried. I laughed. I tried to remain calm and talk to her to help her stay calm. John stated that he had no idea that his joy would be quickly overshadowed by an interesting circumstance. After speaking with John, Jennifer dialed 911. She told the operator that she had been kidnapped and then released, and that she had no idea where she was. The number from which she called was traced, as it came from a payphone in Albuquerque, New Mexico, more than 1,400 miles from Duluth, Georgia. Police officers were dispatched to the address where the phone was found, and when they arrived, they discovered Jennifer. Her family thanked everyone involved, including the media, for successfully convincing the kidnapper to release Jennifer. When the police took Jennifer to the station, they noticed that her appearance did not match the accounts she gave of her captors, whom she described as a man and a woman in their 40s, torturing her in a blue van with her hands and feet tied inside. The FBI agents who came to speak with Jennifer quickly discovered inconsistencies in her story. And when they pointed these inconsistencies out to her, she admitted that no one had kidnapped her on April 26th. She told John that she was going for a run, but instead went to the station and boarded the bus that brought her to New Mexico. According to her, she did so because she could not stand the pressure and excitement of her upcoming wedding. News outlets found that she had a history of criminal behavior, including 3 separate charges of shoplifting. In 1996, she stole $37 worth of merchandise from Walmart in 1997. She was accused of stealing $1,740 worth of merchandise from a supermarket. She was 24 years old at the time. Jennifer repaid the damages and was placed on community service, and after completing that, the theft charges were dropped in 1998. She was caught stealing again, this time for $98 in damages. She was also accused of stealing from the homes of people who hired her as a nanny. She always managed to avoid imprisonment because the thefts were petty after her kidnapping story ended. All was well in some sense. Jennifer was found alive and unharmed. But on the other hand, the state of Georgia spent nearly $60,000 searching for her on April 30th. Jennifer returned to Duluth to shield herself from the attention of the people and reporters greeting her at the airport. She hid her head under a plaid. There was no more talk of the wedding, which was scheduled for that day, and it was postponed indefinitely. She left Georgia because of the pressure of the wedding. Officer Michael Medrano said the list of things she needed to get done, and no time to do it, made her feel overwhelmed. It turns out that Miss Will Banks basically felt the pressure of this large wedding and could not handle it. Duluth Police Chief Randy Belcher added that John turned out to be an abandoned bridegroom who, contrary to rumors, suspicions, and baseless accusations, had nothing to do with his bride's disappearance. Jennifer was dubbed the runaway bride. She publicly apologized to her family, friends, and residents. According to John, the first thing he did when he saw Jennifer again was to give her the engagement ring she had left behind to show that he still wanted to marry her. Just because we haven't walked down the aisle, just because we haven't stood in front of the 500 people and said, "I do," my commitment before God to her was the day I bought that ring and put it on her finger. Mason said on Fox, and I'm not backing down from that now. On May 9, 2005, Jennifer went to a medical facility to address the physical and mental problems that she believed were instrumental in her escape. On May 25, 2005, she was charged with making false statements relating to her abduction. She faced up to 5 years in prison for this charge on June 2, 2005. As part of a plea bargain, Jennifer was found guilty of perjury and sentenced to 2 years of probation and 120 hours of community service. She was also ordered to pay just over $15,000 in restitution for expenses incurred by the city in her search. The story doesn't end there. However, in September 2006, Jennifer sued her now ex-fiancé John Mason. The couple had, by this time, broken off their engagement and separated. In the lawsuit, Jennifer claimed that while she was in treatment, she gave John power of attorney to act on her behalf. According to her, John sold the rights to their story for $500,000 to Reagan Media. He used the proceeds to buy a house that was registered in his name only. Now that they had broken up, John had kicked her out of the house. Jennifer demanded $250,000 in compensation for her share of the house and another $250,000 in damages. John Mason countersued, claiming emotional distress over being left at the altar and suspected involvement in Jennifer's disappearance. In December 2006, both parties dropped their lawsuits. Allegedly, a settlement was reached between them. Thanks to the attention of not only American but also various world media, Jennifer became popular for a while, and some companies wanted to make money from her fame. Hero Builders, a manufacturer of figurines, rushed to create a doll depicting Jennifer Wilbanks in a sports suit with Vegas Baby written on it. Included was a small towel that was placed over the doll's head to imitate the woman's appearance on television when she returned to Duluth. Wilbanks has inspired a runaway bride action figure and a hot sauce called Jennifer's High Tail and Hot Sauce. A musical play based on the story of Jennifer Wilbanks opened on March 13, 2008, at the Red Clay Theater in Duluth, Georgia. A photo of Wilbanks appears in the trailer for the 2008 movie Professional Poker the Grand as one of the many women Woody Harrelson, his character, has been married to in the past. John Mason, who had already spent a lot of money on a failed wedding where several hundred people had been invited, married another woman in 2008. In a quiet ceremony at his parents' home in Duluth, Jennifer married in 2010, but 11 years later, the marriage dissolved and she still lives in Georgia. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Summer Baldwin's case is buried in suitcases in the world of criminal investigations. When two or more crimes have similar characteristics, experts frequently classify them as part of a series. It may take years to identify and apprehend serial criminals. The majority of criminals were victims of violence and abuse as children, and some suffer from mental illnesses of varying severity. Nonetheless, they are aware of their interactions with the outside world. These people frequently appear to be perfectly normal, to the point where those around them are unaware that they are dealing with a ruthless killer. Such was the case with Rosendo Rodriguez, a seemingly unassuming young man who served in the United States Marine Corps. Witnesses who knew him personally and testified at his trial described him as a friendly, responsible, and kind man who had never hurt a fly. However, it was revealed that he had brutally murdered two young women and disposed of their bodies in an extravagant and unusual manner. Looking ahead, I believe that this man was justly punished for his heinous actions. But let's start at the beginning to understand this loud and complex case, learn about his victims, and delve into the criminal's childhood to see how he transformed into a monster, a naked beauty in a suitcase. This chilling tale began on September 13, 2005, on the outskirts of Lubbock, Texas. A city utility worker performing routine duties at a local landfill spotted an unusual object among the usual assortment of colorful trash. A large black suitcase that appeared oddly intact and bulky. Curiosity piqued, so he opened the suitcase, hoping to find something valuable. To his horror, the first thing he saw after unzipping it was a woman's manicured hand. He was surprised to see a real human body rather than a doll or mannequin. When he fully opened the suitcase, he discovered a young woman's naked body, knees drawn up to her chest and arms crossed around her neck. The worker immediately stopped the garbage truck that had delivered the grisly suitcase and called the police. The landfill was quickly cordoned off, and the truck and its contents were thoroughly searched. Finding any clues in a massive city dump was nearly impossible, but the investigators hoped to learn something about the woman's identity and how she ended up in such a state. No identification or personal items were discovered in the suitcase. The only distinguishing feature on the body was a small tattoo on the leg with the word Summer. The medical examiners were now tasked with determining the cause of death, while forensic experts had to identify the victim and locate her killer. Autopsy revealed multiple injuries sustained while the woman was alive, including evidence of sexual violence. However, the death was caused by positional asphyxiation. She was still alive when she was placed in the suitcase, but the confined space caused her to suffocate. She had died about a day before her body was discovered. Fingerprint analysis uploaded to the national database in the United States identified the victim as 29-year-old Summer Lee Baldwin, aka Summer Baldwin. Summer Baldwin, born in Washington in 1976, was known for her sweet, kind, and outgoing personality. She was a bright student with a lively personality and lots of friends. Summer had lofty goals for her life, including pursuing a career in acting. After graduating from high school, she attended a community college, but university studies proved difficult, so her friends invited her to Texas for a change of scenery and opportunities. Summer moved to Lubbock with her parents' support, hoping to start over. Summer's life spiraled, but she slowly became addicted to alcohol and illegal drugs without seeking help from her family. Her addiction worsened over time, resulting in job loss and connections with people who had criminal records. Her acting ambitions were dashed, and she eventually started working as an escort to support herself. Summer's parents were unaware of their daughter's problems and believed she was leading a successful life. They were devastated when the police told them about her tragic death in September 2005. They provided limited information about their summer friends and hangouts. Notably, a few months before her death, Summer was a key witness in a major federal counterfeiting investigation. This raised the possibility that her murder was a contract killing by a criminal gang, which drew the FBI's attention and heightened the investigation's focus on the first suspects. Rebecca, Summer Baldwin's best friend, was the first person questioned by the police. Rebecca revealed Summer's occupation and mentioned several of her boyfriends, one of whom was aggressive, frequently raised his hand to her, and stalked her after their breakup. That man was the first suspect in the case. Summer's ex-boyfriend was detained and brought to the station on the same day, but he categorically denied any involvement in the case. Furthermore, he appeared surprised and saddened by the news of her death. He had a solid alibi. The night before the tragedy, he was involved in a drunken brawl in a bar and spent the night in a cell with another troublemaker. As a result, the police were forced to release the first and only suspect at the time, another friend and, in a sense, colleague of the deceased, who provided the investigation with much more critical information. According to Marjorie, she saw Summer the evening before the murder and spoke with her briefly. They met on September 11 in the parking lot of a convenience store. Marjorie described how a red van pulled up to the store and a young, fit man of Latino appearance got out and went inside, presumably to shop. In the meantime, Summer noticed her friend emerge from the passenger side to greet her. She informed Marjorie that he was her client, with whom she had met for the second time in recent days. Summer hurried back into the van after the man exited the store and took the wheel. Marjorie then went about her business, not noticing which direction the van drove away. She had no idea where the couple planned to meet. She also mentioned that she had never seen the man before and assumed he was not a local. Due to the darkness outside and her inability to see him clearly, she could only describe him as having very short hair, similar to that of a military man. What is wrong with the suitcase? The suitcase that became a young woman's coffin appeared strange. It was covered in garbage and waste on the outside, but it was not worn out, and its wheels appeared to be new. Inside, all tags were in perfect condition, and the lining appeared to be brand new. Furthermore, the plastic attachment for the price tag remained intact, indicating that the person who purchased the suitcase had not removed it. It was discovered that suitcases of this brand were sold in dozens of stores throughout the city. However, this particular large model was only available at 2 stores, thanks to the perfectly preserved barcode. It was discovered that a pair of identical suitcases were sold the day before the tragic discovery at a Walmart in the same neighborhood of the city where the girl was last seen alive. The first purchase was made after noon, and the second around 2 in the morning, which was unusual and suspicious. Police officers responded quickly and requested the store's surveillance camera footage. After reviewing the materials, they discovered that the first suitcase was purchased by an elderly couple. These people were not initially suspicious, but once located, they were able to present the suitcase and explain that they had purchased it for a vacation trip. The second suitcase, however, was purchased by a young Latino man with an athletic build and very short hair, similar to that of a military man. Suspicions arose that this was the person mentioned by the witness who saw him with the deceased girl in the supermarket parking lot. Furthermore, the man purchased a pair of disposable gloves at the checkout. Additional information was provided by external surveillance cameras installed in the store parking lot. They showed the man leaving with the suitcase in hand, loading it into a red van. Too many coincidences led the police to believe they'd found their man, and all that remained was to establish his identity, track him down, and bring him in for questioning and searching for the stranger. The man was extremely cautious, using cash rather than a car to avoid leaving any personal information. However, he failed to account for the parking lot surveillance cameras, which perfectly captured his vehicle's license plate. Police quickly identified the vehicle as a rental under the name Rosendo Rodriguez. Rodriguez, a U.S. Marine Corps reservist, had no criminal record and had not previously come to police attention. He spent a few days in Lubbock with his unit for training. It was difficult to find Rodriguez right away because he was not at the hotel where his unit was staying. However, police had his information and discovered that he had withdrawn a large sum of money from an admin in another hotel. Most likely, the money was spent on the suitcase and gloves. Rodriguez had not stayed at the hotel where he accessed the ATM. Instead, there's someone named Thomas Rodriguez. On September 11, someone who matched Rosendo's description checked in. It turned out to be the same person under a different name for unknown reasons. Because luck favored the investigation, the hotel room rented by Rodriguez, which he had already checked out of, had not yet been cleaned, yielding critical evidence. There were brown stains and splatters on the carpet bed and walls that looked like dried blood. A tag from a new suitcase was discovered near the bed, and the trash included used contraceptives and disposable gloves. Forensic analysis confirmed that the dried blood in the room belonged to Summer, and the DNA on the contraceptives and gloves matched both Summer and Rodriguez. There was no doubt they had located the murderer, but Rodriguez had already left the city. However, with all of the necessary information, tracking him down was simple. Rosendo Rodriguez III was born on March 26, 1980. I was born in Wichita Falls, Texas, to a poor Mexican immigrant family. According to reports, he experienced violence and harsh treatment during his early childhood. His father, described as domineering and aggressive, battled alcoholism and frequently abused his wife and children. Throughout his childhood, Rosendo was aggressive, frequently getting into fights at school. However, as he grew older, he learned to manage his anger. After high school, he went to Texas Tech University and moved away from his parents. He lived independently and worked at a pizzeria as a courier and an office clerk before deciding to join the United States Marine Corps. Rodriguez's military colleagues described him as quiet, balanced, disciplined, and responsible. He was regarded as a good friend, always willing to help, well-educated and physically attractive, making him popular among women. Rodriguez was arrested on September 15 at his San Antonio home. When the police arrived, he appeared calm and unaware of the gravity of the situation. During the search, a striped shirt and shorts were discovered that matched the outfit he wore when purchasing the suitcase captured on surveillance footage. Rodriguez's laptop and mobile phone were also seized during interrogation, and he was detained for the first few weeks. Rosendo remained silent, denying any involvement in Summer Baldwin's murder. However, the evidence presented against him was overwhelming. So, per his attorney's advice, he began giving statements with his version of events, which differed significantly from the scenario devised by the forensic experts. Rodriguez began by explaining that he had mistakenly booked a hotel separate from his fellow service members. He only knew the name of the hotel chain they were supposed to stay at, chose a hotel at random, and only after checking in did he realize the others were in a different location. He chose not to relocate because military leadership indicated it was unnecessary. He did not explain why he registered using a different name. On September 10, Rodriguez rented a van to get around the city. That evening, he claimed he met Summer Baldwin by chance. He said he saw a blonde woman sitting on a bench by the road, hands covering her face as if she were crying. Intriguing and concerned, he came to see if she was okay and needed assistance. They started a conversation. She calmed down, and they went to his hotel room, where they talked and drank briefly but did not become intimate. Rosendo drove her home the next morning, but they decided to meet later in the evening. He picked her up from the same location around 9 p.m. and visited a supermarket where some people recognized her friend Marjorie. They returned to the hotel, where Rodriguez stated that they had consensual intimacy. Rodriguez later claimed Summer became aggressive and demanded money, which surprised him because he was unaware he was with a call girl. When he refused, she allegedly pulled a knife from her purse and threatened him. He disarmed her before punching her in the face, causing her nose to bleed. Rodriguez claims he did not intend to harm her and acted in self-defense. Moments later, Summer collapsed on the bed, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. He stated that he attempted to help her but refrained from performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation due to the blood and foam on her face. After about a minute, she stopped breathing. He panicked when he realized she had died. He went to the nearest store, purchased a suitcase and gloves, returned to the hotel, placed her body in the suitcase, and threw it in the dumpster, knowing that it would be hauled to the landfill the following morning. He then checked out of the hotel, returned his rental car, and drove back to San Antonio as if nothing had happened. The suspect's story contains inconsistencies. Investigators quickly realized Rosendo Rodriguez was lying because his story contained numerous inconsistencies. For example, Marjorie, who met Summer in the parking lot the night of the crime, claimed that Summer explicitly told her that the man was a client of hers with whom they had previously met for a fee. Rodriguez claims that everything they did was consensual, but evidence on Summer's body suggests that she was taken advantage of. It's likely that their first night was consensual, which is why some agreed to see him again. Furthermore, Rodriguez claimed he only hit Summer in the face once to calm her down, but she died from a seizure. However, an autopsy revealed that Baldwin had approximately 30 fresh bruises on his head and body on the night of the crime, as well as several stab wounds. Furthermore, she was still alive when he packed her into the suitcase, contradicting his claim that she had died. Another girl in a suitcase. During an investigation at Rodriguez's home, police took his laptop computer. A review of his search history uncovered an unsettling pattern. Rodriguez had been actively searching for information about a girl named Summer for 3 days before his arrest, paying close attention to whether she was still being sought and whether her body had been discovered in a landfill. Interestingly, Rodriguez frequently searched for Joanna Catherine Rogers, a 16-year-old Lubbock girl who went missing a year and a half ago, when authorities offered Rodriguez a plea bargain in exchange for information about Joanna's whereabouts, which included a reduced sentence and avoided the death penalty. He reluctantly accepted and shared his story. He met Joanna, a high school student from Lubbock, in late April 2004. After a few meetings, they went to his hotel room on May 4th. The situation became tragic after an argument over money and threats of a rape lawsuit. Rodriguez panicked and covered Joanna's mouth to silence her, unintentionally causing her death. In a desperate attempt to dispose of the body, Rodriguez placed it in his own suitcase and threw it into a dumpster. This method replicates how Summer's body was disposed of a year and a half later. Rodriguez initially admitted to these crimes, but later recanted his testimony, citing coercion. Recognizing the importance of finding Joanna's body to strengthen the case, police conducted a massive search of the city dump. More than a year later, they discovered a suitcase containing Joanna's remains. Despite the severe decomposition, DNA testing revealed the identity of the remains. This evidence allowed authorities to charge Rodriguez as a serial offender who committed similar heinous crimes using a consistent method: trial, verdict, and execution. Despite the overwhelming evidence and gravity of his crimes, defendant Rosendo Rodriguez hoped to avoid the death penalty until the very end, anticipating a life sentence with the possibility of parole. However, the court ruled otherwise. Summer Baldwin's tragic death occurred 3 months into her pregnancy. This aggravating factor proved decisive, and the court convicted Rodriguez of first-degree murder and sentenced him to death by lethal injection. Rodriguez and his lawyers filed numerous appeals, alleging errors and misconduct by investigators, but all were denied. While in prison and awaiting execution, Rodriguez even had his own blog about criminal justice and policy issues. Rosendo Rodriguez was executed on March 27, 2018, nearly 10 years after being convicted of heinous crimes. This occurred one day after his 38th birthday. The death sentence was carried out at Huntsville Prison in Texas. This was Texas's 4th execution and the 7th in the United States in 2018. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On an early August morning in 2015, Tom Martins called emergency services. The caller urgently reported a violent altercation between his daughter and son-in-law. Tom revealed with a shaken voice he is bloodied, and I fear I may have killed him. In response, the dispatcher quickly summoned medical personnel. The phone was then passed to Tom's distraught daughter, who was trained in CPR. The dispatcher calmly instructed, "Stay calm, rely on your training, not your emotions. We need to revive your husband, and we are ready to begin Keepery." Meanwhile, first responders rushed to Winston-Salem's upscale neighborhood. They arrived at a $350,000 home known for its stylish gray shutters and well-kept lawns, only to discover Jason Corbett brutally murdered. This incident depicts the tragic story of a widower with 2 young children who was in desperate need of emotional support after losing his beloved wife. It also introduces a young woman who appears to be a beacon of hope and has stepped in to care for the children. Nonetheless, it serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of hurriedly integrating near strangers into close-knit family bonds. If Jason had been more aware of Molly's mental health history and had known her better, he might have reconsidered her close relationship with his children. Molly's meeting with Jason represented a new beginning, complete with a loving family and the children she had always wanted. Unfortunately for Jason, this relationship became a one-way trip with no return. Molly Martin's life was the embodiment of the American dream. She was born into a wealthy and educated white family and grew up in Farragut, Tennessee. Her early years were spent in a lavish mansion where she was the beloved little princess. Her neighbors remember her as a reserved, somewhat introverted girl who excelled at swimming despite frequent absences from school due to illness. Molly continued her education at Farragut High School, where she was a member of the swim team after her family relocated to the more upscale Fox Run neighborhood. Molly felt like a champion in her own world, even though she lacked the skills of her peers. Molly's parents, Sharon, a math doctorate from Emory University in Georgia, and Tom, an FBI agent and experienced lawyer, instilled a family motto. Achievements, whether real or perceived, are the only criteria used to measure success. The Martins were regarded as societal pillars, a family striving for prestige, wealth, and ideal heirs capable of maintaining their lifestyle. The children were raised with a win-at-all-costs mentality since they were very young. The main issue was that Molly, the beloved daughter and little princess, failed to meet these high expectations, unlike her 2 brothers. To maintain their societal facade, Tom and Sharon went to great lengths to conceal why Molly was perceived to be frequently ill with a supposed problem in her left foot, causing her pain and necessitating numerous hospitalizations and surgeries. In reality, Molly's mental health, not a physical illness, kept her from attending school in order to maintain their external image. Tom and Sharon kept their daughter's problems private, with few people knowing what happened behind the walls of their opulent mansion. Molly appears to have gotten into Clemson, one of America's top colleges, thanks to her parents' influence. In 2003, her photograph appeared in the Clemson University yearbook as a freshman, but all records of her disappeared. Molly started working at Knoxville's Vintage Beauty Salon in 2004, where she met stylist Jeremy Taylor. They began dating and spent a year and a half together. Despite their close relationship, Taylor only knew about Molly's leg health issues, which required numerous surgeries and frequently prevented her from working. Nonetheless, he admired her dancing and ballet abilities, never questioning the extreme strain on her foot. After breaking up with Taylor, Molly joined a dating site and began a romantic correspondence with Keith Megan on February 22, 2007. Keith and Molly had their first date nearly a year before they met the widowed father of two. Molly first told Keith about her bipolar disorder and other related issues. Keith, who suffered from chronic fatigue and depression himself, encouraged her and moved in with her a month later. Molly found work as a nanny and went to therapy, and everything appears to be going well. The fairy tale came to an end when she developed a severe staph infection. The infection medication interfered with her bipolar medication, causing a dramatic shift in her behavior. According to Keith, Molly used to take 16 pills prescribed by her psychiatrist daily, plus an additional 10 as needed. The majority of these were for her bipolar disorder and manic depressive psychosis. Molly stopped sleeping, and their relationship quickly deteriorated. Molly decided to become pregnant in an effort to save their relationship. She had always stated that children would make her happy. Keith later revealed this during an interview. Eventually, she became pregnant. I was terrified because I knew how many medications she was taking. I was very scared. Keith recalled Molly miscarrying early in the pregnancy on September 16, 2007, and how devastated she was. But honestly, I felt relieved. I assumed it was for the best. Molly was admitted to a psychiatric unit in a medical rehabilitation center in Atlanta, Georgia, 5 months later. In February 2008, after her condition had not improved, her parents paid for the treatment. A few days after her discharge, she told Keith, "I want to work as a nanny somewhere in Europe." He took it as a sign of her relapse and dismissed her online advertisement for a nanny position. However, she quickly informed him that she had found work in Ireland and would be leaving for a while. Jason Corbett responded to her advertisement, unaware of the nanny issues that would arise. Jason Corbett was born February 12, 1976, in Limerick, Ireland. He grew up in a loving and supportive family. Jason's parents, John and Rita, raised 8 children, including his twin brother Wayne. The family prioritized emotional richness over material wealth, and despite financial difficulties after their father lost his job, they worked hard to provide a nurturing environment for the children. To help out, Jason worked part-time as a security guard at a school sports center. He was eager to earn money to treat his loved ones. Jason had always valued work ethics and the desire to help those around him, which made him popular among family and friends. Margaret Fitzpatrick, or simply Mag, was one of those who cared deeply about Jason. They knew they were meant to be together from the moment they met. After getting married, they eagerly began planning a family, both wanting a large, happy household. Their first child, Jack, was born in September 2004, followed by their daughter Sarah 2 years later. Megan and Jason were filled with joy as they raised their children, deeply loved each other and their children, and everything in their lives seemed perfect. Unfortunately, this idyllic life came to an abrupt end. On November 21, 2006, only 3 months after Sarah's birth, tragedy struck. Meg died in the hospital after waking up with an asthma attack. Jason, 30, was devastated by her death, which left him feeling lonely and sad. Only his devotion to his children kept him afloat. His family rallied around him, realizing the importance of being there for him during this difficult time. Jason was humble and kind, but he was concerned about relying so heavily on his family for assistance in childcare. This thought bothered Jason. He did not want to be a burden. Although his family never saw him that way, in 2007, he decided to hire a housekeeper. The first candidate, a Czech woman, did not click with Jason, so he let her go. Then he hired a Spanish woman, but the language barrier caused issues. Both women were looking for temporary work and did not want to stay in Ireland long term, which frustrated Jason, who was looking for a dependable long-term helper. He eventually decided that the best option would be to find an English-speaking nanny looking for long-term employment. In early February 2008, he emailed 20-year-old Molly Martins. She sent a resume that, as it turned out, contained inaccuracies. Molly claimed to have graduated from Clemson University, but she had actually dropped out. She also claimed she'd been approved as a foster parent, which was incorrect. She didn't mention her recent psychiatric hospitalization or mental health issues. Jason thought he'd finally found the right nanny. The prospective housekeeper agreed to relocate to Ireland and look after the children. She lived in Knoxville, Tennessee, and flew to Ireland on March 10, 2008. The plan quickly fell apart. At customs, Molly encountered difficulties because of her one-way ticket, raising issues with immigration services. She couldn't say how long she'd be in the country and didn't have a work visa. However, she was able to resolve these issues and was granted entry after living in Ireland. 2 weeks later, the cheerful American called Keith and told him she would not be returning. They broke up on the phone. Sarah and Jack quickly became fond of and loved their new nanny. Jason was relieved to see that his life was becoming more stable. Molly took excellent care of the children, giving Jason peace of mind. Their relationship developed over time, and Jason began inviting the nanny out on dates. Jason and Molly, who started their relationship under unusual circumstances, encountered difficulties. The initial honeymoon period quickly gave way to reality. Jason, recognizing the flaws in the situation, found comfort in Molly's skilled interaction with his children. The couple became engaged in 2010. Jason adored his new partner. Most importantly, he believed his children had grown to love the caring Molly. Molly suggested moving to America after their engagement, citing a desire to return to her homeland. Jason agreed, knowing that the children would miss Molly. A year later, he moved to a factory in Lexington, North Carolina, and sold his home in Ireland. That same year, they were married in a lavish ceremony in Molly's hometown of Knoxville, Tennessee. Molly's father, Tom Martins, escorted her down the aisle, while little Jack and Sarah served as ring bearers and flower girls. Jason purchased a luxurious home in a popular neighborhood that included an 18-hole golf course, a club pool, tennis courts, playgrounds, and parks. He paid $58,350 cash for the house. The peculiarities began during the wedding ceremony itself. For some reason, Molly told her friends that she and Jason's first wife, Meg, were friends before Meg died of cancer. However, Meg died in 2006. Molly was not acquainted with Jason and therefore could not have known his wife. Meg died from a respiratory illness, not cancer. Unfortunately, the happy groom paid little attention to these conversations. Years passed, and the family continued to live in North Carolina. Jason joined the local golf club and got involved in the community. Molly worked as a swim coach. Men were drawn to Jason because of his friendliness, while women admired Molly's baking abilities and supermodel figure. They appeared to be the ideal couple, an attractive and sociable husband and a well-groomed and athletic wife. They were the most in-love couple you'd ever seen, constantly holding hands, kissing, and laughing. They just seemed extremely happy. A neighbor later claimed that Molly had been trained since childhood to present a prestigious image to the public, regardless of what was going on behind closed doors. In reality, the marriage was fraught with difficulties, and Jason refused Molly's repeated attempts to adopt his 2 children. While it appeared to be a normal desire for a woman who had taken on the role of mother, her insistence grew so intense and obsessive that Jason became terrified. According to his sister, Molly convinced neighbors that she was the children's biological mother and even told acquaintances about her pregnancy with Sarah. The couple was constantly arguing about the adoption issue. Jason felt unhappy because he missed his home, his friends, and the warm family evenings with his brothers and sisters. He seriously considered divorcing and returning to Ireland with his son and daughter, something he openly discussed with Molly. Her response was immediate and intensely emotional. After the argument, Jason even hid the children's passports, fearing Molly would dispose of them and prevent their departure. The more he considered divorce, the more desperate she became to keep him and the children with her. Jason lost his zest for life and began to gain a lot of weight, which irritated his younger wife. A husband who was overweight harmed their perfect public image. The night before the murder, the couple went to a neighbor's house for dinner, where Molly loudly criticized Jason for the amount of food on his plate in front of everyone. She openly stated that it was inappropriate for someone his age to eat so much. Jason departed silently. Molly and her father beat Jason to death the night after, on August 2, 2015. On August 1, Molly's parents, Tom and Sharon, arrived in North Carolina for a visit. The exact purpose of this visit remains unknown to this day. Some believe Molly and her father planned the visit to ensure Tom was present to help commit the crime, while others view it as a routine parental visit. Because Tom and Sharon arrived late in the evening, they decided to present the gifts to the children the next morning. This detail is critical. They prepared an aluminum baseball bat for Jack, and we intend to give Sarah a tennis racket. After dinner, Tom and Sharon retired to the basement guest bedroom, Molly and Jason to their first-floor bedroom, and the children to their second-floor rooms. Molly claims Sarah woke her up at 3 a.m. After a nightmare, Molly calmed her down and returned her to bed. By the time she returned, Jason, she claimed, was awake and enraged, resulting in a fight that ended in his death. As the alleged altercation began, Tom, a former FBI agent, reported hearing strange noises from his daughter and son-in-law's bedroom. Concerned, he grabbed the baseball bat intended for Jack and went to his room. When he entered, he claimed to see Jason choke Molly. Jason, noticing his father-in-law, tightened his grip and dragged Molly to the restroom, threatening to kill her. Tom pleaded with Jason to release Molly, but when his efforts were futile, he intervened to protect his daughter. Tom claimed that his initial bat strike did not prevent Jason from strangling Molly, so he continued to hit him. Jason eventually released Molly and attempted to grab the bat. A struggle ensued, with Jason ripping the bat away and knocking Tom to the ground. Tom claimed Molly was terrified, grabbed a brick from the bedside table, and instructed Jason on the head. Fearing for their lives, the father and daughter continued to attack the enraged man until they realized he no longer posed a threat. By calling the rescue service, Tom described the incident as a fight in which his son-in-law assaulted his daughter, and Jason urgently needed assistance. However, when emergency responders arrived, the scene revealed something far more brutal than simple self-defense. The bedroom walls and floor were covered in blood, with splatters on the ceiling and furniture. Jason's skull was shattered, leaving pieces of his scalp scattered across the floor. The medical examiner stated in the report that the number of blows was impossible to determine because pieces of the skull fell on the table during the autopsy. The first responding police officers noticed a stark contrast between Jason Corbett's horrific injuries and the fact that his father and daughter were unharmed, with their clothes intact. Despite Molly's claim of a life-or-death struggle, her thin bracelet remained intact. Another important observation was that some emergency responders noticed blood on the brick. Jason's body began to dry out, and he was cold to the touch, indicating a significant period of time before the emergency call was placed. And why would anyone keep a brick on their nightstand? Detectives investigated its presence in the bedroom. Molly explained that she planned to paint the brick with the kids and was looking at it before bed, thinking about the design. The case was based on appearances, external details, and the testimony of those involved. During questioning, Molly admitted to having endured years of severe abuse from her husband, keeping silent for fear of losing the children. She claimed she consulted lawyers who advised her to gather evidence of abuse for a custody battle, prompting her to place recording devices throughout the house. She gave these recordings to the detectives. During questioning, Tom claimed Jason had physically abused Molly on multiple occasions. However, the investigation discovered no evidence of physical abuse in Molly's relationship with Jason. At the trial, the defense claimed self-defense. Jason Corbett was portrayed as a drunk and violent man who emotionally and physically abused his family. The defense even found evidence that he may have killed his first wife, Meg. The family doctor testified about Jason's mood swings. He felt he was becoming increasingly angry for no apparent reason. When social workers interviewed the children, Jack and Sarah stated that their father was constantly angry and even hurt their mother. The prosecution presented expert reports indicating that, while Molly's audio recordings revealed Jason's temper, they did not demonstrate physical violence. Toxicology reports also revealed traces of a psychiatric medication prescribed to Molly and Jason's blood, implying that this could have caused his mood swings. Jason's family, who knew him as a calm and kind man, were taken aback by the defense's claims and insisted that Molly made up the story and likely drugged him with illegal drugs to create behavioral instability for her record. A blood stain pattern analyst called by the prosecution testified that the blood spatter trajectory did not correspond to a self-defense scenario. The attack on Jason began as he was getting up, and he was defenseless, lying face down when he was struck repeatedly. Molly and Tom were convicted of murder in 2017 and sentenced to 20 to 25 years in prison, each. They filed an appeal a week later and were eventually successful in convincing the North Carolina Supreme Court to overturn their second-degree murder conviction in 2021. This leads to a new trial. They were released on $100,000 bail and left the Davidson County Jail within an hour of one another. In October 2023, the father and daughter entered a plea agreement for involuntary manslaughter. During the November trial, statements from Jason Corbett's now adult children, Jack and Sarah, who live with their aunt in Ireland, were heard. Sarah Corbett, 17, claimed that defense witnesses and attorneys distorted her words when she was 8 to help Molly Corbett and Tom Martins receive lighter prison sentences. Molly Martins showed me how to shoplift, vomit, and lie. She used to hit and starve my brother. She told me when I was 5 that my father had killed my mother. I adored Molly, and she manipulated me. Jack Corbett admitted in his statement that he lied to investigators when he was 10. I've lost so much of myself since that day. My words were used as a weapon to help Molly and Thomas avoid punishment for murdering my father. I've never seen my father harm Molly. He was a loving and honorable man, and they went to great lengths to tarnish his reputation. While my friends have fun at parties, I'm in therapy, learning to accept the fact that I lied and helped them get away. The children asked Judge Hall to sentence Molly Corbett and Thomas Martin to a maximum of 25 years. Perhaps their plea deal allowed them to avoid this sentence. In November 2023, the father and daughter were sentenced to a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 6 years, with credit for the 44 months already served. They were also told not to contact the Corbett family. Thomas Martin's attorney expects his client to be released in 7 months. Sarah collaborated with her Aunt Tracy to write and publish a series of children's books aimed at assisting children in coping with loneliness after the death of a loved one. Jack developed into a talented rugby player, singer, and songwriter. Both siblings continue to advocate for justice in their father's case. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at the events that occurred in Ardmore, Pennsylvania, USA, in August 2018. On August 22nd, at 9:15 p.m., state police received a call requesting that they check the condition of 36-year-old Christina Carlin Craft, an ex-model for Playboy magazine. Her partner discovered something strange when he checked their apartment's security system. Furthermore, Christina was not returning phone calls or messages. When the police arrived, they discovered Christina in her bed, covered in a blanket. Christina Rose Carlin Craft was born on November 11, 1983, on the southern coast of New Jersey, to Stuart Craft, Dawn, and Carlin. She always enjoyed being photographed or videotaped. It ultimately shaped her life path. Christina graduated from Linwood High School in 2000 and spent several years working as a waitress in southern New Jersey and at the Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa in Atlantic City. Christina's dream was to become a model, and her perseverance paid off. She eventually found success in this area. She stated in her promotional materials that she enjoys photo shoots, as well as exquisite underwear and swimwear. Christina's friend Eva Waltz, whom she met during a 3-day shoot for Maxim magazine, described her as a sweet and charismatic girl. She is stunningly beautiful and has a great sense of humor. She had dark hair and blue eyes. She was the very definition of a fashion model. Christina has always wanted to be on the cover of Playboy, while working as a waitress at Borgata Casino in 2003. Christina met Alex Ciccatelli shortly after they began dating. Alex has always supported Christina's plans and has never been against her career. After a long-term relationship, they announced they were engaged. Alex and Christina were together until the latter's death, but Christina was still able to realize her dream. She won Cyber Girl of the Month in May 2009 and was invited to the Playboy Mansion. This success enabled her to attend parties at the mansion and gain entry into the world of glamour. It was the pinnacle of her career, and her ambitions were higher than ever, especially after meeting Hugh Hefner, whose attention was difficult to capture. Despite this, Christina was unable to secure a modeling contract with Playboy magazine. Thousands of girls submit photos there, but only one becomes a model. There are numerous reasons why Christina did not become the chosen one. She was already 26 years old at the time, which made her unsuitable for this magazine. She was viewed as a mature model rather than a young one. It shook her confidence, but she continued to work regardless. Her long list of modeling jobs included Redken, Maxim, Victoria's Secret, Vanity Fair, and many more, but she wanted to take her career to the next level, so she relocated to New York with her boyfriend Alex. However, not all brands were eager to work with the model featured in the explicit photo shoot. Christina's career began to decline following her appearance in Playboy, eventually coming to an end. It wasn't easy for her to get through this difficult time in her life, but she always felt Alex's support. Christina was known not only for her graceful appearance and alluring beauty, but also for her scandalous behavior. In 2016, she had an altercation with the staff of The Smith, a New York restaurant. Following this, the New York Post ran several articles about the incident. That's what the articles said. According to law enforcement sources and court documents, Christina Carlin Craft, 34, and a male pal were dining at the Smith on March 6 when they got into an argument with manager Sergei Anakin over the bill. He did not want to pay. The manager intervened. A source claimed she was intoxicated and that the manager pushed her, but video footage of the incident showed she was lying. She allegedly hit Anakin in the neck around 10 p.m., causing redness and severe pain. According to the criminal complaint, Christina was charged with misdemeanor assault, attempted assault, and harassment. The DA then offered her a deal, and the charges were dropped on the condition that she remain out of trouble for 6 months. The DA made a reasonable offer, and we took it. Her lawyer said. Christina has always liked Philadelphia, particularly Ardmore, where she says she feels safe. With this in mind, Alex bought Christina an apartment in Ardmore and relocated to Pennsylvania with her in 2018. But Ardmore was not as safe as Christina had hoped. On August 18, 2018, she reported to the police that she had been robbed. Christina spent the evening at a bar in Philadelphia. The next thing she remembered was the following morning, when she barely awoke and realized she had been drugged with illegal substances. She didn't remember how she got home or who was with her. Alex was on a business trip at that time. She did not feel safe, and she kept expressing her concern. During the investigation, the police obtained CCTV footage showing a car driving up to Christina's apartment at around 3 a.m. Christina was unconscious in the back seat when the driver took the keys from her purse, entered her home, and stole over $50,000 in jewelry, designer handbags, pillows, designer sunglasses, a credit card, and personal documents belonging to Kraft. The perpetrator left for about an hour and a half before returning to the car and assisting Christina into her apartment. He opened the door, left her in the hallway, placed the keys in her purse, and drove away. The police were able to quickly identify the perpetrator using a credit card statement. Andre Melton, the driver who robbed her that night, had a prior criminal record. Melton was driving a rented 2018 Kia Sorento with a Virginia license plate. According to witnesses, police discovered the same car near Christina's house on August 17th. Police confirmed it, thanks to special license plate recognition software. While the police were searching for Andre Melton and returning Christina's stolen belongings, a far more serious crime occurred. Just 4 days later, on August 22nd, 2018, Alex Cicatelli called the police and asked them to check on his girlfriend, Christina Carlin Craft. He was already on his way home and could not reach Christina. She was not returning any calls or texts. When he arrived home, he discovered that the apartment door was locked from the inside. He checked the security system and discovered that someone had opened the front and balcony doors at night. The police officers who arrived at the specified address had to break down the front door because it was locked from the inside. When the police entered the apartment, they noticed blood, which indicated that it was a crime scene. There was a body on the bed, covered in a blanket, lifting it. They noticed a severely beaten woman. Christina Carlin Kraft sadly had already died. There was no way to help her. There were marks of blows all over her body. Someone had broken her nose and left a strangulation mark on her neck. Later, someone strangled Christina with her sweatpants. As soon as they identified the victim, the detectives had to inform Alex, who was waiting outside, that his loved one had died. This news completely shocked him. Because those closest to the victim are frequently involved in such cases, the police did not rule out the possibility that Alex was the perpetrator. Christina and Alex have been together for a long time, so anything could happen between them. He was the one who called the police station and expressed concern about Christina, and she was later discovered dead. These two events may not have happened by chance. Perhaps Alex did it to deflect suspicion away from himself. The investigators invited the man to accompany them to the police station because they wanted to ask him a few questions. Alex consented without much hesitation. Alex informed the investigators that he needed to return to New York for work on August 21st. It was an urgent matter. And on August 22nd, at 2:30 a.m., he called Christina to wish her a good night, but she didn't answer. He knew Christina never slept at this time, so he became concerned. Alex called several more times but received no response. He checked the security system and found suspicious activity in the apartment at night. As a result, he decided to postpone all business and return to Ardmore. After hearing his story, the police assumed Alex was not the one who killed Christina. After all, he could not be in two places at the same time. The police checked his alibi and removed him from the suspect list. But who was responsible for Christina's death? Who could wish her harm? Christina reported the robbery to police 4 days before her death. Investigators assumed that the two crimes were somehow linked. Thus, the primary suspect in this case was Andre Melton, the man who stole valuables from Christina's apartment. Maybe he returned to the apartment to steal something else, but his plan failed when Christina saw him. Perhaps he discovered that she had reported him to the police and decided to exact revenge on her for it. On August 22nd, the day they discovered Christina's body, police received an arrest warrant for Andre Melton. Investigators discovered where Melton lived, but when they arrived, he was gone. However, some of Christina's belongings were still present. The police obtained surveillance video from the night of the crime. It showed Christina exiting her apartment. After a few hours, she returned with an unknown man. It was 3:08 a.m. The police were surprised to learn that it was not Andre Melton. Further examination of the recordings revealed that the man with whom Christina returned to her apartment did not emerge. The police will eventually discover an explanation for this. Police officers used CCTV cameras on Ardmore streets to discover that Christina went to one of Philadelphia's bars after leaving the apartment. Investigators visited the bar, and she was asked to review the CCTV footage. It showed her meeting a man, who later hugged her. It was the same man who had accompanied her back to her apartment. Christina and her new friend left the bar and got into a taxi. For the next few days, detectives collected data on all of Christina's movements on the day of her death. It was crucial to restore the chronology of events preceding the crime. The police immediately excluded Melton from the list of suspects since he was not with Christina that day. But what remained unknown was whether Christina's death was related to that robbery or whether it was just a coincidence. On August 25th, the police received another lead. Andrew Sanford, the taxi driver who drove Christina and the suspect that night, said that Christina and the man who accompanied her approached him. They didn't use the taxi app. After hearing the driver's price, they got into a taxi. According to Sanford, they were affectionate and sweet to each other, so they did not arouse any suspicions in him. Besides, the driver said that Christina took the initiative herself. When they arrived at the right place, It turned out that Christina had no cash with her. She offered to leave her credit card, but the taxi driver refused. Then, Christina's new friend offered him $100 on the condition that he would stay for 1,015 minutes near the house while the couple went to the apartment. Sanford left 20 minutes later, as neither Christina nor the man accompanying her returned. The couple entered the apartment around 3 a.m. An hour later at 4 a.m., Christina called her cousin. She didn't say a word, but her cousin heard a man in the background telling Christina not to contact the police. The call ended before Christina's cousin could find out what happened. Why did the cousin not call 911? After what she heard, it remains unclear. Christina and Alex had door sensors in their apartment. It allowed the police to determine the time frame during which the crime occurred. The security system recorded the exact time of each door opening. As already mentioned, the first time someone opened the door was at 3:08 a.m. The next time was already at 5:10 a.m. The apartment was on the second floor. At about the same time. The system detected that someone opened the sliding glass door on the balcony. It explained why the surveillance cameras did not record the moment when the man whom Christina met at the bar left. After all, when the police arrived after Alex's call, no one except Christina was in the apartment. After learning this information, the police assumed the perpetrator jumped off the balcony. The next step was to seek help from the media. After posting the images from the surveillance cameras, they asked anyone who knew anything to share information. The pictures showed two people. The first was Andre Melton, and the second was the man who was at Christina's apartment on the night she died. Andre Melton, whose whereabouts detectives still couldn't figure out, called the police himself. He admitted that he stole some valuables from Christina but denied that he was involved in her death. The police were puzzled by this call. They have not yet been able to confirm or refute the connection between the two events that happened to Christina. Maybe this was just part of the plan of the two suspects. Melton was not going to surrender to the authorities. He called the police only to declare he wasn't involved in Christina's death. Soon after, on August 26th, the police station received an anonymous call. The man who called said he knew one of the suspects depicted in the pictures released by the police. "We shared a room in a psychiatric clinic in Philadelphia," he said. As it turned out, not so long ago, the suspect chased a woman in Loveland Park, Philadelphia. He followed her into the building of the local family court and started molesting her. Then he began to behave aggressively, shouting and destroying everything around him. The man had to spend 72 hours in a psychiatric hospital. The only problem was that he was admitted to the hospital without a name because no one wanted to deal with a not particularly dangerous person. The identity of the man remained a mystery to the police. But then the police heard even more crucial information. According to the caller, the suspect was proud that he had recently strangled a woman, and he felt great satisfaction and pleasure because of this. After hearing this, the investigators believed that it was most certainly the man who took the life of Christina Carlin Kraft. Later, the police station received another call. The man turned out to be a relative of the suspect from Philadelphia. He said that the name of the man in the photo was Jonathan Wesley Harris. He had previously served a prison sentence for robbery. Jonathan became a free man on July 15th, 5 weeks before Christina's death. After studying the entire biography of the man, it became clear that Andre Melton and Jonathan Harris had never crossed paths and were not familiar with each other. Therefore, the police ruled out the possibility of a connection between the two crimes. In addition, the police now had access to the messages Harris sent from his phone. On August 22nd, he texted a friend that he had met an attractive woman and was going to her apartment with her. On August 28th, when the police received an arrest warrant for Jonathan Harris, it was crucial to detain him as soon as possible. No one knew what else he could do. It wasn't an easy task since Harris left no trace. However, when investigators contacted Jonathan Harris's sister on August 29th, 2018, she said he had recently bought a bus ticket to Pittsburgh. As it turned out, Jonathan was already on the bus when the conversation occurred. The Ardmore police couldn't do anything. The officers wouldn't be able to catch up with him. The Pittsburgh police were their last hope. It was crucial to be in the right place at the right time. The police investigating Christina's death contacted the Pittsburgh Law Enforcement Agency and asked for help. They told them the exact time of the bus's arrival in Pittsburgh and sent a photo of Harris. The fugitive task force set up an ambush, blocking all escape routes, and was ready to arrest the suspect at any moment. Soon, one of the employees noticed the bus approaching. They gave Harris time to calmly get off the bus so that he would not panic and take no action. About 10 minutes later, a policeman blocked his way. I saw his eyes darting. He was looking for an escape route, but it was too late. A Pittsburgh police officer later recalled when the officer asked Harris to introduce himself. The latter gave it a different name. He was arrested and taken to the police station. Detectives from Philadelphia came to Pittsburgh to interrogate him. They asked Harris to tell them everything that happened the night he met Christina. He said he had seen her several times in bars and nightclubs in Philadelphia. Christina Carlin Craft misses the New York life. Such an abrupt change in life, rhythm, and environment influenced her. She often went to bars, cafes, and nightclubs. But she was always alone since Alex was constantly working, and she had not yet managed to make new friends. And of course, men at those bars and nightclubs often approached her because they saw she was alone. Harris was no exception. He said he was under the influence of illegal substances and alcohol that night. He met Christina. They chatted a little, had a drink, and she offered to go to her place. Harris claimed that Christina wanted to buy a banned substance from him. When they arrived, he asked the taxi driver to wait until he returned. He wasn't going to stay there. He stated they drank several bottles of wine together, entered into an intimate relationship by mutual consent, and used a prohibited substance, after which he told her to pay him $1,200. Christina refused to pay. It made him angry because he needed the money. They started quarreling about it. He said that Christina hit him with a bottle of wine, and the situation got out of control. In response, he hit her in the face, and she fell to the floor when she tried to call 911. He started strength-wheeling her with sweat pants until she completely lost consciousness. Yet, there were several inconsistencies in his story. During a toxic, illogical examination, the experts found no traces of prohibited substances in Christina's body. There was only alcohol. In addition, the suspect's statement that he hit Christina only once was also untrue. That meant Harris was lying. When the detectives informed him of the results of the toxicological examination, he admitted that he had lied. At first, he tried to convince detectives that he was not involved in her death because she was completely fine when he left her apartment. But at one of the following interrogations, he fully admitted his guilt. "I panicked. She was still breathing when I left. I covered her with a blanket because I didn't want to see her like this. I knew I had severely beaten her." In the end, Jonathan Harris confessed to detectives that he took Christina's life and then jumped off the balcony to avoid getting caught on camera. When the trial began, Harris, like many other criminals who confessed to crimes, declared that he was not guilty. However, the investigators did a lot of work, and there was plenty of evidence for Harris and his lawyer to lose. They expected the court to sentence him to 22 to 40 years for third-degree life deprivation and tried to avoid life imprisonment. However, the amount of evidence provided by the prosecutors easily convinced the court that it was an intentional crime. During the trial, the court heard the testimony of the man who shared a room in a psychiatric clinic with Harris. It was the same man who called the police earlier. He stated that Jonathan Harris had previously confessed to him of the crime by saying there is nothing like squeezing somebody and feeling their last breath leave their body. Christina's death had an unimaginable impact on her family. Everyone was furious at the way Christina was presented in the media. Harris lied about taking illegal substances. After the trial, Christina's stepmother said she was the absolute light in this world, and he extinguished it. According to her father, Christina was a good person with a kind heart who made everything brighter. In August 2019, Judge William R. Carpenter sentenced Jonathan Wesley Harris to life in prison without the possibility of parole and gave Harris an additional sentence of 22 to 45 years behind bars. The judge tacked on the additional decades to send a message to future governors or pardon boards who might consider freeing him. When the judge announced the verdict, Alex Ciccatelli turned to Harris and said, "You're a coward. You strangled a petite woman weaker than you. Not only did you take my fiancée's life, but you muddied her name. You lied and said that she was using illegal substances." In December 2018, the police arrested Andre Melton in Philadelphia and charged him with the robbery of Christina Carlin Craft's apartment in March 2020. The court sentenced him to 1 to 4 years. The judge also ordered Melton to complete 3 years of consecutive probation, meaning he will be under court supervision for a total of 7 years. "I would like to apologize to the family for any grief or pain that I caused. I am not the bad person like the district attorney is trying to make me out to be," Melton said before learning his fate. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the eve of Christmas, a young woman was abducted from the apartment where she lived with her boyfriend. An unknown criminal tied up the young man and took the young woman out through the back door, disappearing without a trace. The police were unable to identify the perpetrator and the caveman for 36 years until an unexpected truth came to light. Leslie McCrae was born on April 14, 1968, in Jacksonville, Florida. She was kind-hearted, determined, outgoing, loved to have fun, had a sharp mind, and had a great sense of humor. Leslie grew up in a loving family but was particularly close to her 4-year-old cousin Joey. Despite living in different cities, the girls tried to spend as much time together as possible. Leslie even considered moving to her city when she turned 18. After graduating from high school at the age of 17, Leslie enrolled at the University of North Florida, dreaming of building a career in the modeling industry. She moved out of her parents' house and into an apartment complex with her 21-year-old boyfriend Edgar McQuarrie. On the night of December 24, 1985, they were sleeping in their apartment when Edgar woke up around 3 a.m. to a noise. To his horror, he saw a man with a knife above their bed. The unknown criminal tied Edgar's hands and fed him with ties, threatening him with a weapon to prevent him from resisting. He then tied up Leslie in the same way and took her out through the back door of the apartment. Edgar, still tied up, could only watch in horror as the kidnapper took Leslie away. He took him 3 hours to free his hands, and around 6 a.m., he called the police. The taxis arrived at their apartment, took Edgar's statement, and began searching for Leslie, considering that the room was almost pitch black at the time of the abduction. Edgar could not see the perpetrator's face or any other distinguishing features except for brown hair. The police also did not know what kind of vehicle the kidnapper had used, although it was evident that he had used some form of transportation to abduct Leslie. They received a call at their station 3 hours after the kidnapping. A man went out for a morning run and noticed a female body lying in a ditch next to the road, 8 kilometers away from Leslie's apartment. The investigators arrived at the scene and immediately identified the young woman. Her body was covered in various injuries. Some of her clothing was torn or missing. Medical experts determined that the young woman had received more than 20 sharp object wounds, and there were also many bruises on her body. In addition, the killer had subjected the victim to violence, and experts were able to extract his biological material. Considering the DNA analysis was not yet used in those years, this evidence could not help the police identify a suspect. There were no other useful clues at the scene, so the investigators decided to focus on examining the victim's apartment. Soon they had serious doubts about what had happened that night. According to the victim's boyfriend, the criminal had quietly entered the apartment, but no signs of a break-in were found, and there were no signs of a struggle in the rooms. In addition, the back door through which Leslie was allegedly taken out was covered in cobwebs, and no fingerprints were found on it. There were no shoe prints, despite a thick layer of dust around it. All of this suggested that the boyfriend's story may have been fabricated, and in that case, an obvious question arose: does he have anything to do with the murder? The investigators doubted that the boyfriend could have taken out and killed his girlfriend, then returned to the apartment and called the police. Experts suggested that her body was dumped on the street after Edgar called 911, so he was no longer considered a suspect. Over the next few months, the detectives tried to find new leads. But each time they hit a dead end, the investigation was finally suspended in 1986. The criminal's biological material, which was the only serious evidence in this case, could not help the investigators at that time, and they hoped that in the future this clue would lead them to the killer for many years. This case sat gathering dust in archives. Leslie's relatives never lost hope of finding the culprit. They reached out to various authorities and gathered information themselves that could be useful in solving the case, but their resources were limited, so they were unable to find any new leads. In 2010, Leslie's mother, Sarah Adams, was diagnosed with a serious nervous system disease that practically robbed her of her ability to speak. Despite this, she continued to maintain contact with investigators through nodes. After that, Leslie's cousin Joey became the most active in the search for the truth. Although she and her family lived 2 hours away from Jacksonville, she regularly traveled there to speak with investigators or help Leslie's mother. However, attempts to reach out to the police practically led nowhere. Detectives were not eager to reopen the investigation considering the lack of new evidence. Additionally, they were occupied with ongoing criminal cases, so they were in no rush to take on a decades-old murder case. As a result, Joey began to accuse the detectives of being negligent in the early stages of the investigation or even covering up the perpetrator. She even suggested that the killer may have bribed investigators, but she had no evidence to support this. Theory Joey also regularly gave interviews to local news channels trying to draw public attention to the case. She recalled the time spent with her older sister and described Leslie as a cheerful and positive person. She also regretted that her 2 children never got to know what a wonderful aunt Leslie could have been to them. In late 2018, her relatives' persistent efforts produced the first results. They contacted representatives of the Cold Case Files Project, and they became interested in Leslie's case. This non-profit organization, which began in 2015, focuses on unsolved murders in which police have been unable to find the perpetrators. The organization collects and disseminates information, engages in dialogue with investigators and the media. In addition, they provide support to the victims' relatives, advising them on communication with the police and journalists. The organization's employees posted information about Leslie's murder on various resources, trying to attract as much attention as possible to the case. In such cases, when investigators have now been able to solve the case, public interest can play a key role. First, the more people hear about this crime, the more chances there are that potential witnesses to the events will be among them. Sometimes people, without realizing it, may have seen or heard something that could lead the police to the killer. Second, under pressure from the public and the media, the chances of detectives reopening the investigation increased throughout this time. They had the perpetrator's biological material, but wanted to study it. They needed to reopen the case, which police officers often do not do due to a lack of personnel or funding. The organization worked together with Leslie's relatives for several months, and they really managed to draw attention to this case. They wrote in the news and talked about it in reports. And in June 2019, representatives of a popular local TV channel contacted the family. They offered to record a large-scale interview in which relatives could talk about Leslie and their years-long attempts to seek the truth. Her cousin and mother accepted the offer and met with journalists. They told them about who Leslie was as a person, showed her photos, and were dismayed by the fact that the police had not been investigating the case for over 30 years. In addition, in the interview, relatives mentioned they believed that the boys Leslie mentioned were her killers, and in their opinion, her story about a man with a knife was not trustworthy. The boy himself could have killed her. But the journalist decided to cut this moment out, as Edgar was not a suspect in this case, and there was no evidence against him. Representatives of the TV channel contacted the sheriff's office hoping to get some additional information, but the police refused to comment. They referred to rules that prohibited them from discussing with journalists cases that were not currently under investigation. Leslie's family was disappointed with this outcome, but they were not going to give up. Joey continued to write letters to investigators demanding that the case be reopened, and ultimately it paid off. The family was able to organize a meeting with law enforcement representatives, and detectives indicated their intention to revive the investigation. The Leslie family was interviewed again, and the police began to re-examine the evidence. In April 2020, they sent biological material from the victim's body to a laboratory, and soon experts extracted a DNA profile that was entered into the FBI's national database and immediately received a match. Almost 35 years later, the investigators finally had a possible killer's name. He was 58 years old, David Nelson Austin. After studying his biography, the detectives found many interesting moments. His DNA was in the FBI database, not just by chance. Since 1991, the man has been serving a sentence for 2 sexual crimes committed in 1988 and 1990. At that time, he lived in Michigan, where he moved from Florida. Detectives determined that at the time of Leslie's death, he was living in Jacksonville and was 24 years old. 2 months before the murder, he attacked a mentally disabled young woman and attempted to assault her, but he failed. The man was arrested, but the justice system treated his act very lightly. Austin received no serious punishment and remained free. In addition to this, he had a whole series of less serious crimes, including drug possession, disturbing the peace, and more. Detectives had no doubt that he was behind Leslie's murder and began preparing the case for trial, gathering all the necessary materials in early 2021. They went to the Michigan prison to interrogate Austin. For the first time, the man denied his involvement, but no one was going to believe him on his word. Investigators took his DNA sample to directly compare it with the biological material found on the victim's body. This had to be done as part of the standard procedure, and the result was expected to be a complete match in August 2021. Austin was officially charged with the murder of Leslie. Since then, detectives have been working to have him transferred from Michigan to Florida, where the crime was committed. The need for transfer was due to one simple fact: Florida had the death penalty, unlike Michigan, and Austin could have received that sentence for the murder of Leslie. The process took a year, until September 2022, when he was finally transferred to a correctional facility in Florida. He is currently behind bars awaiting trial, and investigators have no doubt about his guilt. The only way for the perpetrator to avoid the death penalty is to make a deal with the prosecution and confess to the murder in exchange for another life sentence. During a press conference, investigators admitted that Austin was never a suspect in the case and was never questioned. According to them, the man did not leave any clues that the police could use to pursue him, and DNA analysis was impossible at that time. Furthermore, his DNA was only added to the FBI database in 1991. 6 years after the murder, Joey also gave an interview in which she said that she had always believed that Leslie's boyfriend was the killer. It was only after investigators revealed the real perpetrator's name did she realize that Edgar was also a victim in the story. It is expected that she will be the main witness in the trial. Leslie's mother said she forgave her daughter's killer, which surprised her family members, but they all respected her decision. Interestingly, Austin has a son named Owen whom he has never met. Nevertheless, they regularly communicated via email. Journalists contacted Owen and learned that he was shocked by the charges against his father. Austin himself wrote to him about it, adding that he had nothing to do with this crime. At the same time, his son was well aware of other criminal episodes from his father's life but continued to communicate with him. Austin's trial is expected to begin soon. If there are no bureaucratic delays, he may receive his sentence in a few months. Despite the fact that the truth has finally come out, the victim's relatives still blame investigators for negligence, believing that if they had periodically reopened this case, the perpetrator's identity could have been established in the early 90s rather than 30 years later. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today, we'll look at what happened in San Antonio, Texas in 2007. Amber Belkin, 25, worked at a video game store on January 29, 2007. When the manager arrived to check on her, he discovered she was dead in the back of the store after she failed to open on time. It took authorities more than a year to apprehend the suspect. Amber Marie Belkin was born on December 6, 1981, in San Antonio. She was the only child in her family. Her parents described her as extremely energetic, ambitious, and responsible. Amber had been a manager at a video game store for nearly 3 years, and on January 29, he had another shift. The store was scheduled to open at 10 a.m., but she always arrived at work around 9 a.m. Before opening the store, she would take the money from the safe from the previous day and take it to the bank next door. It was done so that large sums of money did not accumulate in the store. Amber arrived at work around 9 a.m. on that January day, as she did every day. The store she worked in was part of a large international chain. Amber did not, however, open the store at 10 a.m. on that day, as was later discovered. Around noon, the regional manager contacted the manager of another store in San Antonio and asked him to take a drive to find out why Amber hadn't deposited the money and the store was still closed. Amber also failed to answer phone calls, raising suspicion and concern. The employee who went to check on Amber is named Mariano Rivera. After arriving at the location, he noticed a white car similar to Amber's. The store entrance was locked, and I couldn't see anyone through the glass windows. He knocked on the door several times, but no one came out. So he left. He returned about 2 hours later to take another look around, looking through the storefront windows. Rivera spotted Amber's assistant, Brandon. He knocked on the door, and Brandon let him in. Rivera asked Brandon if he had seen Amber, and he said no. He stated that he had just arrived and noticed something strange in the store. There were some money TDs and work-related documents on the floor. Rivera went into the back room and made a horrifying discovery. Amber's lifeless body lay on the floor, face down, with a plastic bag over her head. Later, forensic experts will determine that the cause of her death was strangulation. Rivera immediately dialed 911, and soon, the police cordoned off the store. Detectives discovered that Amber did not deliver money to the bank as she would on any other day. However, the safe in the store was empty, implying that there had been a robbery that went wrong. It's possible that the robber came across Amber and decided to eliminate her as a witness. Amber's schedule indicated that the crime occurred between 9 and 10 a.m. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the store, which could have greatly aided the investigation, so the police had to look for alternative clues. First, detectives questioned Mariano Rivera and Brandon Bale, who discovered the body. They described how and under what circumstances they arrived at the store and discovered Amber's death. According to store management, approximately $2,000 was missing from the safe, along with a few video game CDs and 3 or 4 PlayStation consoles. The total store damage amounted to $6,000. The police questioned the employees of the businesses next to the store, but they did not receive the desired results. Nobody had seen or heard anything. While the police were busy at the crime scene, word spread throughout San Antonio, and mass media representatives crowded the parking lot in front of the store. Amber's father, Randy Belkin, learned about the incident from the news. When he saw the address of the store where the crime took place, he immediately got in his car and drove there. When he arrived, he spoke with a detective who unfortunately informed him that the victim of the crime was his daughter. This event divided Randy's life into 2 parts, before and after. Soon, Amber's mother, Lelia, arrived at the store. Looking into her husband's eyes, she realized their only child was no longer with them. After examining the crime scene, detectives concluded that the criminal exited the store via the back door, which is why no one saw him. However, the main conclusion was that the criminal was familiar with the store's schedule. He knew the money was delivered to the bank between 9 and 10 a.m. He also knew there were no surveillance cameras in this store. This is something only a former or current employee of the company would know. The first person seriously suspected of involvement in the crime was Amber's assistant, Brandon Beal. He was intimately familiar with the store's operations, and he was already inside when a manager from another location arrived to check on Amber's health. When Brandon arrived at work, he knew the store should have been open a few hours earlier, but it was still closed. Despite this, he opened the door with his key, entered, and then locked it. He noticed signs of struggle inside, but for some reason he did not enter the back room to see if Amber was present, and, after speaking with company management, detectives discovered that Amber, a store manager, was unhappy with Brandon's work and wanted him fired. She informed her mother that Brandon has a short temper and does not perform his job duties adequately, but a disagreement with Amber could push Brandon to commit a crime. Detectives started looking for answers to this question. The officer searched Brandon's car and home after receiving a warrant, hoping to locate the CDs and PlayStation consoles stolen from the store. However, none of the above were discovered. During questioning, Brandon stated that he arrived at the store around 2 p.m. He was surprised that the store was still closed. He said he opened the door with his key because he didn't think Amber was inside. I see the mess. He believed that the store had been robbed. The manager from another location arrived just a few minutes later. Brandon also admitted that he was unaware of Amber's desire to fire him. but he did acknowledge that they frequently disagreed on certain issues. His girlfriend and parents confirmed his alibi for the morning when the crime occurred. When he passed a lie detector, he was removed from the suspect list. Amber died nearly a month ago, and the police still had no new leads. The detectives feared that the case would remain unsolved. Amber's parents used social media to reach out to the public, requesting that anyone with information about the incident report it. A reward of $100,000 was offered for information leading to the arrest. Amber's employer provided 95,000 of them, and flyers featuring her were distributed throughout San Antonio. Regardless of this, no progress was made over the next 7 months, until one day, a police station received a critical call. The man who called identified himself as Joe and informed the detective in charge of Amber's case that he knew who was responsible for her death. Joe, or whoever, told the detective that Amber was strangled by 22-year-old Giovanni Rivera. When the detective asked why, he replied that he thought so. Joe replied that he and Giovanni previously worked for the same company as Amber. Giovanni called him on the day of the crime and asked if he wanted to take part in a robbery. The store was not chosen at random. Giovanni wanted to rob the store where Amber worked because it had no surveillance cameras. The detective asked Joe if he accepted Giovanni's offer and took part in the robbery, to which Joe replied negatively. If everything said is true, the police's initial assumption that the crime was committed by someone who was well versed in the store's schedule was correct. The detective requested that Joe come to the police station and make an official statement. He refused, but he probably knew they'd find him sooner or later. So 2 days later, he returned to the police station and stated once more that he did not participate in the robbery. During the questioning, Joe detailed how Giovanni Rivera first expressed his desire to rob a store. Joe claims Giovanni never said he was going to hurt Amber. However, about a month after her death, the case received extensive media coverage. He confessed that Amber's death was his fault. Joe explained that he didn't call right away because he was concerned for his safety. What are your thoughts? Could the $100,000 reward for providing important information motivate him to go to the police? Please share your thoughts on the matter in the comments. Joe claimed that the field of guilt began to overpower the feeling of fear, which prompted him to make a call. Although the testimony alone was insufficient to obtain an arrest warrant for Giovanni Rivera, the detective still summoned him to the police station for questioning. It's also worth noting that Giovanni Rivera is not related to Mariano Rivera, the manager who discovered the body. They're just namesakes. In a conversation with a detective, Rivera accused Joe of lying. He claims he was not involved in any criminal activities. He eventually refused to answer any further questions, forcing the police to release him. While the officers considered how to bring him to justice, Giovanni relocated to Laredo, Texas, with his family. This is the city on the border with Mexico, so there was a good chance he'd cross the border and get lost. However, without strong evidence, detectives were unable to proceed, and the case was once again stalled for months. Fortunately, help arrived unexpectedly near the end of June 2008. Veronica, Giovanni's wife, called the police nearly a year and a half after Amber died. She claimed that her husband attacked her, threatening her and the children with a pistol. More importantly, she claimed that he was responsible for Amber Belkin's death. The detective in charge of the case traveled to Laredo to speak with Veronica, whom he had met in person. She claimed that she made a bad decision by marrying Giovanni. She became pregnant by him while still in school, and her family insisted they marry. Giovanni began to reveal his true face after the wedding. He was a tyrant. According to Veronica, if he desired intimacy, but she did not, he would tie her up with duct tape. She also stated that when Giovanni was called into a police station for the first time, he returned home distraught and immediately informed her that they needed to relocate to Laredo. They left San Antonio the same day, having taken everything they needed. Veronica understood that if her husband was clean before the law, they would not relocate. One time, she mustered the courage to ask Giovanni if he was involved in Amber Belkin's death, to which Giovanni replied that he had killed her. Veronica was astounded and asked him why he did it. He explained that he did it because their family needed money to pay rent. When Veronica asked for a divorce, Giovanni drove her to a secluded location. He took out a pistol and told her to get into the back seat. He followed her and threatened her, forcing her to do what he wanted. Then he pulled her out of the car, handed her the gun, and instructed her to finish him. Veronica said she wouldn't do it. Giovanni responded that if she did not shoot, he would deal with her, her children, and her relatives. Veronica begged him to think about what might happen to their children. If they were left without their parents, it appeared to work, and they both returned home that evening, but Giovanni said he was going to disappear in the morning. When he drove away, Veronica immediately called the police and told them about her husband's confession. Detectives obtained a warrant for Giovanni Rivera's arrest after receiving testimony from 2 witnesses, one of whom was Giovanni Rivera's wife. However, Rivera managed to cross the border and become lost in Mexico at the time. Another 6 weeks passed before he was discovered and arrested at a relative's home. Mexico's authorities agreed to his extradition to the United States on the condition that prosecutors do not seek the death penalty for him. These terms were agreed upon. After all of the documents were completed, Giovanni Rivera was delegated authority in the United States. Amber's parents were relieved that his arrest would result in justice for their daughter's death. On August 7, 2008, Rivera was interrogated. In contrast to the previous conversation, the officers heard his wife's testimony. When informed of this, he admitted to everything. He stated that as soon as Amber opened the store door, he followed her, wearing gloves and a mask. Amber recognized him, which surprised him greatly. He told her that he was having financial problems and that he desperately needed money, and he forced her to open the safe. Amber attempted to reach the phone at one point, and he had to tie her hands with duct tape. She panicked and began screaming. According to Rivera, he placed his hand over her mouth and asked her to remain silent. Amber tried to break free, but he realized he had reached the point of no return. He took a plastic bag from nearby and cut off her oxygen. She stopped breathing. He took the money, some CDs, and some PlayStation consoles before driving away in his car, which was parked behind the store. Rivera's lawyer began negotiating a plea deal. The district attorney's office took nearly a year and a half to accept this agreement, which excluded a life sentence without parole. Given the risks of a jury trial and the fact that appeals can take years to be heard, prosecutors concluded that the plea deal was the best possible outcome for the Belkin family. Giovanni Rivera received a life sentence as a result of the deal in April 2010. He must serve 30 years in prison before he can apply for parole. Amber has promised her relatives and friends that they will do everything they can to ensure that he never walks free. The authorities did not say whether anyone received the $100,000 reward offered for assisting in the search for the perpetrator. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A wedding is one of the most anticipated and emotionally charged events in a woman's life. However, not all happy endings are fairy tales. Some people live happily ever after and die on the same day. Today we find ourselves in Somerset, England. This region of southwest England is known for its well-preserved medieval castles, ancient towns, and King Arthur legends. However, these are not the only legends that surround the modern country. On the morning of September 12, 2012, a local resident named Orlando was rushing home from a late-night shift at a gas station. He had promised his wife that he would take their young daughter Maria to daycare. Loud music was playing in the car to keep him awake as trees along the road passed by one after another. Coming out of a sharp turn, he noticed black smoke. Orlando slowed down. Smoke billowed from a nearby parking lot, where a car had caught fire. Orlando came to a halt and ran to get a better look, but the fire prevented him from getting any closer. When firefighters arrived 4 minutes later, the car had completely burned out. The arriving police cordoned off the area with safety tape to keep the gathering at a safe distance. The area was deserted so early in the morning, and there were no witnesses nearby to describe the incident at its exact moment. A charred body was discovered while examining the scene. The police had to identify the victim and determine the cause of his tragic death. There were no signs of a car accident or skid marks anywhere nearby. Likewise, no tire tread marks from another vehicle were discovered. The police initially believed that a car would self-ignite or spontaneously combust due to malfunctions. A lengthy investigation and several expert analyses lay ahead. The remains were taken to a forensic laboratory to determine the deceased's identity and the cause of death. Fragments of the burned vehicle, were also delivered to the forensic laboratory to determine any malfunctions and the cause of the fire. The police began their investigation by searching the missing persons database and reviewing recent reports of disappearances. Forensic experts were quick to identify the deceased. Catherine Wells Burr, 23, is a local resident. Rafal Nowak filed a missing person report on the same day in connection with the young woman's disappearance. Rafal Nowak reported that he left for work at 5:30 a.m., while his girlfriend Catherine slept soundly at home. Despite working for the same company, his shift began 2 hours earlier. Catherine did not show up for work after that, and Rafal could not locate her among any of her relatives. He contacted the police. The investigation began. The police questioned the victim's parents and sister, as well as Rafal Nowak, who reported her missing, and all of her co-workers and friends. They were able to reconstruct a sequence of events that led to the young woman's tragic death by gradually piecing together information about her final days and, eventually, years of life. Phil and Jane Wells gave birth to Catherine Wells Burr in the United Kingdom in 1989. In the summer of 2010, she was the second child in her family, following an older sister named Lynn. During a university break, Catherine met one of the employees, Rafal Nowak, 31, on a new vacuum cleaner production line. Catherine was immediately drawn to the tall, ruggedly handsome blonde. He was a Polish immigrant who had a former wife and son back home. He had moved to England 4 years ago in search of a better life. Catherine and Rafal soon began dating. They began by meeting for lunch at the production site cafe, but these lunches quickly evolved into romantic dinners. Rafal courted Catherine admirably, giving her lovely bouquets, taking her to the movies, and going on walks. Rafal opened up to Catherine about his past and reasons for moving to the UK. Catherine's trusting heart, the blonde man's relationship progressed so quickly that within a few months, Catherine introduced Raphael to her parents, who were overjoyed with their daughter's choice and hopeful for the couple's future happiness. Soon, the lovers were planning their wedding for 2011. Catherine graduated with honors from Bath Spa University and secured a promising position as a business analyst at Pneumatic International, the manufacturer of Henry vacuum cleaners. She quickly advanced in her career, creating job opportunities for her parents and sister. Catherine was intelligent and well-educated. She always knew how to approach people, was concerned about her colleagues' problems, and was very aware of those around her. Her kind gaze and radiant smile won over those who admired the young leader. Catherine Wells Burr's career was rapidly progressing. Her substantial earnings, combined with those of her partner Rafal Nowak, enabled them to buy a large home with a terrace in Willow Way. Regardless of their financial situation, the house was purchased with a mortgage, for which the young couple obtained insurance coverage in accordance with their agreement with the bank, demonstrating their youth, successful careers, and love. It appeared that they had everything necessary for happiness. However, the fateful day of September 12, 2012, marked a turning point in their lives, transforming everything from before to after. The investigation continued, revealing new and previously unknown details about Catherine and Rafal's lives. Over time, the veil of deception that had hung over their relationship from the beginning began to lift. Rafal Nowak, 29, left behind his wife and child in Poland, fleeing to avoid large debts. He moved to the UK, where he met Anna Lagwinowicz. They have been close since 2008. Then Catherine entered the picture for a while. Raphael considered both women, but ultimately chose Catherine Wells Burr because she was a better fit for a family and financial stability. While Catherine genuinely desired a happy marriage with the man she loved and the start of a family, Nowak was plotting a scheme to end her life, intending to leave the life insurance payout and the large house to himself and his mistress, Anna Lagwinowicz, for which Catherine had contributed a sizable portion. The plot for this crime was meticulously planned and carried out with even more cruelty and cold-bloodedness. After a few hours, Raphael approached Catherine's boss to inquire about her whereabouts. In front of Catherine's colleagues and relatives, he pretended to be terrified and devastated. Catherine was not found at either her parents' or her own home, and her car was also missing. Rafal recalled receiving threatening letters from a mentally unstable admirer for quite some time. Following this, her family called the police. The family was in the living room of the young couple's home, waiting for her return, when they learned that a burning car with a body inside had been discovered. Rafal stated that the evening before her disappearance was completely normal. The couple had gone for a walk after work, stopped at a store for groceries, ate dinner, and then went to bed together after watching TV. Catherine didn't seem scared or disturbed. However, a more thorough investigation reveals that her death happened earlier. Catherine was strangled around 2 a.m., most likely in her own bed, while sleeping. Her lifeless body was then placed in a car, driven a short distance from the house, and set on fire in an attempt to destroy evidence. However, Rafal Nowak had a solid alibi. He was at work since 5:30 a.m., and Catherine was asleep in bed when he left. The burning car was found between 6 and 7 a.m., however. Raphael was still at home at 1:30 a.m., which significantly shifted the case's trajectory. Rafal Nowak became the primary suspect in Catherine Wells-Burr's murder. Evidence allowed Nowak to be detained pending further investigation. Rafal claimed Catherine was being stalked by someone who had repeatedly written to her, driving her insane. During the investigation, it was discovered that Catherine did have accounts on several adult websites, indicating a hidden side of her life that her close friends were unaware of. Intimate photos and flirtatious interactions with men were discovered, along with a letter from a secret admirer. However, no matter how long you try to hide the truth, it eventually comes to light. In an attempt to mislead the investigation and lead it down a false trail, Rafal forgot to destroy the evidence that showed his direct involvement in Catherine's death. Importantly, this provided the prosecution with a motive. When investigators examined Nowak's phone, they discovered that he had never stopped communicating or meeting with Anna Lagwinowitz, whom they had met frequently in recent months. In addition, it was discovered that the man had a financial interest. Shortly before Catherine's death, they both insured their lives for £123,000. Catherine and Raphael were the sole beneficiaries of the insurance contracts and received the payouts for each other. The receipt of substantial life insurance emerged as the primary motive in Catherine's death, while the arson of her car complicated the investigation. On the day of her disappearance, Catherine texted Anna Lagwinowitz. In addition, surveillance cameras revealed that a few days before the crime, Anna and a relative, her uncle, filled a full canister of gasoline at a gas station. As a result, a third party became involved in the case. Anna Lagwinowitz, 32, and her 38-year-old uncle Tadevzez Dimitrisin were arrested on suspicion of committing an intentional crime and setting fire to hide evidence. The trio planned the crime meticulously over several months. They meticulously planned the act, creating accounts on pornographic websites, uploading photoshopped images of Catherine, and fabricating and saving exchanges with various men, all to derail the investigation with a false trail. They couldn't ignore the indisputable evidence for long. When Rafal and Anna realized that continuing to deny was futile, they began blaming each other. The man insisted that Anna devised and carried out the plan to eliminate a rival because she was jealous. In contrast, she accused Nowak of committing the crime out of greed, hoping to secure the insurance payout in the house. In order to avoid detection, the conspirators spin a web of heartless lies around an honest and joyful young woman. They posted her fake profiles on websites where people look for casual, intimate encounters. The conspirators went to great lengths to conceal their crime, not only setting her body on fire but also creating a completely false backstory for her. They intend to portray Catherine as a promiscuous woman filled with secrets and desires. They convincingly portrayed a mysterious lover who could have taken her life. At 5:17 a.m., one of the conspirators sent a text message from the Wells Bar phone. On the day of her demise to this fictitious man, she stated that she was on her way to meet him. However, forensic experts determined that when the fire started in the car, Catherine was dressed only in her favorite nightgown, not in an outfit suitable for a meeting with a man. They discovered a missing pillow on her bed, and the only pillowcase was washed and hanging on a clothesline, leading the police to believe she had been suffocated. Detectives discovered a SIM card in Anna Lagwinowitz's car that was linked to the number Catherine was supposed to text that morning. Anna Lagwinowitz discovered notes she had written while seeking inspiration for messages allegedly sent by the mysterious person in his apartment trash bin. When Nowak fell in love with Anna Lagwinowitz, she realized the game was over. They both claimed Catherine's death was the work of a hired criminal. A week before the trial began, Anna Lagwinowitz asked a fellow inmate to secretly pass on a fake confession from an imaginary hitman who claimed Nowak paid him £20,000 sterling to kill Catherine. Anna Lagwinowicz's story may have provided chilling insight into what happened to their victim. According to this fictitious hitman, Catherine's body was found in the car's trunk. Nowak was ecstatic that he had ended Catherine's life. Hitman wrote, "I helped him put her in the driver's seat. Nowak removed the tape from her mouth, and she put on her shoes. He buckled her seatbelt and kissed her goodbye. At 6 a.m. I approached Catherine's car and set it on fire, per Nowak's instructions." Rafal Nowak played the role of a loving boyfriend admirably in the days preceding Catherine's death, holding hands and kissing her in front of family members. He told her mother, Jane, "I have lost my world, I have lost my future." Rafal Nowak refused to admit his role in the young woman's death and went on to tell her mother, Jane Wells, that her daughter was receiving emails and text messages from an ex-boyfriend who said that if he couldn't have her, no one could finish the story. He even claimed she discussed taking her own life. "We are still Nowak," allowed the distraught Wells Bar parents to console him, who assumed he was also mourning the young woman he loved. Rafal's acting was so convincing that Catherine's mother, Jane, hugged him after her death and gave him permission to call her. She stated that after the police informed her in the early stages of the investigation that he was viewed as a witness rather than a suspect, she made the decision to provide him with every possible support. "I figured if Catherine loved him so much and he was a member of our family, he deserved to come back." The lengthy trial began under the chairmanship of Justice Sharp. During the trial, the jury learned that the three defendants hoped to receive a life insurance payout of £123,000 sterling and half ownership of a two-bedroom home in Mangold, Somerset, worth £137,000 sterling, following Catherine Wells Burr's death. According to the court, Rafal Nowak showed no emotion when police discovered the woman's body in burned car on September 12th. Anna Lagwinowitz, who frequently shook her head and laughed on the defendant's bench when Nowak suggested she was responsible for the crime, refused to testify. Tadevzez Dimitrisin also did not testify in his defense during the trial. Sharp told the defendants that the murder was a terrible, merciless crime, cold-bloodedly committed with a gross breach of trust. Neither of the three expressed any emotion during the sentencing. Judge Justice Sharp sentenced the three Polish nationals to mandatory life sentences with a minimum of 32 years in prison and no possibility of early release. "You took the life of a beautiful young woman who had everything she needed to live. All for money," Sharp said. Rafal Nowak, "The photos of you holding Catherine's hand the night before her death, buying groceries for what you knew would be her last dinner is incredibly chilling. Your emotions were directed solely at yourself. Anna Lagwinowitz, your actions were deceitful, manipulative, and cruel. You played a full role in this heinous crime. And your meeting with Tricia today was a profit-motivated murder. There were significant aggravating circumstances, but no mitigating circumstances." The judge went on to say that many tears have been shed in this court, but the only ones that should be shed are for Catherine and her family. Her mother, Jane, father Philip, and sister Lynn. The judge expressed heartfelt sympathy to Catherine's parents. They had no idea that Rafal Nowak's facade concealed a person devoid of remorse and decency. It was all about money. The judge stated that Nowak and Catherine had no ties that bound them together. They weren't married and didn't have children. Money, selfishness, and greed drove the crime against Catherine. In the case of Anna Lagwinowitz, it came from jealousy and a desire for vengeance. At the parents' request, Judge Justice Sharp read statements from Catherine's mother and sister. Her mother wept in court as her statement was read. It stated that Catherine was a caring, loving, genuine, generous, loyal, thoughtful, exceptional, and amazing young woman. She had a bright and promising future, full of potential. Phil and I, her parents, were extremely proud of the young woman she had become. Catherine's death was a cruel, calculated act of villainy, and the hatred directed toward her will haunt us for the rest of our lives. I never got to say goodbye, tell her I loved her, or hear Catherine say, "I love you, Mommy." She now considers Nowak to be an evil person who should spend the rest of his life in prison. Catherine's father, Philip, added, "We took him into our home, he became like a son and betrayed us all." Rafal Nowak, who was covered in tattoos, wept in the witness box during the trial, insisting he had nothing to do with his true love's death. A father of one with a wife and a teenage son in Poland told the jurors that everyone is blaming me for something I did not do. The court heard that Nowak was emotionless when police discovered Catherine Wells Burr's body in her burned car on September 12th. Last year, her mother, Jane Wells Barr, told jurors that after his initial release from police custody, he did not mention Catherine and instead requested a steak dinner. Mrs. Wells stated that as soon as they purchased a home together and obtained life insurance, her daughter's fate was sealed. I told the cops there was a bounty on her life. Indeed, she had signed her own death warrant when she signed the mortgage. It was over. Thus, Rafal Nowak, a 31-year-old factory worker, was found guilty of the crime against his girlfriend, suffocated her with a pillow while she was sleeping. Afterward, he plotted with his secret lover and her uncle to receive a life insurance payout of £123,000 and a share of the house. His secret lover, Anna Lagwinowicz, 32, and her uncle, 38-year-old Ty Devotion Nutrition, drove Wells Burr's body to a remote location and set it on fire. It is believed that, like Anna Lagwinowicz and her uncle, 38-year-old Tadevzez Dimitrisin, who also lived in Taunton, Wells' body was transported in her Ford Focus to a remote location 7 miles from the city. They set fire to the car at 6 a.m. when Nowak had already arrived at work, giving him a solid alibi. The Royal Court of Bristol jury found Rafal Nowak, Anna Lagwinowicz, and Todd of Tadevzez Dimitrisin, all of whom are originally from Poland, guilty of the crime. The crime was the result of months of secret meetings and phone calls between Rafal Nowak and his Polish lover Anna Lagwinowicz, with Catherine completely unaware of her involvement in what turned out to be a love triangle. After the verdict, the accused spent months leading detectives on a false trail, creating fake profiles for the girl on adult websites and sending her messages from a supposed mysterious lover. Catherine Wells Burr's parents advocated for stricter immigration controls following her tragic death. Philip and Jane Wells, who separated after their daughter's tragic death, stated that Rafal Nowak, who was convicted of assaulting his wife in Poland, would not have been allowed to enter the UK if immigration rules were as stringent as those in the United States of America. They blamed the European Union and argued that the UK should tighten its entry requirements for foreign nationals. Jane Wells, 46, stated that people entering this country are not checked. We had no idea Rafal had been charged with assault while he was in Poland. I am absolutely certain that our government must wake up and stop allowing such negative elements as Rafal Nowak to roam freely throughout the country. Catherine Wells Burr's family wept in court as the sentence was announced. The 3 perpetrators displayed no emotion. The criminal trio received life sentences with no possibility of parole. They now have their entire lives ahead of them to plan criminal schemes, but they will have no opportunity to put them into action. Thus, through their own efforts, the Polish immigrants exchanged their dreams of a successful and prosperous life for free prison cells. After the verdict was announced, the victim's mother gave her final words about her daughter. She was a lovely girl. Absolutely stunning. We were overjoyed when she received her first-class degree from the University of Bath Spa. She was determined, hardworking, and beautiful. We don't know how to live without her. She had a lot to live for. She had so much potential. She had so much hope for a happy life, but she was robbed of it. We got robbed. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events of 2013. Jaden Parkinson, 17, went missing after leaving his hostel in Oxford, England. The police began searching for her as soon as they received a missing persons report. While investigating this case, the police discovered something they had never seen before. Nothing like this has ever occurred in the UK before. Jaden Parkinson was born September 26, 1996, in Folkestone, United Kingdom. She was the youngest of the family's 3 children. Her parents' relationship was far from idyllic. Samantha Shrewsbury, Jaden's mother, claims her children have witnessed a lot of unpleasant things. Jaden was 7 years old when her parents divorced. The girl lived with her father but was very close to her mother. They lived in various locations and spoke on the phone every night. When she became a teenager, her life became a little chaotic. Samantha claimed that Jason's father gave her complete freedom. She joined a company where she began smoking and drinking. She lived with her father from time to time before moving in with her mother when she was 13. She ran away from home and approached her mother, expressing a desire to live with her. Ultimately, the family court allowed Jaden to remain with her. She had disagreements with several people at school, including teachers. She didn't like how someone was attempting to control her behavior. In her personal life, she was in a relationship with Benjamin Blakely. Jayden was only 14 when she met Ben Blakely. They didn't live together because she was still a child, but he kept nagging her and gradually changed her completely. Jayden began dating Ben when she was 15 years old. He was 20 years old at the time. Jason's mother was undoubtedly concerned about the 5-year age difference, but she had no control over her daughter's love life. Their relationship began as tender and romantic, but everything changed with time. There was no trace of their previous mutual understanding, and their relationship became extremely strained. Ben oversaw every aspect of Jason's life. She stopped wearing makeup and became increasingly withdrawn. Ben even decided what clothes she could wear. He caused Jayden to drift apart from family and friends. As a result, the girl left her mother's house and began living in a hostel for women experiencing domestic violence. Although Ben was forbidden from entering this hostel, he was still able to completely control her life. They frequently argued, and Jayden even informed the hostel staff that Ben was aggressive toward her. She couldn't do anything without his consent. He took her phone away, convincing her that all she needed in the world was him, his love and care. Ben forbade her from speaking with men. He had complete control over her social media accounts, and she had stopped attending school. Ben's level of control was so high that he even forbade her from leaving her room to use the restroom. Jayden used to call her mother every day. However, their communication has been reduced to 1 or 2 conversations per month. Samantha requested her daughter return home and end her relationship with Ben. However, the persuasion did not work. Ben dominated Jayden both mentally and physically. She was seen multiple times with bruises on her face. On November 30th, 2013, Jayden called her mother to tell her she was pregnant. She hoped that the child would force Ben to reconsider his attitude toward her and his lifestyle in general. She expected the baby to strengthen their bond and Ben to return to his former self, but he fell short. Ben stopped acting like a good boy, as is common in such situations. When he took complete control of Jayden, she fell into a trap. He made her drift away from her friends and family and rely solely on him. She did not have her own money. As I previously stated, he eventually forbade Jayden from leaving her room, even if she needed to use the restroom. Ben dated other girls behind her back, over whom he exercised psychological and physical control. Samantha once again asked her daughter to return home after learning of her pregnancy. However, Jayden refused. They met to discuss it, but Jayden remained adamant. The girl didn't want to cause her mother any more problems. When Jayden told Ben about her pregnancy, he became enraged and claimed that he was not the father of her child. He even threatened Jayden to share her naked photos and videos on social media. She reported Ben to the police a few days before Jayden went missing. She was afraid he'd post her naked photos and videos. Ben had approximately 30 photos and 13 videos of Jayden, which she did not want made public. On December 3rd, Jayden, you failed to return to the hostel for the night. Jayden is aware of the problems in his personal life. The staff attempted to find her. They contacted Samantha by phone, but she had no idea where her daughter was. The police received a missing persons report shortly after midnight on December 4th, 2013. I discovered that Jayden has personal issues. Investigators attempted to contact Ben to determine if he knew anything about her disappearance. He was aggressive and repeatedly hung up the phone, claiming he couldn't help Jayden and had no idea where he was. Jayden had a difficult childhood and occasionally quarreled with her family. She ran away from home several times but eventually returned. As a result, her disappearance did not seem unusual in the early hours of the investigation. On the same day, December 4th, police apprehended Ben Blakely. They took him to the police station, and it had nothing to do with Jason's disappearance. Jayden had reported Ben to the police a few days prior because she was concerned that he would post her intimate photos online. The investigators who spoke with him were unaware that the police were searching for Ben as a person of interest in the Jayden Parkinson disappearance case. He denied planning to post images of Jayden on the internet and was released on bail the same day. Samantha was distributing flyers featuring her daughter's photo. She also uses social media to raise awareness about the case in the hopes that someone has seen something or knows where Jayden is. Meanwhile, the police are checking surveillance cameras to find her last known location. They obtained CCTV footage from Jayden's hostel, which shows her leaving to meet Ben and never returning. The date was December 3rd. The next location where Jayden was seen was Oxford railway station. CCTV footage captures her walking inside with Ben. Nothing unusual is occurring in the video. After tracing their route, investigators discovered that Ben and Jayden took a train to Didcot, about 10 miles from Oxford. Jayden's last known location was the train station, and he did cut. The footage showed her and Ben exiting the building. Usually when Jayden ran away from home, she would contact someone from her family within a day or two to let them know she was fine. But this time was different, and Jayden did not contact her family or friends or post on social media. Since CCTV footage showed her boarding a train with Ben, he became the primary suspect in her disappearance. The police had no doubt that Ben knew where Jayden was and what had happened to her. The footage showed Ben returning to the train station alone, but no one saw Jayden alive again. A week later, on December 10, 2013, police arrested Ben Blakely. Investigators wanted to speak with him and find out where Jayden went after they left the train station building in Didcot together. It was also possible that Ben was holding her against her will somewhere. During the interrogation, Ben was very confident. He said he didn't know where his ex-girlfriend was. Ben called Jayden his ex-girlfriend. He claims that he and Jayden split up, and she moved on to another man. Ben stated that's who the cops needed to talk to. He also stated that he didn't care where she was or what happened to her, because they had split up and he now has a new girlfriend. He advised the police to check her social media to determine her location and who she was meeting with. Although Jayden remained missing, Ben Blakely was arrested on suspicion of kidnapping and murder. The police interviewed Jayden's friends to determine whether she could have gone somewhere. However, the investigators only discovered that Jayden became estranged from her friends after she began dating Ben. No one knew if she had a place to hide. During the ongoing search for Jayden, a taxi driver from Didcot provided crucial information to investigators. He said that around 1 a.m. on December 4th, he picked up a passenger along a dirt road. He described him as a young man carrying a large, heavy suitcase splattered with mud. He couldn't lift it and asked the taxi driver to assist him. All of these circumstances prompted the taxi driver to consider what was in the suitcase and whether he had witnessed the crime. Investigators discovered that the person who called the taxi used Ben Blakely's mobile phone. When the police questioned Ben again, the latter stated that he would not answer further questions. After analyzing his mobile phone's location records, the police discovered that Ben had visited several locations in Didcot, including an abandoned barn in the countryside where an attack took place because he picked him up that night. A team of investigators, criminologists, and dog handlers arrived to conduct an investigation. It was also revealed that Ben and Jayden had previously visited Didcot, where her mother lived. Next to the barn, the police discovered a bracelet similar to the one Jayden was wearing. Service dogs trained to find dead bodies began barking inside the barn. But Jason's body wasn't present, and it probably had something to do with Ben's suitcase when he got into the taxi. The police appealed to the public for assistance, urging anyone who saw a man carrying a large suitcase in the Didcot countryside to report it. At the same time, police went door to door, interviewing residents of the houses closest to the abandoned barn. The video from the train station shows that Ben and Jayden did not bring a suitcase. As a result, the investigators wanted to find out where Ben got this suitcase. But what if the taxi driver misidentified Ben? The police discovered the answer to this question on December 14th. Investigators discovered Ben Blakely, his grandmother, grandfather, and younger brother Jake living near the abandoned barn. When the police knocked on Ben's grandmother's door, the first question she asked was, "Are you hearing about the suitcase?" She stated that Ben had taken a suitcase from her a few days ago. He arrived in a hurry and said he needed a suitcase, then dumped its contents on the floor without explaining anything. Ben's grandmother says he returned it 2 days later and threw it in the barn. However, it was now dirty. She also mentioned 2 missing shovels, which reappeared in their original location. A thick layer of dirt had also settled on the shovels. Why does Ben need 2 shovels? Perhaps the man wasn't acting alone. Jayden was friends with 17-year-old Jake Blakely, and she met Ben through him. Witnesses stated that they saw Ben and Jake riding dirt bikes together. When the police began searching for Jayden, Jake Blakely was arrested on suspicion of complicity in the crime. They sent the suitcase that Ben had returned to his grandmother's barn to the laboratory for analysis. The police wanted to know if Jason's DNA was on it. Based on all available evidence, investigators concluded that Jayden was killed in an abandoned barn. After some time, she was placed in a suitcase and taken to another location where the perpetrator buried her. However, given the vastness of the fields surrounding him, finding Jason's body appeared to be a difficult task. The police used aviation in their investigation to determine the approximate location of Jayden's burial. They used aerial photography to identify 10 locations where the soil surface had recently changed significantly. The police investigated several locations but found no results. They could not locate Jason's body. Before the police searched all 10 locations of interest in the investigation, there was another breakthrough in the case. Jake Blakely began cooperating with the police, telling them to check his uncle's grave in a nearby cemetery. The cemetery next to All Saints Church in Didcot was one of the 10 places where the surface had recently changed, but it was at the bottom of the list because a soil surface change in such places is not unusual. The police cordoned off the cemetery after receiving a note from Jake Blakely indicating that Jason's body could be in his uncle's grave. Detectives have never seen such a method for concealing a victim's body. According to reports in the English press, Ben and Jake's uncle was buried in 2006. The new circumstances surrounding this case have sparked widespread media coverage. It was the country's first crime in which the victim's body was already buried. The forensic experts set up a tent in the cemetery and began their work. After a while, Jason's family received the worst possible news. Her body was discovered in the grave of Ben and Jake Blakely. His uncle, she was naked, and the police were unable to locate her clothing. She also had all of her jewelry removed. The forensic examination revealed that Jayden had been beaten before her death. Finger marks on her neck suggested strangulation. The pathologist determined that asphyxia was the official cause of her death. While awaiting trial in prison, Ben Blakely altered his behavior strategy. After speaking with the prison chaplain, he and his lawyer wrote a letter admitting that he was responsible for Jayden's death. However, Ben insisted that the crime was not premeditated. According to him, he pushed Jayden during an argument, and she fell off a bridge near an abandoned barn. He tried but failed to bring her to her senses. He initially buried Jason's body in one location, but later moved it to the cemetery. He buried it in his uncle's grave. However, the autopsy revealed no signs of such a fall. Her face was injured with blunt force, and as previously stated, asphyxia was the cause of her death. It implied that Ben Blakely was lying to absolve himself of some responsibility for what had occurred. Jason's father died of heart problems before the trial began on June 23, 2014. When Blakely appeared in court, it was clear to everyone that he had no remorse for his actions. He acted provocatively and shouted insults, indicating that he was unconcerned about the fact that he had killed Jayden and her unborn child. Ben Blakely testified during the 4-week trial that Burks was a violent and controlling boyfriend, and 3 of Blakely's previous girlfriends testified that he was controlling and violent to them while they were in a relationship. The jury heard that he would take their phones, hit them, and grab them by the throat if they responded or if he suspected they were cheating on him. The ginger-haired murderer's temper was on display during the trial. The judge warned him several times about his 4-letter outbursts in the dock and on the witness stand, during which he swore and shouted at the prosecutor, Richard Latham. His rages became too much for Jayden's mother and other family members, forcing them to flee the courtroom in tears. It was also too much for Judge Patrick Eccles, who confined Ben to the cells and continued the trial in his absence for 1 day. Although Jake Blakely is under the age of 18, Judge Eccles lifted the usual prohibition on reporting a juvenile's name because he believed it was in the public interest to do so. Jake has pleaded guilty to perverting the course of justice. but claims he believed he was burying weapons or dead animals at the time. Ben had promised his teenage sibling an Xbox game console and £100 if he carried out the evil deed, according to the jury. The jury saw CCTV footage of Ben and Jayden entering the Oxford train station and boarding a train to Didcot. Blakely was also seen returning alone and looking down, attempting to hide his face. The prosecutor stated that the crime was premeditated. Blakely purposefully led Jayden to a location where no one would witness him killing her. What else could be the reason he took Jayden to an abandoned barn in another town? Jayden was eager to begin a new life after discovering she was pregnant. But Blakely was accustomed to having complete control over every aspect of her life, and he refused to let her go. He did not want to be a father either. Samantha Shrewsbury, Jayden's mother, supported the creation of a domestic violence registry. In an interview with Sky News, she stated, "I don't want another mom to have to stand there and look at their daughter's body on a slab. I'll never forget it until the day I die." For a year before Jayden was killed, "I thought he was after me. I hadn't expected it to be her. I assumed he wanted me out so he could manipulate her. He could get money from her. I recall him coming around one day after spitting at her and punching her in the face the previous day. He made it into the block of flats and was banging on the door. I refused to let him see Jayden, so he walked away and spat on me. Later that afternoon, Jayden went outside for a cigarette and I didn't see her for 2 weeks. He'd met her outside. She was at an age when she did not have any income or benefits. They were living rough everywhere. It became difficult to contact her. He'd cut up her SIM card or smash her phone. She didn't want to admit to herself that he was like that. Everyone had heard these stories before. She wanted to change him. He burned, beat, and starved her. She was a rebellious adolescent who didn't listen. I was told that since she was 16, it didn't matter where she went. If the police said it was fine for her to stay there, they didn't have to tell me where she was. I did not have a leg to stand on. However, when she was murdered, she was classified as a child. Where does that get lost? Why couldn't the police get her back home? She was safe with me. I believe she could have been helped if people thought she wasn't a bad kid. And I wasn't an angry mother with a misbehaving child on benefits who didn't deserve to be looked at or heard. I'm very angry with the government. It has to stop. Other girls were hurt before Jayden. If there was a register, she'd be sitting here with my grandchild right now. The register should be public and accessible to everyone, not just the police and social services. The number of times he was arrested. There would have been flags along the way, which could have saved her life. I'd also like to see a program in schools that promotes healthy relationships. Many people do not realize they are in a coercive or controlling relationship until it is too late. I simply want more protection for women like Jayden and the women who will become women in England. In my lifetime, a partner or ex-partner has killed one woman every week. I'm aware that I won't be able to eradicate it. But if I can prevent one girl from dying and one mother from feeling the way I do, Jayden's death will not be in vain. The jury deliberated for 20 hours before returning a verdict by a majority vote. Ben Blakely was found guilty of killing Jayden Parkinson on purpose by a vote of 11-1. On December 3rd, the judge told Ben Blakely, "You took Jayden Parkinson, a complicated but loving and vulnerable 17-year-old girl, into the open countryside near Upton in the dark of an early winter's evening. You strangled her to death." The judge also stated that Blakely's unreasonably jealous treatment of Jayden included physical and emotional abuse during their relationship. "You dominated and controlled her daily activities." The judge stated that you took her phone away so she could not contact anyone else. And when she arrived at the hostel, you insisted that she stay in her room, even prohibiting her from using the toilet and forcing her to urinate in a plastic bottle. Jayden was obsessed with you, her violent abuser, and found it difficult to emotionally separate from you. According to the judge, Jayden finally found the courage to end the relationship in November of last year, after Blakely threatened to post intimate photos online to humiliate her. Jake Blakely received 3 years in prison for perverting the course of justice. In July 2014, his older brother, Ben Blakely, was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 20 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jennifer Londono's 31's family and friends became concerned when she failed to arrive at work in Englewood, New Jersey. Jenny Londono, who manages the new Luna Lounge on Armory Street, is known for her diligence. She was last seen in the early morning of June 25, 2017. She was supposed to come to work that evening after closing the bar, but she never did. Colleagues waiting for her at the bar started calling her, but her phone was turned off. This raised even more concerns because she had always kept in touch and was never late for work. Jennifer lived alone, and when her loved ones realized she wasn't home, they called the police to report her missing. They also emphasized that she always checked in with them whenever she went somewhere. However, she did not report anything this time, which could indicate that something bad happened to her. The police began their investigation by going to Jennifer's apartment. The front door was locked, and there was no visible damage. When the police were able to enter, they discovered nothing suspicious. At first glance, there was no evidence that the missing person's apartment was a crime scene. The area was clean and tidy, and nothing of value had been touched. After finding no clues in Jennifer's apartment, the police went to the bar where she worked as a manager. After speaking with the staff at the establishment, they discovered that Jennifer had no issues with either the bar patrons or the employees. Everyone complimented her on her kindness and helpfulness. Hardworking Jenny, a woman known for her sweet disposition, was eager to make something of her life, and her ambition led her to partner with Raphael Lowe's, 40. In 2016, they opened the Luna Lounge in Englewood, New Jersey, which was a popular bar. Jenny was the manager, while Lowe's provided the financial support for the company. Jenny had a natural rapport with the customers, which contributed to the bar's success. They described her as a breath of fresh air, and her happiness was contagious. During a conversation with the bar staff, it was revealed that Jennifer and Raphael were not only in a business relationship, but also in a romantic one. They weren't hiding it from anyone. Despite their close relationship, they had yet to decide to live together. Jennifer was last seen this morning, according to police. She closed the bar and entered Raphael's car, which appeared to be waiting for her after work. It turned out that he was the last person to see her, so the detectives questioned him. Raphael stated that after Jennifer closed the bar, he drove her home. He made no secret of their relationship, telling the officers that, while they had argued in the past, everything was fine now. They went to her apartment together after he drove her home from work. However, he eventually left because Jennifer needed to rest before reopening the bar that evening. After she vanished, he maintained contact with her family. They worked together to figure out where Jennifer might have gone. There was no reason to believe the man had anything to do with her disappearance, so the police focused their efforts on finding other clues. Jennifer's phone could not be tracked because it had been turned off since the day she vanished. The last signal received was picked up by a cell tower near her house. Neighbors were also interviewed, and no one witnessed or heard anything suspicious. The police contacted Jennifer's bank. The movement of money in a bank account can often be used to determine the owner's whereabouts and fate. This case was no exception. The police were taken aback when the bank provided them with the information they sought. Jennifer's bank card had been used even after she went missing. This led investigators to believe she was intentionally hiding for some reason. However, Jennifer's family was confident that she would not have gone missing on her own and would not have let her family worry about her. The police decided to learn more about when, where, and what the card had been used for. Meanwhile, on June 27th, 2 days after Jennifer went missing, a passerby noticed a strange object in the water at Brooklyn's Pier 44. The man who noticed it stared at it for a long time, unable to identify what it was, but he quickly realized, horrified, that he was looking at a body, or rather a part of a body. Police were called to the scene, and the pier was quickly cordoned off. Detailed descriptions of such moments are not permitted on YouTube, but to summarize the find, it was a body part ranging from the waist to the knees. It was impossible to tell whether it had been thrown into the water exactly where it was discovered, or if it had been drawn in by the current. The divers spent the day looking for additional parts or evidence, but none were discovered. The police had to identify the victim, but it appeared to be a difficult task. The discovery was sent for forensic analysis. A tattoo was discovered on the victim's right thigh, which could have served as a clue. The police released an image of the tattoo in the hopes that someone who knew the owner would share it with them. Investigators discovered that the inscription was written in Sanskrit. Sanskrit is an ancient literary language from India with a highly complex and archaic grammar. The police asked a language expert to help them decipher it, and he concluded that neither the owner of the tattoo nor the artist who created it knew Sanskrit. They apparently intended to write the name Liliana, but did so incorrectly. Only 4 days after the gruesome discovery, police received another alarming call. A passerby saw a foot on the riverbank near 79th Street. Responding police officers cordoned off the area, and a portion of the leg from the knee down was pulled from the water. Even so, investigators concluded that the two sets of remains had once belonged to the same body. The fingernails on the leg were painted pink. Divers searched the area of the river where the leg was discovered but were unsuccessful. No additional body parts or evidence were discovered to aid the investigation that began following the initial discovery. A forensic examination quickly confirmed that the fragments discovered were from the same body. By this point, the victim had already been identified. A few days after the police released an image of the tattoo, they discovered a woman who came to the station knowing exactly who it belonged to. Gladys Quintero, Jenny's mother, saw the picture on the news and recognized it as her daughter. The tattoo was a tribute to Jenny's late aunt, indicating that Lily or Liliane Lolos drove Jenny's mother to New York to identify the remains. They were devastated when it was revealed that the body parts belonged to Jenny. Her disappearance was the result of a homicide investigation. Jennifer's family was shocked not only by her death, but also by how brutally she was killed. It is understandable that the cause of her death could not be determined. The police searched extensively for other parts of her body but were never successful. While Jennifer's family and friends mourned her and brought flowers to the bar where she worked, detectives discovered who had used her credit card. After visiting stores where the card was used and reviewing security footage, detectives determined that the person who used the victim's card was Rafael Lolos, the man Jennifer was dating. They discovered that Lolos had left Jenny's apartment to go shopping on the day she vanished. He first purchased a box of garbage bags, then went to another store to purchase cleavers, all using Jenny's credit cards. Later that night, he drove across the George Washington Bridge into Manhattan, and his cell phone records showed him near the Hudson River. Lowe's left and never returned to Jenny's apartment. The torso would emerge 2 days later. Could it be that the Lowe's killed Jenny and dismembered her with meat cleavers? It was horrible to think that a man would do that to the woman he loved. However, the evidence was compelling. The police obtained both an arrest warrant and a search warrant for his residence. He anticipated that the detectives would soon be after him. He rented a hotel room and lived there for cash. However, this did not help him. His whereabouts were quickly determined, and he was arrested. Lowe's didn't resist arrest. He denied having anything to do with Jennifer's death, claiming she gave him the credit card herself. Lowe's also insisted that she was fine after he left Jennifer. However, detectives began to gather more evidence that the man's testimony was a complete lie. A search of his home turned up dark red stains in the bathroom. The samples were sent to a lab for analysis, which revealed that the stains were Jennifer's dried blood. Detectives discovered that Lowe and Jennifer frequently quarreled, and that their disagreements were almost always motivated by jealousy. When they searched his house, they discovered a post office box and a bag that had previously contained a tracking device. Lolos was so jealous that he secretly installed a GPS tracking device on Jennifer's car. This allowed him to follow her movements even when he wasn't present. After analyzing cell tower data, authorities discovered that when Lowe's picked Jennifer up from work, they drove to her apartment together. Jennifer's phone was quickly turned off. Raphael's phone, however, was still active. That same day, between 9 p.m. and midnight, a cell tower near the Hudson River received a signal from it. This could imply that Jennifer had died by then, and the man drove to the river to dispose of her body. Lowe's in London. She opened the bar less than a year before her disappearance, but they frequently fought over money. Even as the boundaries of their relationships with friends, partners, or lovers became increasingly blurred, Raphael referred to Jennifer as a gold digger in their correspondence, and his other messages ranged from threats to apologies to declarations of love. Jennifer's family couldn't believe that the man who had sworn his love for her and helped with her search had gone insane with jealousy to commit such a heinous act. Lolos refused to provide an explanation, pleaded not guilty, and hired a lawyer. The police were unable to locate the knives he purchased the day Jennifer vanished, but they returned to the store and purchased the exact same knives. A forensic examination revealed that what was done to Jennifer's body was done with those exact knives. Lolos was accused of murder, desecration of human remains, stalking, hindering apprehension, and credit card fraud. The trial started in November 2019 and lasted 2 months. According to prosecutors, Jennifer died in her own apartment at the hands of Lolos. Following a jealous argument, the prosecutor stated that Raphael was obsessed with Jennifer and was devastated when he suspected she was cheating on him. Lolo's attorneys who argued to the court that the state had no evidence of Jennifer's actual death. There were no signs of a struggle in her apartment, and there were no marks in the bathtub where the alleged dismemberment took place. The defense claimed it proved Lolos' innocence, while the prosecution claimed it demonstrated evidence concealment. According to the prosecutor, the absence of evidence can be evidence. It demonstrates the concealment of crime-related traces. Jennifer's bathtub was so clean, no trace of her DNA could be found. There was not a single hair, not even the tiniest hair, not a single skin cell, nothing. The prosecutor claimed that an ordinary person's bathtub could not be as clean. During the trial, Jennifer's mother told the judge, "I want you to know that this man ruined my life. She was my girl, my daughter, and the person I loved the most in the world. He finished me and my family." After reviewing the case file, the judge determined that Lolos was literally obsessed with Jennifer. When the judge asked if he wanted to say anything or give a statement, the man declined. He only spoke to his lawyer. In December 2019, the jury found Lolos guilty of all charges after 3 days of deliberation. The verdict was announced in February 2020. Raphael Lolos, 43, was sentenced to life in prison. He would have to serve 63 years in prison before becoming eligible for parole. This was the maximum sentence he could receive, and he would be eligible for parole at the age of 106. Jennifer's body was never fully recovered. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story revolves around a monstrous tragedy that led to the death of an elderly couple right in the backyard of their own home, becoming one of the most sensational incidents ever to occur in Palm Beach County, Florida. The public and media were deeply stirred by what had happened when the police arrived at the crime scene. They were shocked by what they saw, and although the perpetrator was caught red-handed, they still haven't faced appropriate punishment. Austin Haroff was born on December 21, 1996, into a family of medical professionals. His father was a dentist, and his mother was a pharmacist. They lived in their own house in a prestigious area in Palm Beach County, Florida. In 2010, when Austin was 13 years old, his parents divorced, and soon after each of them found a new partner. Austin and his sister Haley, who was a year younger, stayed with their mother and her new husband while their father moved nearby with his new partner. Despite the divorce, the families maintained an amicable relationship, and the children quickly adapted to the new circumstances at school. Austin performed well academically, excelling in all subjects, and he was involved in wrestling given his robust build and tall stature. He also played American football for the school team, despite participating in such intense sports that required roughness and aggression. Austin was a very kind and empathetic guy, earning him the nickname Happy Boy. His coaches even tried to rile him up a bit to channel his energy on the football field in his senior years. Austin received an invitation to a 4-year premed program at a university because he wanted to pursue a career in Medici, following in the footsteps his parents. In his first year, everything seemed to be going more than well for Austin. He excelled in his studies, worked as a dental assistant, started bodybuilding, and began dating a girl. However, despite his successes, he encountered serious psychological difficulties that became increasingly challenging for him to handle. Austin felt that due to his shyness and lack of self-assurance, his peers didn't take him seriously. He began experiencing more frequent bouts of depression, noticing confusion in his thoughts, and experiencing sleep disturbances. Sleeping only 2 hours a night and seeing images of monsters and demon-like figures upon waking up, he also developed a fear of darkness. Austin started believing that he was chosen by higher powers to fight evil. Superpowers at times, he even felt he was half human and half animal. Due to constant stress, Austin began abusing alcohol and illicit substances, becoming nervous, irritable, and plagued by intrusive thoughts. At this time, his internet searches included queries such as how to tell if you're going crazy and think you're going crazy. A beginner's guide to psychosis. When Austin came home to Florida for vacation, his close relatives immediately noticed something was off with him. He moved from his room to the garage, explaining that he was scared to sleep in the house, claiming it was inhabited by evil forces and ghosts. Instead of sleeping, he patrolled the house at night, checking rooms, and every 2 hours he loudly knocked on family members' bedroom doors, proclaiming he was protecting them from demons in the house. His parents were genuinely concerned about his condition, but instead of seeking medical help, they simply locked themselves inside at night to prevent Austin from entering their rooms. His behavior became increasingly bizarre. His mood swung sharply. Sometimes he was kind and sweet, then suddenly turned angry and aggressive. He would wear warm clothes in the heat, refusing to take them off all day, engaged in strange conversations with friends about his immortality, and once to prove this, he dashed onto a busy highway during a walk. His sister miraculously pulled him back onto the sidewalk. Just in time, his mother started suspecting him of taking illegal substances, and when she directly confronted him about it, he denied everything, insisting he led a healthy lifestyle. On the evening of August 15, 2016, Austin, his sister, and her friend were having dinner at a restaurant with their father and his spouse around 7:45 p.m. Austin began behaving very strangely. He would abruptly get up from the table and walk outside, only to return almost immediately. This happened several times until after some time he got up again and left without saying a word to anyone. Eventually, Austin returned to the restaurant and sat back at the table with the same group. At some point, an argument broke out between the father and son, and forcefully pushing his father away, Austin abruptly stood up and headed for the exit. His sister and her friend tried to catch up with Austin, but when they followed him outside, they couldn't find him. Austin's father called the police, explained the situation, and asked for their help in finding him. That same evening, a call for help was made to the 911 service by Jeff Pfizer, reporting an attack by an unknown young man on him and his neighbors Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens. The police arrived at the scene within minutes, their sirens blaring as they pulled up close to the cars parked at the Stevens home. Officer Kristen was the first to step out of the car and circle around them, freezing in shock. Sheriff's Deputy Dan attempted to approach the cars from another angle but found it impossible due to the ground being covered in blood. Following Kristen around the cars and coming up close to her, he saw a person lying on the ground with arms split out, eyes open and softly pleading for help. That person was John Stevens, and on top of him, gripping him in a deadly hold, lay the young man who was attempting to bite his victim's face. It was clear that the attacker's actions were threatening and immediate action was necessary to free the victim. However, Kristen couldn't use her weapon for fear of hitting John Stevens, who was beneath the assailant. Therefore, the officer used a stun gun on the young man, but it proved ineffective as the attacker seemed oblivious and continued tearing flesh from the victim's body. Police officers attempted to pry Austin off John, striking him on the torso, yet he was unresponsive and continued to grip the victim's body tightly. Soon, a group of officers with service dogs arrived. One of the dogs lunged at the attacker, seizing his right arm, but the young man, seemingly impervious to pain, wrenched it free, sustaining a deep laceration in the process. It was only on the third attempt that the dog managed to pull the assailant away from the victim, and the officer flipped him onto his back. Subsequently, it took the assistance of 2 more officers to handcuff him. After this, the police began examining the crime scene and discovered Michelle, who had already passed away. Apart from John Stevens, who was still alive at the time they found her deceased, having succumbed to injuries inflicted by a blunt object. Later, John was transported to the hospital where he passed away. He had numerous stab wounds, but the primary cause of blood loss was from facial injuries. The police began investigating the circumstances leading to the tragedy. They examined the crime scene and before taking the injured Jeff Fisher, who had called the police and was also the victim of the attack, to the hospital, they interviewed him. Jeff recounted that it was late in the evening, and he was preparing to go to bed when he heard strange noises coming from the lawn of his neighbors across the street. Through an open window, he heard a woman's heart-wrenching scream, got dressed, and rushed outside. Shortly before this, 53-year-old Michelle Mishkin was sitting on her open terrace facing the street watching TV, while her 59-year-old husband John Stevens was out walking the dog. As Jeff dashed out of his house, he headed straight for the neighbor's house. Approaching closer, he saw a fairly large-built young man banging on the door of a car parked on the driveway on the open terrace. The neighbor witnessed Michelle standing opposite the assailant, frozen in horror. At that moment, the young man grabbed the woman, threw her to the ground, and began kicking her. Jeff ran up close to the attacker, attempting to push him away from the woman, but at the last moment the assailant evaded the attempt and struck Jeff in the face. Despite this, Jeff managed to stay on his feet and struck the attacker, causing him to fall to the ground, injuring his face and drawing blood. As he got up, enraged by the pain, the attacker pulled out a knife and stabbed Jeff. Altogether, the assailant stabbed Jeff. Wounded, Jeff decided to distract the attacker by running as fast as he could back to his own house, thinking the attacker would follow him. Once inside, Jeff locked all the doors and called the police, hoping he had momentarily diverted the attacker's attention from Michelle. Jeff waited for the police to arrive, listening to the sounds coming from the street. However, the only thing he could hear were sounds resembling growls and grunts of some animals. Soon, the police identified him as none other than 19-year-old Austin Harov. After leaving the restaurant, he walked about 4 miles and attacked Michelle Mishkin, who was at that moment on the open terrace of her house. Detectives speculated that at the moment when the neighbor ran to call the police, Michelle's husband John Stevens returned from walking the dog, and upon seeing the attacker, tried to save his wife but became a victim himself. After the police subdued Austin, he suddenly lost consciousness and was rushed to the hospital, where he slipped into a coma for 11 days. Doctors suspected he might have ingested certain chemicals affecting his body, but toxicology tests on his blood found nothing. 2 months later, he was discharged from the hospital and placed in custody pending investigation. During questioning, Austin's statements were incoherent. He sometimes claimed he couldn't remember anything from that night, while at other times he rambled about seeing zombies on the road and using a knife in self-defense. He mentioned constant hallucinations of ghosts, demons, and voices in his head. A psychiatric evaluation determined that Austin was in a severe psychotic state during and after the attack. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Philip Resnick at the University Hospitals of Cleveland and Ohio confirmed that Austin Harov suffers from bipolar disorder, acute manic episodes with psychotic symptoms, and clinical manifestations of lycanthropy, also known as werewolf syndrome, while in prison. Austin gave an interview to TV host Phil McGraw, better known as Dr. Phil, expressing deep remorse for the incident. He cried and expressed regret for taking the lives of 2 innocent people, hoping the victims' families could forgive him. Austin faced charges of first-degree murder in the deaths of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens, as well as attempted first-degree murder for the attack on Jeff Fisher. A trial was anticipated, but a judge decided to place him in a psychiatric facility until medical professionals determined he was no longer a threat to society. The decision shocked the public and the victims' families, as they hoped Austin Harov would soon face legal accountability. Yet the judge's ruling delayed the judicial process until it was determined that Austin was not a danger to society. Only 3 years after the incident, on November 6, 2019, a hearing in the case of the murders of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens took place. Austin Harov, who had been under forced treatment for schizophrenia, appeared. Surprisingly, the court couldn't reach a final decision on his guilt, and he remains in prison awaiting the next hearing. Austin's father, Wade Harov, shared that a few days before the incident, his son had been behaving strangely and talking about being pursued by demons. Wade concluded that his son likely suffered from an inherited mental illness, as they had relatives who struggled with schizophrenia. Perhaps, if the family had sought qualified medical help in time, such a heinous crime might not have occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Mom is an important figure in each of our lives. Across all languages, this word sounds warm and tender because it conveys only goodness and understanding. In times of pain, fear, or joy, a person's only words are mommy. Unfortunately, children are not always the most important part of a mother's life. A high-profile crime committed in one of the nation's largest states, Texas, has spread across the country. Christy Sheets, a young and successful 42-year-old woman, shot and killed her 2 adult daughters in her own backyard. But why? Let's start at the beginning and try to figure out what possessed a loving mother to commit such a cruel act. Christy Bird was born in Decatur, Alabama, in 1974. Rebecca Bird's parents separated when she was very young, and her mother Christy had to work hard to provide a poverty-free existence for her child. Christy was raised primarily by her grandfather. The girl adored her grandfather because he spoiled her and taught her unusual skills, such as how to handle a gun. The retired officer had an impressive collection of weapons. The two of them would lock themselves in a semi-dark basement room and spend hours looking at the treasures hidden beneath her grandfather's intriguing stories. From early childhood, a person seeks to understand his place in life, learns to form relationships with others, and receives education for the purpose of applying what he has learned in real life. Christy, however, did not strive for knowledge. Despite attending one of the best schools in the state, the study was uninterested in the young rebel. Frequent clashes with peers severely traumatized her childhood psyche. As a result of repeated attacks and conflicts with classmates, Christy barely finishes school. It's after school. Christy relocates to Lawrence County in North Alabama to attend university. She begins working as a secretary for a transportation company, where she meets Jason Sheets, a young and promising specialist. The young people walk for hours around the city. They hike together, take a vacation to Christy's hometown, and form a strong and lasting bond. After a few years, they married and moved to Kathy's hometown, located on one of the city's quietest streets. On April 19, 1994, the young family purchases a house. Taylor, their first daughter, was born. Jason was overjoyed because he had always wanted a small daughter. The Sheets family was very well done and pleased. Jason has successfully worked as a consultant for a large oil and gas company. Christy raised her daughter and was an outstanding housewife. On October 21, 1998, Christy and Jason welcomed their second daughter, Madison. Family life proceeded in a calm and measured manner. Jason was at work. Christy was caring for the children until tragedy struck, forever changing the family's way of life. When Christy's grandfather died in 2012, she loved him as if he were the father she never had. The woman had a difficult time dealing with such a significant loss. Psychologists and antidepressants took the place of family idols. However, even 2 months later, she had not fully recovered from her grandfather's death. Christy's mother dies. Another tragedy morally kills her, and she enters a mental health clinic for the first time. One clinic is replaced by another, and antidepressants are substituted for hard alcohol. Christy's internal state has been unstable and vulnerable for a long time. Husbands and daughters have long tried to help a loved one in any way they can. After a while, they appear to be successful. Christy returns to her former life. She gets a job as a manager at a laser cosmetology clinic that specializes in tattoo removal. Work consumes all of her time, while her beloved husband and daughter have attempted to occupy her heart and thoughts. Christy shared a photo of Taylor and Madison on Facebook on September 25, 2015, her daughter's birthday. She captions it with a statement of maternal love. Christy summoned her children. These girls are incredible, sweet, kind, beautiful, and intelligent. You have no idea how much I love and cherish you. Christy wrote at the time to her daughter. In January of that year, she wrote another strong post in support of her right to bear arms. A post with a photo of a polished gun on a table next to 7 bullets. I own 10 guns. Obama wants 8 of my firearms. What number of guns do I have? Responding to her comments. That is right. I own 10 guns. Christy Sheets has been a vocal supporter of legislation that would make firearms more widely available to the public. She was particularly opposed to the Democratic Party's initiative to prohibit the free trade of semi-automatic handguns. Christy claimed that it would violate her family's right to self-defense. It's ironic that Christy Sheets' love, admiration, and staunch defense of guns, as well as her belief in the right to bear arms, ultimately led to the tragic loss of her 2 daughters and her own life. On Jason's birthday, June 24, 2016, Christy invited her daughters over for dinner. That night, the whole family congregated in the living room. Instead of a celebratory dinner, Jason wanted to inform his daughters about his upcoming divorce. Christy had overheard their conversation. In the living room, there was an uproar. She was yelling and cursing. Then she departed. Jason tried to calm the girls down. I promised that things would get better. But Christy returned with a gun in hand. Jason covered the children, and panic spread throughout the house. Madison hid behind the couch and made a discreet call to 911. When the dispatcher answered, the girl had been overtaken by her mother. "Mommy, please do not shoot." A wheezing, moaning, and silenced voice was heard again. "Don't shoot. There are kids. I'll do whatever you want, don't shoot." The call was cut short. Taylor, 22, is unable to speak or relay information to the dispatcher during her second phone call. She was completely perplexed by the incredible chaos that was unfolding in the family home. Taylor was shot twice by her mother, who fired the fatal shot while her daughter lay dying on the ground outside the family home. At 5 p.m., Christy simply fired several shots at Taylor and Madison. Police responded to several 911 calls near Christy and Jason's home. Police discovered the bodies of Madison Sheets, 17, and Taylor Sheets, 22, on the ground. Christy was standing over Madison's body, holding a gun. She was clearly about to take another shot at the girl. The police officer, unsure if the victim was still alive, ordered her to drop the weapon immediately. Christy ignored the officer's demand, and they opened fire at point-blank range. The woman was killed on the spot. An examination of the victims revealed that Madison, 17, died instantly from her injuries, while Taylor, 22, was injured. She was transported to the hospital via helicopter. Unfortunately, she was unable to be saved. As a result, the injuries inflicted by their mother proved fatal to both daughters. Jason Sheets, 45, was the massacre's only survivor. Christy also shot him, but he was able to seek refuge in the home of neighbors who asked him to call the cops. The neighbors overheard him pleading with Christy, "Please do not hurt them. There are kids." Christy, however, did not heed those words. Instead, she fired a few bullets at Jason. Only a lucky break saved his life. However, the police were unable to question Jason about the incident's circumstances right away. When the police arrived, he was immediately taken to the hospital in a state of deep shock. The area around the house where the family tragedy took place was cordoned off. Surprising neighbors and random witnesses were repeatedly questioned. As the interviews began, it was most accurately established that there were initial sounds of bickering coming from the house. Then, according to witnesses who were concerned, Christy began beating the girls before grabbing a .38 caliber shotgun. She fired at Madison and then Taylor from point-blank range. The bleeding girls ran out of the house. Madison managed only a few steps before collapsing in agony. The mother saw this and fired another shot in Taylor's direction. Christy went inside the house, reloaded the shotgun, and shot her dead at point-blank range. According to witnesses, Christy acted coldly and without movement. They returned to their home's living room after the first shots were fired. All family members dashed outside. A family argument turned into a shooting, but we're still trying to put everything together. That was the first version of what happened, told to TV news crews who arrived on the scene of the tragedy. What drove Christy Burns Sheets, 42, to commit such heinous crimes? The detectives are unsure of the exact reasons. All they have are dry facts. According to police, there was trouble in the Sheets family home for several years due to disagreements among family members. Police have called Sheets over a dozen times. In the end, Christy's father and husband were both female. Jason Sheets, 45, couldn't take it anymore and left his wife. But he recently returned to her. On the day of the tragedy, Christy's invitation brought the entire family together for dinner. Taylor, a college student who recently had a fight with her mother, returned home to celebrate Jason's birthday with her family. What happened astounded observers and family acquaintances alike. How and why did a mother murder her own daughter's neighbor, Gino Hernandez, according to the Sheets family? "I've known both girls since they were 10 years old," the man said, wiping away tears. "They were always pleasant. When outgoing girls passed, they would always wave and say hello. Then there's Christy. She refused to attend the barbecue. It was always as if she were one of her own wonderful girls, and Jason was a good guy to another neighbor who voiced their concerns. We are completely focused on Christy." The investigation also supports the neighbors. Christy's previous conflicts with both daughters have already been revealed. Furthermore, official authorities have already stated that Christy suffered from a mental illness on June 29, 2016. Sheriff Troy Nils told reporters at the first press conference that the 42-year-old mother was depressed and had attempted suicide multiple times because she was about to divorce her husband. According to the police spokesman, the couple's marriage began to fall apart in 2012. Just then, Christy Sheets' grandfather committed suicide in order to kill family members. Mrs. Sheets used a gun that she inherited from a deceased relative, one of the possible causes of the family's serious discord. The sheriff referred to Christy's refusal to put up with her eldest daughter Taylor's upcoming marriage. A couple of days before the shots were fired, Christy Sheets had an argument with her oldest daughter, Taylor, and attempted to place her under house arrest and prohibit her from seeing her fiancé. Nels observed that Jason disagreed with his wife on whether house arrest was an appropriate punishment for a 22-year-old girl. Juan Sebastian Logo, 23, and Taylor Sheets, 22, were in the same art department during their college years. The two young people had been dating for 4 years through social media. They demonstrated how much they loved each other and how they were planning their wedding. A small wedding ceremony was set for June 27th. It has been suggested that Taylor's mother objected to his marriage to Sebastian, who was of Hispanic descent. Jason Sheets disagreed with his wife and insisted that incarcerating their eldest daughter was inappropriate punishment for an adult. Later, Jason Sheets would testify, telling investigators that his wife had called their daughters to inform them of their divorce. She had been informed of it, but instead of explaining it to the children, she pointed a gun at them and shot them several times. But she didn't shoot her husband. As Mr. Sheets stated, the wife's motivation was to make him suffer. According to Jason Sheets, his wife's downward spiral began in 2012 when she lost her grandfather and continued 2 months later when she lost her mother. Apparently, the gun she used to kill her daughters was a gift from her grandfather. Jason Sheets revealed that his wife applied for a gun permit but was denied due to her mental illness. This begs the question, what did Christy Sheets believe triggered the need to punish and torture her husband? Was it a breakdown in their marriage? The feeling that she had lost control and valor in her life. Christy alluded to this in a series of Facebook rants where she discussed protecting herself and her family. Or could Christy Sheets' decision to kill her daughters have been influenced by medication or a deterioration in her mental state? Jason Sheets admitted to the police that his wife suffered from depression. She was taking her prescribed pills by the handful and seeing a therapist. She had been to a private psychiatric hospital 3 times in recent years after attempting to commit suicide. Sheriff Nels made a report. Christy Sheets had enough time and opportunity to murder her husband. But she did not. Jason realized Christy wished him to suffer. Sheriff Nell echoed Jason Sheets, who was recounting the incident for the first time. Mr. Sheets revealed that Christy was aware of how much he loved Taylor and Madison, as well as their love for him. Nels continued, possibly exacerbated by the complete schism in the family and the realization that she would be losing not only her husband but also her daughters. Christy was already in a difficult emotional state when she grabbed a gun, foreshadowing her tragic end. Madison Davey, a close family friend, gave an excellent interview discussing family relationships. He was the absolute best father in the world. I used to hang out with them, and he enjoyed being around us. They were so funny together that you would expect the sisters to fight. But no, Davey responded. They were deeply in love with each other, and we are always laughing. Davey went on to say that both daughters were very close to each other and their father. Jason was willing to do anything to protect them, and he tried. However, Christy planned to kill that day, according to Davey. Christy, perhaps only intimidating, pulled out a gun and screamed and cried as she said goodbye to her family in an attempt to commit suicide. But she did not get the desired result. Jason answered differently. If you just want to shoot yourself, don't come near us. Shoot yourself, but Christy said, no, that will be your punishment. Family, friends, and acquaintances were certain that something had to happen in this family. But no one could have predicted that a woman would kill her daughters. Christy was doing harm to her family. She lacked mental stability. The sheriff's department stated that police officers were repeatedly dispatched to Christy and Jason's home, where they were having violent arguments. Since January 2012, police have received 14 requests for service. Christy, who had previously been diagnosed with mental health issues, threatened to commit suicide on 3 occasions. Sebastian's heartbroken sister Maria described the Sheets sisters as some of the sweetest, most sensible, and kind-hearted girls she had ever met. Maria found it difficult to believe that not long ago, she and Taylor were having a good time at a party and planning her wedding to Sebastian. You've already joined our family and will remain so. she speaks to her friend. "You were a beacon of light in this crazy world. We'll always remember you." The brutal crime that took the lives of young girls with everything ahead of them has long sparked public outrage. People shared Jason's grief. Taylor Sheets attended school, worked as a caregiver for Care.com, and hoped to live a long and happy life with the man she loved. Madison studied in school while also working as a nanny. The entire city mourned on the day of the girl's funeral, and social media and television news channels covered the tragedy once more. Is it possible that the availability of firearms contributed to such a horrific tragedy? The failure of states to finally address the issue of firearms sales has resulted in yet another tragedy. Christy Sheets, an ordinary Texas woman, shot and killed her own 2 daughters in a domestic dispute. Such cases are not surprising in the United States. People will die as long as Republicans and Democrats continue to pull the cat out of the bag and refuse to compromise. The exact causes of the conflict that resulted in such tragic consequences will be unknown. However, the fact that the police visited this house multiple times due to frequent conflicts is sufficient. That is, it was already obvious that the family was dysfunctional, but they were still left with guns. To summarize, I would like to return to the beginning of this story. A mother is the closest and most important person in her children's lives. Christy Sheets' case is an exception rather than a reality. Amidst her internal heartache, her maternal instinct appears to have completely shut down, and no one could stop her. Christy's plan, however, has been fully realized. Jason Sheets will be haunted by the memories of his daughter's murders for the rest of his life. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A 17-year-old young woman and her friend went on a trip to Australia and, at one point, disappeared. Without a trace, despite an extensive search and many witnesses, her fate remained unknown for 18 years. When this terrible mystery was finally solved, one shocking fact surfaced: the police had everything they needed to close the case in a matter of days, but their negligence and unprofessionalism stretched it into nearly 2 decades. In this video, we will tell you what happened to Haley. Haley Dodd was born on November 30th, 1981, in England. When the girl was young, her parents and other children moved to Australia, settling in the small town of Mandorah. The young woman was an excellent student of sports and planned to go to study to be a veterinarian or a school teacher, but before finally deciding on her choice of future profession, she wanted to travel around Australia. Graduating high school in 1999, at the age of 17, she set off on a trip to Western Australia with her best friend Lisa. Their plan wasn't just to drive through local towns and attractions, but to spend a few months away from home. The young women were going to look for temporary jobs along the way to cover their living, food, and travel expenses. They planned a hitchhike between cities, which in the 1990s in Australia didn't sound like such a dangerous idea. At the time, there had been a number of murders of young women hitchhiking in the country, but compared to the overall number of people hitchhiking safely, these crimes did not cause any mass fear. However, Haley feared that her parents would not allow her to travel that way, even in the company of a friend. For this reason, she assured them that she planned to travel by bus. At the end of July, she and Lisa traveled to a town called Dengara. There, they were going to work as day laborers on a local farm. They were staying at a camping site where they could get a place to sleep for a small fee. Such places are in high demand in Australia, mainly because of their cheapness. A few days before going to work, Haley decided to use the remaining free time and go to a farm to family friends, which was 200 kilometers away. She decided to hitchhike to it, and Lisa didn't want to let her go alone, but Haley insisted she had nothing to worry about and would be back in a few days to say goodbye. Lisa gave her a folding knife for self-defense and some change so Haley could call her. The phone booth. After saying goodbye, hit the road at about 8 a.m. Family and friends at the farm awaited her arrival, but Haley never showed up. Worried, they called her mother and informed her that the woman feared something might have happened to her daughter, so she immediately called the police. The first thing she did was dial an emergency number and describe the situation. After listening to her story, the operator thought that nothing urgent had happened, so she advised her to go to the local police department and file a missing person report. So she did. The detectives began their search for Haley, beginning to reconstruct the chronology of events. The first thing they did was arrive at the campsite where Lisa was staying. She was mortified at the news that her friend had never made it to the farm, but the young woman was able to give the police a comprehensive introduction. She accurately described all the clothes Haley was wearing that day and even drew a sketch of the earrings she was wearing for the police. Haley had bought these earrings a few days before the incident. She and Lisa had gone to the store to treat themselves to some inexpensive items, and the young woman was attracted to this jewelry at that time. She couldn't have imagined that those earrings would be the key to solving this terrible mystery of her disappearance. Detectives disseminated information about the missing young woman along with their description. Although she was almost 18 years old, Haley looked much younger. She was 152 centimeters tall and weighed just over 40 pounds. The police were able to locate the first witness fairly quickly. It turned out to be the truck driver who had given her a ride that day. According to the man's story, she had knocked on his cab window at a gas station and asked for a ride to Mora, a town near where there was a farm. The trucker was on his way to another town, but he agreed to give her a ride most of the way. The man dropped her off at a turnoff above 50 kilometers from Mora near the town of Ashangara, where she was to turn off the main road and onto a country road. According to the trucker, Haley was in high spirits, chatting with him the whole way and talking about her journey. After she said she was almost out of money, he gave her $15 so the young woman could buy something to eat. The man also left her his number in case she hitchhiked back. He made trips down that road almost every day and could have let her down again later. Detectives received several more calls from people who had seen Haley in that area. Based on their statements, police concluded that the young woman had been on foot along the northwest road towards Mora. Apparently, she could not find any driver at the gas station to give her a ride. For this reason, she decided to walk along the road and try to hitch a ride. Based on the testimony of the next witness, he gave Haley a ride to the turnoff on Goonder Doe Road, after which she headed further in her direction on foot. A woman driving along the road, she spotted Haley just as the young woman was getting out of her car and moving on foot towards Mora. In all, the police were contacted by more than 10 witnesses. After putting their statements together, detectives concluded that the young woman was last seen at about 12 noon on the northwest road, about 50 kilometers from Mora. There was another witness, though he had not seen Haley but still shared a disturbing observation with police. The man pulled over on the side of the northwest road because his engine was overheating. At one point, he heard a dog barking, followed by a piercing female scream. He couldn't see the source of the sound, as it might have been far enough away. The road passed through an empty, flat area where there was virtually no extraneous noise. With all this information in hand, the police's prognosis was disappointing from the start. Lead detective Eddie Rowe decided that they should look for the body and not consider the possibility that Haley might be alive, but management forbade him to investigate in such a manner, leaving it to the status of the search for the missing person. It's worth clarifying here that a murder investigation would have given the police more options than a missing person investigation, but the police had no leads that could help them get on the young woman's trail, so they quickly set about looking for potential kidnappers. In a short time, they were able to identify several dozen suspects who lived in the area, but eventually the police focused on 3 men. One worked as a teacher at a local school, another was a part-time gardener there, and the third lived not far from where Haley disappeared. When questioned, each of them pleaded not guilty and provided alibis. The police could not conclude with certainty of their innocence, but they could not find any evidence to the contrary. But soon the situation changed dramatically. The investigators were approached by a neighbor of one of the suspects. A 43-year-old school gardener named Francis told them that the day Haley disappeared, Francis borrowed his car to go shopping in Mora. When the man returned home around 1 p.m., a neighbor noticed damage inside the car. The turn signal knob was broken, and the dashboard also showed signs of impact. The neighbor didn't even have time to ask what happened to the car. Francis came home done with the shopping bags in the kitchen, got on his motorcycle, and drove off. This story seemed strange to the police, and they decided to re-interview Francis. The man said that at the time of Haley's disappearance, he was many kilometers away from the alleged place of her abduction. According to his story, after returning home, he immediately went to a party in the city of Perth on his motorcycle. But he was not supposed to get there that day. On the way there, he exceeded the speed limit and had a serious accident that took him to the hospital. The information available was enough for the detectives to ask the perfectly logical question: where was he going in such a hurry? His own testimony seemed very strange, and investigators decided to apply for a search warrant of his home. The officers searched his residence, but they were unable to find any potential evidence. They also searched the car and removed the seat covers so that experts could examine them in the lab. Unfortunately, none of This yielded any results, and Francis was left alone almost immediately after that. He moved to the other side of the country to Queensland, and the detectives were left empty-handed, and the case went into a long drawer. They tried to find new witnesses and evidence to move the investigation forward, but to no avail. This went on for 8 whole years until Francis came back on the police radar in 2007. At the time, he was living in a remote outback in a small settlement. One morning, an elderly couple who lived next door to him were sitting on the porch of their house. At some point, they noticed with horror that a young woman with absolutely no clothes was running in their direction, and her head was covered with blood. She asked for help, and the residents of the house called the police. The victim said that she had tried to catch a ride the night before. A man stopped in front of her and offered her a ride. At one point, he told her he needed to go to a place to get gas and fill up his car. They drove up to a house in the middle of nowhere, and he called the woman inside and offered her some tea. Unfortunately for her, she said yes almost immediately thereafter. He attacked her, and after a brief struggle, tied her up. For the next few hours, the victim was subject to indescribable torture and violence. Her assailant also tore off one of her earrings and took it for himself. As you may have guessed, this man was Francis. By morning, the woman realized that she could get the rope off her hands and then free her legs and run. She loosened the rope, waited for the right moment for Francis to move as far away as possible, and rushed to the back door of the house. Before she left, she removed her pendant and tossed it under the bed. The woman feared that the police might not find any corroboration of her story, so she decided to leave some personal item in his house, and it really worked. The police searched Francis's house, found the very same pendant, and arrested the man. At the trial, he quickly realized that he could not get away with it and decided to confess to what he had done. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison. The police in Western Australia, who handled the Haley Dodd case, were notified of Francis's arrest, but they did not appear to be at all interested. No action was taken by the detectives to revive the 8-year-old case, which was so closely resembling the circumstances of Francis's crime. Only through the insistence of Haley's mother did the detectives agree to reopen the case, but they quickly concluded that there was still no evidence against Francis, which meant there was nothing they could do about it. All these years, Haley's family tried to get the police to investigate thoroughly, but they assured them that they had done everything in their power. Desperate to wait for help from law enforcement, the relatives spent tens of thousands of dollars on private investigators, but all to no avail. The case did not take a new turn until 6 long years later in 2013, when an extremely outrageous fact came to light. It turned out that the police had simply forgotten about the evidence that ended up being the key to the case. The medical examiner Tracy Horn filed a request to reopen the investigation. The reason was that the very same car seat covers from Francis's neighbor's car in 1999 were found in evidence storage. Suddenly, it turned out that for 14 years they had never been tested for blood, DNA, and other evidence. When experts did retrieve them, they were immediately able to find a woman's earring that had snagged on the fabric of the covers, taking a drawing of Lisa's, which she drew for the police just after her friend's disappearance. Detectives were horrified to see it was the same earring that Haley was wearing the morning of her disappearance. But that wasn't all. A human hair was found in one of the car mats that had also been removed from the car. The hair was very likely Haley's own, but that probability was not 100%, which made it very difficult to prosecute Francis in the shortest possible time. As soon as the news leaked to the media, a wave of criticism poured in against the police. For 14 years, as evidence lay literally under the noses of the investigators, but in all that time they never remembered it. Of course, such a find instantly changed the course of the case, and the detectives went to the other side of the country to interrogate Francis again. At the time, he was still in prison for assaulting a woman in 2007. The man gave them the same story he had told them 14 years earlier. He denied his involvement and assured them that he was shopping in Mora at the time of Haley's abduction. The interrogation, which lasted nearly 4 hours, was inconclusive, so the police had to prepare the case to go to trial. It wasn't until 2015 that he was formally charged with Haley's murder and deported to Western Australia. 2 more years later, in late 2017, the trial began. Francis's defense insisted that all the evidence presented was circumstantial. The earring Haley bought at a local store was very cheap and popular, so it could have been left in the car by another woman. The hair found in the car showed an almost 100% match to Haley's DNA, but not an absolute exact match. Although a mistake here would have been highly unlikely, that was enough for the lawyers, but all these arguments seemed unconvincing to the judge. Perhaps Francis would still have had a chance to get away with it if not for his crime in 2007. But then he didn't just kidnap a woman who was hitchhiking, he also took her earring. The prosecution believed that the man was collecting the victim's earrings as trophies, which only increased the suspicion against him. In the end, as a result, the judge found him guilty of kidnapping and murdering Haley Dodd, sentencing him to 21 years in prison. All of this took place while his previous sentence was still pending. Francis was 62 years old at the time of his sentencing, but the story did not end there. The court believed Francis kidnapped and killed Haley, then hid her body, but it was never found, and the man himself refused to plead guilty. Haley's mother repeatedly asked the killer to tell her where he hid the body, but to no avail, and in 2018, she helped pass a new law that says murderers are not eligible for parole if they refuse to reveal the location of their victims' bodies. In 2020, another high-profile event occurred when the court granted Francis an appeal to overturn his sentence and scheduled a new hearing. His lawyers again tried to insist that the man would not have had time to kidnap Haley between his trip to Mora and his return home, but the court felt that the time frame allowed him well enough to do so, especially given the rush with which he arrived home and immediately set off for Perth on his motorcycle. Moreover, the earring along with the hair were still on the list of key evidence against him, but Francis still managed to get his sentence changed. The court found him guilty of involuntary manslaughter, reducing his sentence from 21 years to 18 years, but thanks to a law passed in 2018, he would not be able to go free even after that time if he refused to identify the location of the body. There is another point in the whole story that keeps the detectives busy to this day. They are sure that many more women have become victims of Francis, and that none of them managed to escape. This maniac could have been picking up young women on the roads for decades, and what happened to them next only he knows. One of the most likely similar cases is the disappearance of a woman in late 2005. She hitched a ride to another city and was never seen again. The detective handling the case is certain that Francis kidnapped her because he knew the victim personally, but there is no evidence at this time. Perhaps the police will find it again in their warehouse a few years later, but it won't make a difference to the perpetrator. If the police had examined the car more thoroughly, Francis would have been arrested back in 1999. Now we can only guess how many lives he ruined in the ensuing years, but sooner or later the mystery may be solved. There's another creepy thing about this whole story. Remember that in the initial stages of the investigation, the police identified 3 main suspects, including Francis. Now, one of them killed his wife 5 months after Haley disappeared, and the other, who worked as a school teacher, turned out to be one of the worst child molesters in Australian history. Too bad the police had no way to solve them at the time. If you liked this video, don't forget to support the channel with a like and share your opinion in the comments. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Austin Harov. A handsome honor student athlete and cannibal, a young, physically fit, and muscular man, suddenly loses his mind and transforms into a wild beast. And, if such a transformation occurs, where should one look for the underlying cause of this drastic change? Experts believe that such mental disorders are frequently inherited and can be caused by traumatic experiences, substance abuse, or social isolation. Austin Harris' case stands out. It's more than just a sudden fit of rage, a wild frenzy, or a personality disorder. Medical professionals have diagnosed his condition as a clinical delirium of lycanthropy, and the media has dubbed him a cannibal. It is believed that the young man has a rare psychiatric syndrome in which he believes he is transforming into an animal. The families of the victims, both injured and killed as a result of Harov's transformations, believe he pretended to be insane in order to avoid accountability. Harov did not hide the fact that he had been using various narcotics and psychotropic drugs for a long time, but tests revealed that he was clean at the time he committed the heinous acts. Let's start at the beginning of this complex case and see how the scion of a wealthy and respected family, an honor student, and an athlete transformed into a drug-addicted madman with an uncontrollable desire to consume human flesh. Austin Malcolm Harov, the Golden Boy, was born on December 21, 1996, in the picturesque resort town of Palm Beach, Florida, as the eldest of 2 children from a wealthy and respected doctor's family. His father was a well-known dentist who operated a network of private dental clinics. His mother was a leading pharmaceutical specialist, and the Sheriffs lived in a large, opulent home by the ocean. A year and a half after Austin's birth, the family welcomed a younger daughter, Haley. From a young age, the siblings were very close, referring to each other as best friends. Regardless of their privileged upbringing, the children were not spoiled. Their parents ensured that they received a good education and encouraged their overall development and creative potential. Austin was a straight-A student who enjoyed playing the guitar, wrestled and played football competitively, and performed in an amateur theater group. He considered himself creative and ambitious. Austin traveled the world with his parents and sister, taking vacations in different locations each time. In a high school essay, Austin described himself as a happy and optimistic person with a vivid imagination capable of conjuring up whatever he desired. He also mentioned his perseverance and desire to excel in academics and sports. He did, however, admit that his shyness was a weakness that made it difficult for him to interact with his peers at times. Austin's parents separated when he was 13 years old. His father gave up the family home to his ex-wife and moved into an equally luxurious home with his new love interest, who quickly became his wife. The children lived with their mother, but their father was still actively involved in their upbringing and provided financial support. His mother soon found a new partner and married him within a year, after which he moved into their home. The teenage boy struggled with his parents' divorce, but his emotional turmoil had no effect on his academic or athletic performance. Austin aspired to help and save lives in medicine, following in his parents' footsteps. He hoped to gain admission to a prestigious college specializing in medical studies while remaining an honor student and social outcast. In high school, Austin developed into a true heartthrob. He grew tall to 6 feet 2 inches, had a muscular build, and was quite strong. His charming smile and innocent, open gaze gave him a nearly angelic appearance. However, Harif remained the same shy guy, limiting his ability to socialize with peers and form romantic relationships with girls. In his personal diary, which he kept throughout his adolescence, he wrote about having almost no friends at school because all of his classmates labeled him a nerd and mocked him. The young man also expressed hope that things would improve once he started college, changed his social circle, and moved out of his parents' house. Austin learned a few months before graduating from high school that he had been accepted into the prestigious University of Florida's 4-year medical program. Successful completion of this program would open up numerous career opportunities for him in the future, as well as the opportunity to further his education at any medical school in the United States. The student was ecstatic that his dream had come true. Toward the end of August, his parents drove him to the college campus, where he would begin his studies. Opening up in a vlog, Austin embarked on the independent adult life he had long desired, but little changed for him. Despite his shyness, he struggled to connect with peers. He briefly dated a lovely girl, but they quickly split up because, as she put it, something about his behavior alarmed her, prompting her to end the relationship. Harif developed a strong interest in bodybuilding during his freshman year, spending a lot of time in the gym and producing outstanding results. The young man developed steel muscles that appeared impressive. However, his success did not come solely from perseverance and hard work. Steroids, which he started using on a regular basis, also had an impact. He openly discussed this in his YouTube vlog, which he began in the spring of 2016. Austin uploaded a variety of videos to his channel, some of which discussed sports and bodybuilding. In particular, others featured him singing with a guitar, performing cover versions of popular hits, or impersonating famous artists by mimicking their performance style. Others were about himself and his philosophical reflections on life. His postings, however, became more concerning over time. The young man began urging his followers not to use steroids, claiming they could drive people insane. He also admitted to having both a crazy and a normal side, which confused him. Austin began recording videos in different accents, as if they were different people, sometimes changing the tone of his voice, and occasionally crying in the middle of the recording for no apparent reason. His mood and facial expressions also changed dramatically, sometimes appearing as if he was simply making faces at the camera. Later, experts who reviewed his postings concluded that in each one, the young man was practically pleading for assistance. As he failed to make any real friends during his studies, this blog became his only outlet and means of expressing his emotions. Furthermore, these video recordings showed how the student gradually lost his sanity, as his behavior became more sensational, provocative, and even aggressive. Subscribers in Austin suspected he was using controlled substances and recording his videos while under the influence. They specifically asked him about this in the comments, but he responded that it's unhealthy, and as an athlete he would never do drugs. However, his behavior indicated otherwise. One of the subscribers even speculated that Haruf may have dissociative identity disorder. What is wrong with Austin? When Austin returned home for the summer, his mother and sister, who hadn't seen him in nearly a year and hadn't seen his blog online, were taken aback by the changes in him. During that time, Austin underwent a significant physical transformation, becoming a veritable mountain of muscle. But that was only the tip of the iceberg. He became strange in every way, speaking nonsense and claiming he no longer needed sleep. Initially, his family did not take his words seriously until the night arrived. Austin promised to patrol the house, protecting his family's peace from some dark forces, and he kept his word, wandering around the house until the morning. Furthermore, every hour he would check on his mother and sister's rooms, loudly assuring them that they could sleep soundly because he was on duty. The next morning, his mother decided to have an open conversation with her son, asking him directly if he was using drugs. Austin openly admitted that he had tried almost every drug in the last year and described how each one affected him. Among other things, he had consumed a powerful synthetic drug that caused severe hallucinations and fits of rage and could result in a fatal overdose. Nonetheless, he swore to his mother that it was all in the past, and he would no longer touch the poison that had driven him insane. Mrs. Haruf made what may have been the most serious mistake after hearing her son out. She chose not to seek help from qualified professionals, believing she could help her son cope on her own. As an experienced pharmacist, she took matters into her own hands. She gave her son a sedative and a sleeping pill, hoping they would help him relax and fall asleep after a restless night. Austin, on the other hand, returned to his post at night after only a few hours of sleep. He continued patrolling the house until morning, informing the residents every hour that everything was fine and there was no need to be concerned. This continued for several weeks, but the mother refused to consult psychiatrists or even inform her ex-husband of the situation. Early on August 13th, Austin knocked on the door of a former classmate who lived just a few blocks away. The girl was surprised because they hadn't seen each other in over a year, and he hadn't informed her of his visit. When she inquired about the reason for his appearance, Austin stated that he had forgotten his birth year and urgently needed this information. The perplexed classmate replied that it was 1996, after which the young man abruptly turned around and vanished without a word. Austin was terrified and perplexed by the girl, so she immediately called Mrs. Harris and told her everything, asking if the boy was using prohibited substances. Only then did the woman decide to contact her ex-husband, who was working in another state, and express her concern that something was seriously wrong with their son. The boy's father flew to Florida the next day and, after speaking with his son, suggested that he voluntarily check into a clinic for an examination, which the young man flatly refused. The man then had a heart-to-heart with his ex-wife, and they agreed to send their son for a compulsory examination and subsequent treatment in a drug rehabilitation or psychiatric facility. Unfortunately, they were unable to do so in time. It's a disturbing confession. The next day, Austin's friends invited him to join them on the beach. Given the hot and sunny weather, his mother insisted that Haley accompany them to keep an eye on her brother. Austin was looking forward to the outing, but he was dressed unusually warm for the beach, as if he were going to the mountains. Instead, he donned a thick, athletic hoodie with long sleeves, matching pants, boots, and ski goggles. When his friends saw him dressed like that, they went silent for a moment before laughing out loud. A few seconds later, they teased Austin, asking why he was dressed that way and if everything was fine with him. Austin became enraged, shouting that if they thought he was insane, he would act accordingly and take one of their lives. The boys did not take his words seriously, but they backed off for their own safety. Haley noticed her brother was on the verge of a breakdown, so she decided to speak with him and calm him down. The others did not hear their conversation. Austin told his sister that he wasn't entirely human, but rather half-wild animal immortal with superhuman strength. His words terrified her, but she tried to remain calm so as not to provoke her brother's aggression. At the beach, Austin appeared completely normal and natural. He joked, laughed, played volleyball with his friends, and messed around. As evening approached, they said their goodbyes and parted ways. Austin and Haley went to a small restaurant near the coast, where they intended to meet their father and his current wife. On the way, Austin told Haley that he wanted to test his immortality, then drove towards a busy highway, intending to cross it inappropriately directly through the fast-moving traffic. When Haley realized what was going on, she ran after her brother and physically dragged him away, pleading with him to hurry because they were expected. Austin agreed that they shouldn't keep anyone waiting, so he silently followed his sister. Austin behaved strangely again at dinner, silently rising from the table several times to go outside, looking around as if he was afraid of someone, and then returning. He then decided to inform his father and stepmother of his immortality. When his father calmly suggested that he seek professional help, Austin jumped up, shouted that he wasn't insane, shoved his father hard, and fled the restaurant, an attack on an elderly couple and their neighbor. What happened after the young man left the restaurant could have been straight out of a horror film. He later claimed he had no recollection of the events and couldn't believe he was capable of such atrocities. Austin walked for several miles before wandering into an unfamiliar neighborhood. There, a bright light from an open garage drew his attention, and he approached it. In that house lived an elderly couple, Joanne Stevens, 59, and Michelle Mishcon Stevens, 56. In the evenings, they enjoyed barbecuing and watching movies in their spacious garage, which was set up like a living room. They had been married for over 25 years and had 3 adult children living on their own, and we are now enjoying their retirement in each other's company. That evening, John went for a walk with their dog while his wife prepared for their regular movie night. When Michelle noticed an unfamiliar young man on their lawn, she felt no threat and even asked if he needed assistance. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Jeffrey Fisher, the couple's neighbor, lived across the street and was friendly with the Stevens. Around 9 p.m., he heard suspicious noises outside. Looking into the yard, he heard Michelle's agonizing scream. He dashed to assist his neighbors and discovered a tall, large young man attacking an elderly woman by the open garage. Jeffrey attempted to pull the stranger away, but the young man was too strong and knocked Jeffrey to the ground. As he attempted to recover, the attacker stabbed him several times in the back and shoulders. Realizing he was outnumbered and in need of assistance, Jeffrey dashed into the Stevens house to divert the attacker's attention away from himself, then exited through the back door and returned to his own home. Only once inside did he realize the assailant had not followed him, but when he returned to the unfortunate Michelle Jeffrey, he immediately called the police and emergency medical services, reporting an armed attack by a stranger wielding a knife and injuring himself and his elderly neighbor. After speaking with emergency services, Jeffrey went silent and listened intently. He soon realized no one was outside his door, and the attacker had stayed at the neighbor's house. Furthermore, the assailant was now making strange animal-like sounds similar to a wild beast's growl, accompanied by terror screams and moans, a fatal assault, and a gruesome act. It took the police about 10 minutes to arrive at the scene, but it was far too late. The sight that greeted them was terrifying and beyond all logical explanation. The officer approached the garage with weapons drawn, only to stop in disbelief at the doorway. Michelle Mishcon Stevens, the homeowner, is found dead in a pool of blood. The autopsy later revealed that she had multiple blunt force traumas to the head and a stab wound to the chest. In the dim light, more people were on the ground. However, the officers took some time to process the scene. One man reached out, pleading for assistance in an unfamiliar voice. Above him, another man appeared to be choking him, gripping his neck with one hand and tilting his head back with the other. The officers demanded the attacker release the victim, threatening him with their guns, but he did not respond. Firing was too risky due to the possibility of hitting both people. Instead, one officer took out a taser, warned that he was about to use it, and moved closer. Only then did he realize the assailant was biting the man's face and holding his head and neck tightly. The victim, as you might expect, was John Stevens. There was a large pool of blood beneath him. His left cheek was missing a chunk of flesh, and his lip, nose, and ear appeared to have been mutilated and chewed off. The elderly man was immobilized, barely able to move, and silently begged for assistance. The officer shocked the attacker with a taser, but he appeared unaffected, continuing to tear at the victim's face with his teeth. A kick to the assailant's face caused him to growl loudly and bite Stevens' cheek again. The subsequent kicks did little to deter him. Reinforcements arrived, including a police dog that was unleashed on the agitated young man. The dog latched onto the assailant's arm, but he appeared to feel no pain, breaking free and injuring himself further. A powerful kick from an officer eventually disoriented the attacker enough to handcuff him. At this point, the young man claimed he felt ill, possibly from eating something bad, before losing consciousness and convulsing. Mrs. Stevens was unable to be revived, and her husband died on the way to the hospital as a result of extensive blood loss from stab wounds and the shock of having his flesh consumed. The injured neighbor who reported the incident survived, but his right hand sustained permanent minor motor skill damage as a result of a nerve injury. And there is damage. The attacker fell into a coma after ingesting a substance from a bottle in the garage that he mistook for alcohol, but was actually weed. He received severe burns to his esophagus and stomach, spent several days on the verge of death, and was eventually saved by medical professionals with fragmented memories. Austin was in a coma for nearly 2 weeks before regaining consciousness and giving his account, claiming he had no recollection of what happened that day. He gradually began to recall the restaurant dinner and the argument he had with his father before walking away. He then described encountering a ghost-like figure who led him through dark alleys and unfamiliar neighborhoods until a light appeared in the distance. The light came from a lantern near the Stevens garage, where the homeowner was preparing a barbecue and taking out food. When his presence startled the woman, she requested assistance. Austin admitted to striking her several times before drawing a knife and claiming he would rid her of evil. At that point, a man named Jeffrey Fisher attacked him, which Austin saw as a demon, and he retaliated with the knife. After fleeing to seek help, Fisher continued to assault the woman until she died. He then noticed a bottle and mistook its contents for alcohol, drinking roughly half of it. Soon after, he heard a dog barking and a man speaking. The homeowner had returned. The scene shocked me. Austin claimed to have no memory of what happened next, at least according to his own statements. Initially, it was thought that Austin was under the influence of powerful narcotics, which could explain his aggression and insensitivity to pain. However, when tested at the hospital, his blood contained no traces of drugs, medication, or alcohol. This led to the conclusion that Austin may have experienced a psychotic episode, acting without awareness of his actions. Between the courtroom and psychiatric care, experienced psychiatrists were responsible for determining the truth of this claim. The case of Austin Harrouff drew widespread media attention because of its unprecedented brutality and ambiguity. The children of the deceased couple, as well as the relatives of the injured neighbor, believed that the young man was faking insanity and memory lapses in order to be declared incompetent and avoid harsh punishment. The majority of those who followed the case agreed with this sentiment. Dr. Landrum, a state-appointed psychological and psychiatric expert, stated in his report that Mr. However, the prosecutor stated in court that he did not believe the defendant met the legal definition of insanity at the time he committed the crime. There were suggestions that the young man's mental health had deteriorated as a result of his drug experiments, steroid use, and difficulties socializing with peers, which he had been experiencing since school. However, at the time of the crime, he was clean, with no traces of illegal substances or alcohol in his blood, implying that the reasons for his aggressive behavior were elsewhere. During one of the court hearings, Austin's father revealed that their family had at least one confirmed case of schizophrenia, and he was concerned that his son had inherited the serious illness. It is worth noting that the student was suspected of suffering from clinical lycanthropy delusion, a relatively uncommon condition. Such a diagnosis could explain why the young man acted like a wild beast and was impervious to pain, but none of the psychiatrists who examined the defendant agreed. Austin was transferred to jail following treatment, but the case has yet to be resolved. The young man is still awaiting trial, and his lawyers claim he is mentally ill. Meanwhile, the relatives of the deceased couple and the injured man have expressed hope and conducted interviews, believing that Harrouff will be found competent and sentenced to death for his heinous act. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The incident in late summer 2016 at Spring Creek Park sparked widespread public outrage. How many similar tragedies must occur before New York City officials listen to citizens' pleas? Locals had repeatedly alerted authorities to the presence of unsettling individuals in the park. Some of them would form groups, while others wandered alone. Regardless, their appearance conveyed a sense of danger. Unfortunately, it took a crime for the city administration to finally intervene and address this issue. Furthermore, the event sparked numerous discussions and topics about the safety of female runners, particularly those who run alone. According to a survey, 54% of women are anxious when they go out, fearing verbal harassment or physical attacks. The story of Karina Vetrano is both terrifying and perplexing. First and foremost, nothing appeared to be missing on the fateful day. The woman was attacked in broad daylight in a populated area. Second, her death has a mystical quality to it. Third, the investigation of the case and the sentencing of the perpetrator raised numerous questions. On Tuesday, August 2nd, 2016, Karina planned to meet her father after work because they wanted to spend time together. Since Ms. Vetrano had moved, family gatherings had become uncommon because everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs. In addition, the young woman was working 2 jobs. Philip picked up his daughter and took her home. When Karina was about to leave, the family gathered to share their thoughts on the previous week. She asked her father if he wanted to go jogging with her, something they did frequently, covering several miles together. Her father said he couldn't do it this time. "You see, my back hurts so much that nothing helps. Perhaps a new prescription is needed. Maybe it's the change in weather," as Mr. Vetrano explained. "Perhaps I should call you a cab." The weather was gorgeous, the heat had subsided, and there was a fresh scent in the air. Consequently, Karina declined the offer. Furthermore, she was preparing for the upcoming marathon. The young woman had just broken up with her boyfriend and wanted to distract herself. A jog would clearly benefit her. That evening marked the last time the parents saw their youngest daughter. At 5:45 p.m., she left the house for a jog. Her first stop was Spring Creek Park, a cozy, peaceful spot buried in greenery, a true oasis amidst the city's infrastructure. However, only a portion of the park was open for walking. The rest was covered in thickets and swamps. Mr. Vetrano asked his daughter to stick to her usual route to avoid unfamiliar paths and people. Unfortunately, Karina ignored his advice. In search of solitude, she decided to visit a grassy, deserted area. Karina's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. She fell down after feeling a sharp pain in the back of her head. This rash decision resulted in the young woman's death. A terrifying uncertainty entered the Vetrano home. It had been 2 hours since they said goodbye to their youngest daughter. She should have been home by now, or at least answering the phone calls from her parents, who were desperately trying to reach her, and she had promised to keep her phone to herself. The anxiety was increasing. Her father sensed something was wrong and sought assistance from his neighbor, the chief of the New York City Police Department. They were on friendly terms, and the high-ranking official knew Philip would not make a fuss about anything. Following that, Karina Vetrano was reported missing. Police began looking for the young woman by combing the park and surrounding streets. As a result, experienced canine units were called in. As is well known, the first 24 hours following a person's disappearance are critical and most informative. As a result, law enforcement used all of their available resources before nightfall. At the same time, Mr. Vetrano, accompanied by a group of volunteers, searched for his daughter on his own. He scoured the park from end to end, combing the paths and wading through the thick grass. As dusk fell, the man was making phone calls when he noticed a light in the grass. As he approached, he recognized Karina's cell phone. Maybe she lost her phone and didn't tell us. Philip hoped. The family patriarch approached the police officers, deciding to make his way through the thicket. Stepping into the grass, he discovered something soft. A partially undressed female corpse lay face down. Philip turned it over and noticed a familiar face. A desperate scream erupted from his father's chest. It was Karina. She hadn't lost her phone, as he assumed his little girl wasn't answering her phone because she had been robbed of her life. Mr. Vetrano was overcome with emotion as he realized what had happened. When the police heard the screaming and yelling, they rushed to him. They dragged Philippe away from his daughter's body, attempting to convey that this was now a crime scene. Everything in the area was considered evidence. To prevent evidence from being tampered with, law enforcement officers asked the deceased's father not to touch anything on the way home. Mr. Vetrano thought a lot. He was tormented about how to inform his wife of their daughter's death. Images from the past flashed before his eyes. He remembered the birth of their second daughter on July 12, 1986, in Queens. Philip had been proud of her from a young age because she was obedient and polite. He vividly remembered taking her to her first day of school and how well she did in class. Such education enabled her to obtain a higher degree. Karina received her Master of Speech Pathology degree from St. John's University. She had always wanted to help children and has worked with autistic children. His daughter was multifaceted. She loved to travel and write. She loved sports, particularly running, and their shared passion brought them together. She was his inspiration. The father remembered how jealous he was of her suitors. He desperately wanted her to be truly loved, hoping that she would eventually build a strong family like he and Kathy did and give him wonderful grandchildren. The return journey became an eternity. At the entrance to the house, Mr. Vetrano paused to take a deep breath. "I need to be strong to support my family. I need to pull myself together." The man commanded himself. His wife greeted him on the threshold. Fortunately, he did not have to explain anything to her. She recognized everything on her husband's face. Kathy cried, approached her husband, and hugged him. Karina's family and friends quickly learned of the incident. They struggled to recover from their shock. Believing in the young woman's unexpected death was difficult, let alone accepting its violent nature. Ms. Vetrano had been brutally attacked. This was the investigators' conclusion. At first glance, it was clear that the woman had resisted, even to the death. Her fists stayed clenched. Her once young and healthy body was covered in bruises and abrasions, and her athletic clothing had been torn. An autopsy revealed that a blunt object, most likely a stone, had damaged the back of the victim's skull. However, the death was due to asphyxiation. A distinct mark was visible on the woman's neck. The forensic examination revealed the crime's intimate nature. The experts' findings confirmed the police's initial suspicions. Earth and grass were discovered under the victim's fingernails, most likely in an attempt to free herself from her attacker's grip and escape. Specialists examined her mouth and discovered her teeth knocked out and cracked in areas where she had clearly bitten to defend herself. Even the woman's neck had numerous scratches. She was grabbing with her hands, attempting to force her attacker to let go of her. Karina did not want to die and fought tirelessly for her life. Karina Vetrano, his youngest daughter, had many interests, but she particularly enjoyed writing. In 2013, she appeared in a short film directed by her friend and screenwriter Petros Georgiadis, which was based on a poem she wrote about paradox. In her blogs, the girl frequently addressed complex issues, including love and death. Following the tragedy, new information was leaked to the media. Another jogger's body was discovered in tall grass in Princeton, Massachusetts. The woman, who appeared to be out for a walk in a secluded area, met a similar fate. At first glance, the cases appeared identical. Could there be another serial offender in America? Geneticists took up the case and were tasked with comparing DNA samples collected from crime scenes. As luck would have it, identified samples were discovered on both victims. Contrary to police expectations, the analysis found no link between the crimes. It turned out that the DNA samples belonged to different individuals. The story about the DNA material taken from under her fingernails on her back and Karina Vetrano's phone is especially intriguing. Experts determined that the DNA was sufficient for analysis, despite its small size. For a long time, this DNA was the only lead in the investigation, providing an opportunity to identify the perpetrator. It is known that the majority of life-ending crimes are committed by someone close to the victim, so the police could not rule out any possibility. The victim's father provided his DNA because he was the first to discover his daughter's body. However, the timing of this procedure was poor. It occurred on the day of Karina's funeral. Later, all of the woman's relatives underwent a DNA test, which revealed no matches. Detectives decided to interview Karina, his family, and friends to see if Mrs. Vetrano had any enemies or bad intentions. It turned out there were none. Everyone admired and loved her. The investigators then developed a new version. The deed was committed with ulterior motives. Someone met the beautiful Karina in a remote location and attacked her, succumbing to base motivations, at a loss. The investigation asked the public for help by offering a $10,000 reward for information that could lead to the perpetrator. The initiative received widespread support. Detectives investigated 250 leads, ran 600 genetic tests, and compiled over 1,700 reports, all to no avail. The perpetrator appeared to have never committed crimes before. or had never been caught doing so, complicating the investigation even further. On August 31, 2016, a utility worker approached the police station and provided information. Mr. Toronto died while in a restricted area of the park when he saw a man emerge from the bushes and run north. Based on his testimony, the NYPD created and distributed a sketch of the suspect in December 2016. However, it considered the possibility that the person depicted in the sketch was a passerby who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Unfortunately, the release of the suspected perpetrator's sketch yielded no new information, and the investigation reached another lengthy stalemate on December 4, 2016. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has joined the investigation into the death of Karina Vetrano. Initially, they created a psychological profile for the perpetrator. According to FBI experts, the individual was very familiar with the area, particularly the park where the incident occurred, raising the possibility that the assailant lived or still lives nearby. However, fearing capture, he now avoids the area. He clearly understood that the quiet, partially overgrown terrain was ideal for concealing his actions. Based on this theory, the police conducted screenings of local African American men, but the results were not as desired. Chanel Lewis' life was not particularly unique in comparison to that of other young African Americans. He lived in one of Brooklyn's low-income housing developments, about 4 or 5 miles from Spring Creek Park. Chanel was unemployed and lived with his mother, 3 sisters, and their children. Perhaps the only thing that distinguished him was his diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. Despite this, he graduated from a private school for students with emotional and behavioral issues. Chanel's former classmates remembered her as a quiet loner. The kids constantly picked on him. One of them admitted that the girls intimidated and punched him. He had no friends. Another peer stated that Louis occasionally fought back, but not effectively. He was frequently mocked for his clothing and appearance. Chanel always wore a hoodie, smirked, and walked away from difficult situations, earning him the nickname African Lizard. Chanel, however, is described as a smart kid with good grades by a fellow student, 17-year-old Danielle Nunes. He liked to show me funny videos on the bus, she remembered. I never saw him being cruel. According to some sources, the young man once stated that he wanted to cut all of the girls who approached him in middle school. What would happen if I brought a knife to school? Dr. Edward Dana, the executive director of the school where Chanel was transferred, commented on this. We had no reports of threats at middle school. He received no disciplinary sanctions while attending our school. I never heard him make threats to other students. Nonetheless, Chanel was a traumatized adolescent who frequently faced bullying. He aspired to work in social services, assisting those in distress. When conflicts arose at home, he would wander the streets and frequent the park. Lewis had several minor encounters with the police in Spring Creek, one of which involved urinating in public. In May 2016, another incident occurred when a local merchant reported Louis for loitering in his shop with a crowbar. Responding officers checked Chanel's identification and released him because he had no prior incidents. However, the police kept this information, which would later play an important role in the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death in February 2017. Detective John Russo, who was involved in the investigation, recalled something significant. He had seen a young man in a hoodie wandering around the park several times before. John even attempted to follow him after becoming intrigued by the individual's behavior. The young man walked slowly, pausing for extended periods in front of houses near the park, as if scouting for potential burglaries. However, Rousseau lost sight of him when he called his colleagues the next day in response to a store owner's report. The police discovered a teenager who matched the description. We're 2 months into the investigation. John Rousseau recalled this wanderer, believing he had seen or heard something relevant. After Detective Rousseau reviewed the young man's file, investigators focused on Chanel Lewis. Chanel's peculiarities piqued interest. The police began to inquire about him among acquaintances and teachers, and it was discovered that he had allegedly expressed a desire to harm girls. This news raised concerns and suspicions. With no other leads, officers decided to focus on Lewis. It was later discovered that Chanel was not at home when Karina died. After an argument with his family, he went to the park. When he returned, he looked disheveled, with torn clothes and visible bruises and abrasions. When his mother inquired about what had happened, Lewis claimed that he had been attacked. His account matched the timeline and a witness description of a man fleeing the park. Additionally, on August 3, 2016, Louis's father, a former school principal, took him to the hospital for treatment of severe wounds, the majority of which were cuts, as well as an injured hand. The investigators examined the medical records from that day and found the story credible. However, they saw things differently, noticing parallels between the events involving Chanel Lewis and Karina Vetrano. Chanel was brought to the police station on February 4, 2017, where he voluntarily provided his DNA for analysis. Would the perpetrator willingly do this? Detectives wondered. The interrogation began in the morning of February 5th. Louis admitted that he was at the park around 5 p.m. On August 2, 2016, he clarified that he was walking on dirt pads, not through the thickets, while listening to music. He admitted to seeing a young woman jogging with her phone in hand. When detectives asked if anything happened when he met her, Chanel nodded quietly and said, "Yes." Everyone was stunned. His response was ambiguous, implying confusion. "I was angry." One thing led to another. What happened was finally stated clearly. Investigators were wary of this semi-admission, fearing it would cast doubt on jurors during a trial. They waited for Chanel to explain. "I was walking through the park, trying to distract myself from a family argument. When I met a woman who was alone, I decided to follow her. When she passed by me, I grabbed her shoulders, threw her to the ground, and hit her face about 5 times to keep her from screaming. My punches knocked out several of her teeth, injuring my hand," Chanel said. He also stated that the struggle lasted approximately 5 minutes. Ms. Vetrano vigorously resisted scratching and biting. To avoid attracting attention, Louis dragged her from the path into the tall grass, where he tried to undress and assault her. She was taken aback but refused to give in. Chanel then strangled her until he realized she was dead. When asked if he knew the victim before, he replied, "I did not know her before this. Everything happened by chance." With ants, the motivation for the act became even more unexpected and bizarre. Chanel's hatred and uncontrollable aggression were apparently triggered by hours of loud music played by a neighborhood gang member. These negative emotions were unleashed on the unfortunate woman, a strange motivation for an act. The investigators' confusion was dispelled when DNA comparison results matched perfectly microscopic traces found on the victim's body and Chanel's phone. As a result, the police and prosecutor concluded that the case was solved and ready for trial. However, the motive seemed implausible. Chanel may have noticed Karina before, as he frequented the park and might have seen her with her father. He liked her and chose to approach her. However, after being rejected, he became enraged and attacked her, and the situation spiraled out of control. This scenario could have been more understandable. On November 5, 2018, the trial against Chanel Lewis began. Despite his earlier statements to the authorities, Lewis pleaded not guilty, a stance shared by his family, denying any involvement in the crime. The prosecution charged Louis with homicide and sexual assault, and he faces a sentence of 25 years to life in prison. The debate over Louis' guilt played out not only in court, but also in the media. Lewis and his defense teams sparked controversy by citing alleged legal violations during his arrest, as well as allegations of racial bias and discrimination by various news outlets. However, the judge dismissed the allegations as baseless, emphasizing that the investigation followed legal procedures. The prosecution presented tangible evidence and DNA analysis results. The defense claimed the evidence was insufficient and contaminated. Given the large number of people present at the crime scene, including the victim's father who discovered her body, forensic biologist Linda Rossano estimated that the likelihood of the DNA belonging to someone other than Louis was 1 in 6 trillion. The prosecutor also presented Louis' phone records, revealing his internet searches on second chances and forgiveness in Catholicism, which prompted the question: what sin did Chanel want to atone for? The release of Louis' confession video sparked more controversy, with his lawyers claiming he was under immense pressure, resulting in a coerced confession. They suspected the police of fabricating evidence, claiming that the recording began only after Louis was coerced and that the search of his home violated protocol. The defense argued that the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death was initially botched. As public pressure grew for an arrest, Louis became a scapegoat. The jury was struck by the defense's compelling arguments. After hearing both sides, they were unable to reach a final decision. On November 21, 2018, the judge declared a mistrial, with a retrial originally scheduled for January 22, 2019, but later pushed back to March 2019. Chanel Lewis was found guilty of Karina Vetrano's death and sentenced to life in prison without parole on July 23, 2019, following 5 hours of deliberations. The defense's delay tactics included citing an anonymous source for alleged juror misconduct, implying jury pressure and a conspiracy, and some referring to the trial as a lynching. The seemingly straightforward case initially sparked widespread prejudice and fear in society. Karina Vetrano's death moved many people, serving as a sobering reminder for women to be cautious. Did justice prevail? In any case, a young woman was killed, and Chanel Lewis was sentenced to life in prison. Both families have lost their children. The hope remains that the truth was discovered. Otherwise, an innocent man is incarcerated while the perpetrator goes free. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Sumner family case has been buried alive. The worst betrayal is that of a loved one who has enjoyed unending love and trust. Despite the pain, bitterness, resentment, and disappointment, many people manage to cope and continue with their lives. But what if the betrayal is discovered on the deathbed, and the realization is the last thing a person experiences in life? That is the basis for the horrifying Sumner family story. Even experienced criminalists with extensive experience, who've seen everything in their practice, were moved to tears by this case. Despite the initial death sentence imposed on them, the subhumans who committed this heinous crime are still alive and actively attempting to appeal the court's decision. But let's start at the beginning and try to figure out how a young girl whom the spouse, Sumner, loved and cared for as if she were their own daughter, decided to treat them so brutally. Carol Alfred was born and raised in Charleston, South Carolina, and James, her high school sweetheart, is simply Reggie Sumner. They shared the same age, had known each other since childhood, attended the same school, and were in the same grade. Their friendship and childhood affection gradually turned into sympathy. The school children didn't notice how close they were getting. In 1959, when the teenagers were 15 years old, they began a romantic relationship, and friends noted how beautiful and harmonious they were as a couple. And later in life, James and Carol kept joint photos of themselves when they were young, happy and ahead, as if they were waiting for a long and happy life for the two of them. It was the first time in their lives that their emotions were intense and mutual. The young people were practically inseparable both at and outside of school, and they seriously considered marrying as soon as they turned 18. Their parents supported their children's decision, and we have nothing against their marriage, but life had a very different outcome: a long separation in 1962. The lovers graduated high school but did not have time to marry. A few months later, James was called up for military duty in the Army. He and Carol decided to postpone the celebration until he returned home, and they also agreed to send each other regular letters. Time passed, the separation dragged on, and in the mid-60s, the young man was sent to a hotspot in Vietnam, after which contact with him was severed. Carol didn't know if her lover was still alive because he stopped writing to her. Carol decided to pursue her studies while also working at the Charleston Air Force Base. She married a few years later, but her first marriage ended quickly, and the couple had no children together. The young woman married a man named Richard in 1975, and their only child, a daughter named Rhonda, was born in 1977. However, the second marriage also failed because the husband abused hot drinks and frequently raised his hand against his wife. Around the middle of the 1980s, Carol couldn't stand her husband's constant abuse, so she took her daughter and filed for divorce. But Richard did not leave his ex-wife alone. He literally pursued her, attempting to ruin her life, and in 1987, he succeeded. He purchased a handgun with ammunition. And after another large dose of alcohol, I went to deal with the ex-spouse. Offered rang the doorbell, and Carol unknowingly opened it for him. Rhonda, 10 years old, stood behind her in the room. However, the presence of his daughter did not deter the drunken father, who pulled out a gun and shot Carol several times right in front of the child. He then got into his car, drove to a deserted area, pulled out his gun, and shot the remaining bullet into his temple, killing him on the spot. Carol was lucky to survive because neighbors heard the gunshots and the child's desperate cries and immediately called an ambulance and the police. The young woman was on the verge of dying. She lost a lot of blood and was considered critical for several days. Carol underwent a number of complex operations, including blood transfusions, and gradually recovered. But she became completely blind in her right eye and was permanently disabled near the end of the 1990s. Her health has once again deteriorated significantly. She didn't feel good. I lost a noticeable amount of weight and experienced extreme pain and weakness. After a thorough examination in the hospital, she was diagnosed with liver cancer, which was disappointing news. In 1987, when doctors were fighting for her life, Carol's body was accidentally carrying the hepatitis C virus, which she was unaware of and did not treat. As a result, the virus that infected her liver ravaged it for years, causing cancer. Carol's condition, however, was stabilized as a result of treatment and carefully chosen supportive therapy. She had to take her prescribed medications on a daily basis for the rest of her life, as well as have regular medical checkups to make necessary adjustments to her treatment. Carol lost her job at the Air Force Base after receiving serious gunshot wounds. With cancer added to her list of disappointing diagnoses, she was unable to work physically or stand for extended periods of time. So Carol accepted a position as a call center operator for a cable TV company in her hometown of Charleston. James, on the other hand, did not have the opportunity to report for quite some time after arriving in Vietnam. The war dragged on. The man was severely injured, nearly losing his leg, and spent an extended period of time in hospital. His name was mistakenly included on the lists of the deceased, so even his relatives assumed he was no longer alive. The summoner was fortunate enough to live and return home years later. Carol's connection had long since been lost. She had relocated, married, and believed her first love had died in a hot tot. James soon married, but his injuries from the war caused him to develop diabetes and a number of other chronic diseases. He was never able to be a father. A few years later, the marriage ended, and he has been living alone ever since. James took a job as a simple laborer on the local railroad and stopped expecting pleasant surprises in life. The voice seems painfully familiar. Carol was going about her business as usual in the fall of 2000, answering phones and advising customers. When the young woman answered another such call, she recognized a voice that sent shivers down her spine. She recognized her first high school love right away, but she was afraid of making a mistake because she assumed James had died. Carol answered all of the customer's questions before suddenly turning to him and saying his full name. There was silence on the other end of the line, and the man inquired timidly about how she knew his name. Carol burst into tears in response, revealing that she was the girl he had dated in high school and had once planned to marry. For the next few minutes, they both cried into the tube, unable to say anything. They then discovered that they still lived in their hometown and agreed to meet the following evening at the meeting. According to Rhonda, 38 years later, her mother returned home from work that day, excited, looking like a lovesick schoolgirl, and talking nonstop about James. Carol prepared for the date the following day by trying on dresses and applying her hair and makeup. Carol realized she was no longer the youthful beauty. James Sumner remembered her as such, but she wanted to look good and reclaim her former lover's heart. It was an exciting meeting for both of them, as the couple had not seen each other in 38 years. They talked about everything in the world and couldn't stop. They talked about their lives' ups and downs, failed marriages, work, health issues, and how happy they were when they were together. Their old emotions flared up again. James and Carol were eager to make up for their lost years. They began to see each other daily, and after only a few weeks, they decided to move in together and begin living together. 5 months later, Carol married and moved into her husband's home in the Riverland Terrace neighborhood. Family life and disruptive neighbors. The couple first lived in their hometown of Charleston, South Carolina. They were in love, happy, involved in the details of daily life, and reverently cared for each other because they were both young and had health issues. James has known the Cole family for many years, and they live next to the couple. Stephen, the head of their family, had previously fought in Vietnam, was severely injured, and was confined to a wheelchair. Natalie, his wife, went missing at work and did not return home until much later, preferred to spend time with friends in a bar. Tiffany, their daughter, was left to her own devices from a young age. frequently hanging out on the street with nothing to do and no money for even small pocket change. Tiffany was still in high school and in good spirits when James and Carol first moved in. Carol immediately sympathized with the neighbor girl. She genuinely felt sorry for the schoolgirl, who had been rejected by her own mother, Carol, for 5 years in every way possible. Tiffany invited her to join her family for lunch and dinner, which were both delicious. She would occasionally buy the girl clothes and even give her money for minor expenses. Carol treated her as if she were her own daughter, showering her with affection and attention. When the Sumners decided to sell their car brand, the Chevrolet Lumina minivan, Tiffany asked if she could pay in installments. Because the girl had no money and needed the car, the couple agreed to give her the vehicle for next to nothing. The agreed upon amount was ridiculous, divided into a dozen payments spread over a year, a forced relocation, and a mysterious disappearance. In early 2005, the Sumners decided to relocate to the sunny state of Florida. It was a forced measure because both spouses' health had deteriorated significantly, and doctors recommended that they relocate south and closer to the ocean. They were both retired at the time, so they made the decision to make a significant life change. Carol and James sold their spacious Charleston home and purchased real estate in Jacksonville, Florida's largest and most populous city. They also bought a new Lincoln Town Car. The couple was overjoyed and settled into a new environment, making plans for their future lives together. Carol called her adult daughter Rhonda every day, telling her about her life and sharing her thoughts and plans. As a result, the girl was surprised and excited one day in June 2005. Her mother did not call or respond to her calls. At first, Rhonda pushed the negative thoughts away and hoped that everything was fine with her mother and husband and that they would call her soon. The following day, however, the situation remained unchanged. Rhonda called her mother on James' cell phone every half hour, but the phones were no longer operational, and the answering machine on her home phone went off, but all messages went unanswered. On the third day, Rhonda decided to drive herself to another state to see how her mother and stepfather were doing. She left early in the morning and drove for approximately 5 hours before arriving at Sumner's house. The absence of a car was the first thing Rhonda noticed, but it was far from the only oddity. When the girl approached the front door, she discovered that it was ajar. The house was quiet, with a light on in one of the rooms. Even though the sun was shining brightly outside, Rhonda called out for her mother and James, but there was no response. Then she went into the kitchen, where she discovered a table set for two with food that appeared to have been there for at least 3 days. It appeared that the owners had gathered for dinner, but had abruptly abandoned the meal and gone elsewhere. In addition, the house itself was a complete mess. With items strewn about and some doors and cupboards left open, it appeared that something had been searched for. But what was it, and who was it, and who was it, on the couple's bedside table? Some medications were essential to them. There were their mother's cancer pills, which he took 3 times a day, as well as a bottle of insulin, which James took hourly. In addition, the couple's cell phones were completely dead. Rhonda realized that without their medications and cell phones, her mother and stepfather would be unable to leave the house, let alone for an extended period of time. So she immediately called the police to report the incident. Strange imposters. The couple in their car were promptly added to the wanted list, and Carol and James' bank cards were blocked the same day. The first few days of the search produced no results, and neither the Sumners nor any witnesses on the trail could be located. However, on June 12, several events occurred simultaneously, allowing the police to track down the criminals. First, a man called one of the banks, identified himself as Mr. James Sumner, and complained that his card had been blocked and he was unable to withdraw cash. When the bank employee checked the card information, he immediately suspected something was wrong. He offered Mr. Sumner to personally contact the nearest bank branch to resolve the issue. However, almost a few minutes later, the man hung up from the same number. However, in another bank, a woman named Mrs. Carol Sumner called and reported a similar problem with the card being blocked. When asked to come to the bank in person, she flatly refused, claiming that she couldn't do so due to health issues, but was in desperate need of money right now, and asked for access to her savings, which was of course denied. The information about the calls, as well as the recordings of the calls themselves, were immediately turned over to the police the same day. They were played to Rhonda at the station, who confirmed that the voices were not her mother's or stepfather's. This was obvious from the start, as both spouses were in their 60s, and their voices sounded too young. The police assumed that the imposters were directly responsible for the summoner's disappearance. They either kidnapped the couple and held them captive or killed them. The missing couple's car was discovered abandoned on a deserted road in a wooded area a few days after being extorted for information about bank accounts and cards. There were no signs of blood or struggle in the cabin. Experts discovered hair and sweat marks in the trunk, which turned out to be both spouses. When the police investigated the couple's bank transactions, it became clear that they had been kidnapped in the trunk of their own car, and there was little hope of finding them alive. It turned out that money had been deducted from their card several times after the summoners stopped contacting their daughter. After reviewing the ATM surveillance footage, it was discovered that the money was withdrawn by a young man who could not be identified. In addition, a request was made to trace all calls from the number used by the imposters to call the bank. The SIM card was purchased without a contract with prepaid time shortly before the spouses disappeared. It was not possible to determine the buyer's name in this case, but it was discovered that on June 6, a call was placed from this number to a car rental company. As it turned out, a guest at one of the hotels rented a Mazda RX-8 in the name of Tiffany Cole, and it was in this car that an unknown young man later drove to Adams and withdrew money from the Sumner's cards. He deducted $1,000 from the woman's card and nearly $3,000 from her husband's card. Investigators discovered that they had previously mentioned a Mazda RX-8 parked at a hotel in Charleston, thanks to beacons installed in all rental cars to track their location. A capture team was immediately dispatched, and they literally broke into the room where the attackers were resting, celebrating their impunity. Young thugs. The room was literally littered with packages and receipts from different stores. Clothing, gadgets, video games, cosmetics, perfumes, and a large quantity of expensive alcohol were among the items purchased. A girl and two guys were inside, clearly unprepared for police arrival. Tiffany Cole, 23, her boyfriend Michael J. Jackson, 24, and 19-year-old Allen Wade were all present. Handcuffs were snapped around the young men's wrists, leaving them looking surprised, confused, and even scared. All three were taken to the police station and separated into different rooms for questioning. However, at first, they pretended not to understand the accusations or simply remained silent. A search of the room revealed Sumner's bank cards, the couple's laptop, some of Carol's jewelry, James's expensive coin collection, the keys to their Lincoln Town car, and pawn shop receipts in the name of Tiffany Cole. Following several hours of interrogation, Mrs. Sumner and Tiffany were able to pawn some of the stolen jewelry and spend the money with friends. Tiffany was the first to speak after the irrefutable evidence discovered in the hotel room was presented. The girl sobbed and claimed that she and her friends robbed the elderly couple but did nothing else, before fleeing and spending other people's money. She also admitted that they had another man with them, 19-year-old Bruce Kent Nixon, whom they paid $300 for assistance and never saw again. As it turned out, Bruce agreed to go to the crime because they promised him a specific amount. After that, he spent all of his money on illegal substances. The guy was easy to find because he lived in Charleston and had no intention of fleeing or hiding. He was arrested right at his parents' house for a careless remark and a devious plan. Bruce realized the consequences of his crime and agreed to cooperate with the police in order to avoid the death penalty. What the young criminal said caused horror and frostbite on the skin. It all started in May 2005. Tiffany went to the Sumners to make the next payment on the car she bought 6 months ago. The girl always approached them personally because they are welcoming. Carol and James invited her to stay for a night or a few days, fed her delicious food, and even gave her gifts. As she came with friends, there was always enough room in the house and at the table. Tiffany arrived this time with her new boyfriend, and the two of them were graciously invited to dinner. And because it was late, the couple spent the night at Sumner's house. During the meal, the Southerners discussed how they settled in their new surroundings, and Carol inadvertently mentioned that they had nearly $100,000 left over after selling the Charleston house, allowing them to live for themselves in their old age without depriving themselves or worrying about anything. Carol's words effectively sentenced herself and her husband to death. Tiffany and Michael looked at each other, and during the night, while at the couple's house, they began to plan how they would obtain this impressive sum of money. They said their goodbyes and returned to South Carolina, where in a few weeks, They discovered accomplices who distributed roles and responsibilities and began to realize the plan behind criminal confessions. Tiffany rented an inconspicuous car on June 6, while Bruce and Alan stole 4 shovels from somewhere. They drove together to the Jacksonville suburbs, where they chose a deserted spot in the woods and began digging a deep hole that would become the Sumners' grave. Tiffany went to a hardware store on the morning of July 8 and purchased rope and duct tape, which he distributed to her accomplices. That evening, Bruce and Alan knocked on the prospective victim's door, pretended to be in need of assistance, and requested permission to make one phone call from their home. Carol thought these young men were strange, but she let them in anyway, figuring they needed help. When they got inside, they immediately attacked the defenseless woman and her husband, who ran to her screams and threatened them with a toy gun. The couple's hands and feet were tightly bound with duct tape, blindfolded, and interrogated about money and valuables in the home. Under torture and death threats, the couple gave the intruders all of the information about their bank accounts and the PIN codes for their cards, hoping that their lives would be spared. However, once the bandits had the necessary information, more people entered the house. They assisted in dragging the couple into the house's backyard and stuffing them into the trunk of their family car, which was driven by Alan and Bruce. Tiffany and Michael drove a rented Mazda Rex 8. In the event that they encountered a police patrol on the way who intended to stop the car with the couple in the trunk, the second car should have diverted their attention to itself by accelerating rapidly. They are blatantly breaking the rules. However, there was no one in their path, and both cars arrived at the scene safely. In the trunk, James was able to free his arm and remove the bandage and duct tape from both his and his wife's faces, preventing her from suffocating. But they didn't have time for anything else. What was their surprise, bewilderment, and shock when the trunk lid opened and the couple recognized Tiffany and her boyfriend, who had recently visited them. The Sumners were led several dozen meters through the woods to a grave prepared for them, which they then pushed into. The couple pleaded for their lives, but the young criminals decided to kill them in the most brutal way possible and bury them alive. Bruce stated that they covered them with earth for about an hour. Throughout the process, the bound elderly people cried, confessed their love to one another, and said goodbye. The spouses died of suffocation, as revealed by a later examination, and pieces of soil from their mouths, respiratory tracts, and even stomachs were discovered. After completing their gruesome task, the outlaws abandoned the Lincoln in the woods and returned to town in a rented car. They went to Sumner's house and took everything valuable they could find before returning to South Carolina and spending the loot. However, 2 days later, stolen cards were blocked. After another 4, all of the criminals were arrested, tried, and convicted. Bruce Nixon was the only one who admitted his guilt from the start and agreed to cooperate with the investigation in the hopes of receiving leniency. He was the one who showed them the spouses' graves and told them in detail what happened that terrible night. Tiffany claimed that her boyfriend Michael was the perpetrator of the crime, who had gone insane after learning about the Sumners' vast fortune. After the house was sold, her lawyer insisted that the girl was a wingman and had no direct involvement in the murder. Jackson and Alan Wade preferred to remain silent, but the evidence spoke volumes for them. Tiffany Cole's innocence was not believed by the jury because she participated in the development of the criminal plan, rented a car, and devised a diversionary maneuver in case they were suddenly pursued by police. They assisted in digging the spouses' graves, and after renting stolen items from the pawn shop, they were eager to spend the money. This was demonstrated by a large number of photos she took wearing the purchased clothes and in a limousine rented by the criminals to celebrate their success. As a result, Bruce Nixon received a life sentence with no possibility of parole. Jackson, Tiffany, and Alan Wade received the death penalty. The criminals filed numerous appeals and grievances, but they were all denied, and the sentence remained unchanged, with the exception that in 2023, 18 years after their heinous crime, the same death sentence was never executed. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the far reaches of the Aegean Sea, where the horizon appears infinite, and the water stretches all the way to the sky. The Royal Caribbean was moving. George Smith and Jennifer, a young couple who had recently married, stood on deck, feeling the wind in their hair and reflecting on nature's majestic beauty. The Aegean Sea stretched out before them like a vast life full of possibilities and plans. Thus began their wedding journey, which became more than just a cruise, but a story became a mystery. On July 5, 2005, around 8 a.m., 16-year-old Emily Rush of Chicago was getting ready for a new sunny day on Deck 7. In one of the Royal Caribbean's cabins, Emily became concerned when she noticed something strange outside her cabin window. She noticed something that looked like blood smeared across the canopy, which served as a sort of shield for the lifeboat. Nearby, she also noticed bloodstains near the very edge of the canopy, as if someone had been injured and fallen there before going overboard. Emily couldn't help but notice the strange footprints and quickly reported them to the liner's staff. A slew of other passengers from neighboring cabins discovered the same frightening signs. On Deck 7, there was a lively and exciting discussion about what could have happened. Thus began a story that made front page news in numerous international publications. A happy young couple left for their honeymoon Mediterranean cruise a few days later. The happiness of young people was abruptly cut short by an inexplicable, terrible event that occurred in cabin 9062. The explanations for what happened were various and confusing, including an accident, a possible robbery, and even premeditated murder. The investigation became a puzzle for the police. Traces and evidence discovered on board pointed to several suspects, each with their own secrets. It appears that many were on the line or knew far more than they were willing to admit. What exactly happened that dark night on board? That is the question that detectives, journalists, and everyone else involved in this mysterious case are asking themselves. George Smith was a cheerful, inquisitive, and intelligent young man. He was born in Greenwich, a small town in Connecticut. His childhood was happy, filled with the joy and support of his family, which came first for George, and he remained close to his parents and sister Bray. His father, George Smith, sir, owned a liquor store and ran it himself. He saw the family business as more than a job. It was his true passion. George Smith, the younger, graduated from Babson College in Massachusetts in 2000 with a business degree. Following graduation, he spent several years in Boston as a computer data mining analyst. However, his heart has always been with the family business. George made an informed decision and returned home to help his parents run the store. Under his father's supervision, he would learn the ins and outs of the family business so that he could eventually take over the store and allow his parents to take a well-deserved vacation. In 2002, at one of his friend reunions, George Smith met a girl who later became his life partner. Jennifer, a Connecticut native, had recently received a job offer as an elementary school teacher. She was bright, beautiful, and ambitious, much like George. The young people were completely smitten with one another. George's parents were equally pleased with his chosen one. 3 years later, in 2005, George was 26 years old, and the couple decided to marry and begin a new chapter in their lives. They married at the Castle Hill Inn in Newport, Rhode Island, with the ceremony taking place on the ocean front. It was the ideal setting for such an important event in their lives. Following the ceremony, the newlyweds embarked on a wedding cruise aboard a luxury liner, one of Royal Caribbean's majestic ships. The 12-day tour involved sailing the beautiful waters of the Aegean Sea. Their journey began in Barcelona on June 29 and included stops on France's Côte d'Azur, then followed the coast of Italy. On the ship, George and Jennifer quickly made friends with another couple and a young man named Askin from California. Josh Askin, a 20-year-old man with a great sense of humor, quickly became George's friend, and the couple enjoyed spending time together. When the liner moored off the Italian coast on July 1, they decided to go on land and have some fun together. On July 1, young people spent the entire day traveling around the island, walking through the narrow streets of its old town, swimming in the cleanest gas, and sampling local cuisine and cozy taverns. They enjoyed each other and the beautiful surroundings. Mykonos left unforgettable memories in their hearts, and they planned to continue having fun together on the liner's deck this evening. Following a romantic dinner, George and Jennifer reconnected with their friends over the phone. The merry company decided to band together and have a good laugh to remember this exotic part of the world. The evening was brimming with laughter and excitement. After enjoying delicious appetizers and drinks, the newlyweds, accompanied by Josh Askin, went to have fun in the casino on the liner. George and Josh enjoyed sitting at the craps table. They were also entertained throughout the game, and Jennifer particularly enjoyed playing at the poker table. By the end of the evening, the newlyweds had lost a significant amount of money with no regrets. They laughed about losing. After all, it was their honeymoon. After the casino closed, the friends reportedly decided to continue their night out. George's last video was recorded around 2:30 a.m. On one of the liner's numerous surveillance cameras. The video showed George leaving the casino, but that did not mean he would return to his cabin. A mysterious plot began to unfold early on June 5, 2005, on the Greek island of Mykonos. George Smith, 26, a newlywed on an Aegean cruise with his wife Jennifer, disappeared. George was reportedly having a great time last night, enjoying the liner's fun and luxurious atmosphere. Everything seemed harmless that night, but the sequel was much darker. The captain of the ship investigated the cabin beneath the window where strange footprints had been discovered, as well as the location on deck. There was no one inside the cabin. The available footprints and evidence suggested that something serious had occurred. The potential disappearance of the newlyweds was linked to violence. The news spread quickly among all of the liner visitors, and there was panic aboard the ship. Passengers were disturbed by the strange events, and December 7 was closed off. No one was allowed in or out of their cabins. The ship's crew thoroughly searched every establishment on the liner in the hopes of finding George and Jennifer. Following the discovery of blood, the newlyweds were thought to have mysteriously vanished. He took control of the situation. The senior officer went to their stateroom to investigate what was going on. Based on all available traces, it was speculated that George may have fallen overboard the ship. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, the search for the young couple was ongoing. By Tenham. Jennifer was discovered in the ship's spa, where she was enjoying a pre-arranged massage session. Her facial expression conveyed deep surprise and concern. She claimed to be unaware of her husband's whereabouts and hadn't seen him since the previous night. Jennifer revealed that when she awoke this morning, her husband was not present. At first, she didn't think it was unusual because he had spent the night with friends and woke up in another cabin. So she went to a spa instead of looking for her husband, unconcerned about his absence. At noon, Turkish authorities arrived on board to begin an investigation. The ship's captain reassured the concerned passengers, stating that the unusual events necessitated cooperation with local authorities. He emphasized that it was a necessary step to clarify the situation and expressed optimism that it would be resolved soon. The police officers began questioning the missing man's wife, Jennifer. Her agitated demeanor and apparent lack of knowledge about her husband made her the primary suspect. She stated that she had not seen George since the previous night and that men in white uniforms from the Royal Caribbean had arrived at her door, announcing that her husband may have fallen overboard. They also noticed blood on the boat's awning. After that, there was no room for doubt. Something terrible had occurred to George. Investigators examined cabin 9062 aboard the cruise ship. This cabin was a mess. Perhaps it was the result of a hasty search, or even a struggle. In the bathroom, fingerprints were found on the balcony railing, as well as small drops of blood on the carpet and towel. Turkish investigators also discovered 2 small bloodstains on the bedding, each measuring about 2 centimeters long. The samples were identified, and the blood belonged to George. All evidence suggested that George had been traumatized inside the cabin prior to his mysterious disappearance. The investigators' attention was drawn to a chair on the balcony that had been repositioned so that they could sit next to the railing. They discovered marks on the railing that appeared to be caused by someone sitting on it. Many, including the ship's captain, suspected George had fallen from the balcony. However, the high railing and the presence of blood on the boat's awning and inside the cabin raised suspicions that a murder had occurred. Investigators began reconstructing the events of that night, attempting to determine who George was spending time with and what may have caused the tragedy. The investigation had only just begun, but it was clear that they were dealing with a complex and dark story filled with mysteries and unexpected twists and turns. When Turkish authorities entered the ship to investigate George Smith's disappearance, they decided to begin by questioning the group of boys with whom the newlyweds had spent the previous night. The situation remained mysterious, and any detail could be crucial in solving it. Members of the company revealed that George and Jennifer had drank too much that tragic night. According to them, George was intoxicated, so they assisted him back to his cabin, where they put him to bed, removed his shoes, and left him alone. They also said they couldn't find Jennifer and assumed she'd returned to the cabin later. However, Josh Askin's testimony contains a number of discrepancies. He claimed that he witnessed Jennifer leave with a casino employee named Lloyd. Josh believed the two of them had a passionate connection, and they made no effort to hide their feelings in George's presence. However, video camera footage revealed that Jennifer stumbled away at 3:30 a.m., leaving George with her new friends, and Lloyd's keycard data indicated that he returned to his cabin at 3:25 a.m., as confirmed by his girlfriend, whom he woke up upon entering the cabin. These discrepancies raised additional questions for investigators, leading them to believe that Josh Askin may have had his own reasons for concealing some critical information. The investigation continued, and with each new detail, the story became increasingly mysterious. Greg Rosenberg, a 19-year-old man, was on a cruise with his family and friends with this company, which also employed his cousin Zach Rosenberg and a close friend Rostislav Kaufman, all of whom, despite their Russian roots, held American passports and lived in New York City. The excitement began in the casino, where Jennifer and Greg Rosenberg decided to try their hand at poker. The mutual gambling continued until late at night. When the casino closed at 2:30 a.m., the group of guys decided to continue having fun together. They went to the disco and continued to dance and consume alcohol. Lloyd, the casino manager, was also spotted at their workplace. He joined in the fun as the young man continued with their nightly entertainment. The events of the night, as described by the witnesses, then begin to diverge as the group's individual members disperse to their cabins. Deep into the night, the boys were visibly drunk and rowdy. According to the ship's rules of order, delivery for people who are loud and behave inappropriately will be blocked. When the liner's staff refused to serve drunken passengers, the young people remembered that they had a bottle of absinthe purchased on a walk on the island of Mykonos. However, cruise passengers were not permitted to consume their own alcohol. Josh eventually returns to his cabin on the same deck to retrieve a special bottle of absinthe that he had planned to use. As it turned out, the absinthe was unusually strong, with an alcohol content of more than 70, making it one of the most potent drinks available. George decides to help his friend and conceals the bottle behind the waistband of his shorts. After 3 o'clock in the morning, when the liner was already completely silent, the astute janitor noticed something strange. A group of young men, including Greg, Zach, Rostislav, Josh, and George, were drinking absinthe. This incident was not overlooked, and it became an additional element in the investigation. However, it wasn't just the guys who were inebriated that evening. Jennifer, who had appeared relatively sober and calm at the start of the evening, began to change noticeably. She began to stagger and even leaned on the casino manager, Lloyd. Witnesses formed various opinions about her behavior. Some assumed she was attempting to maintain her balance, while others perceived it as flirting. It is also unclear what happened next between the young spouses. Witnesses reported a conflict between the couple. Perhaps they were just talking about the previous evening, joking or seriously, but Jennifer eventually hit George. It was unclear whether this was done in a playful or angry manner. After that, Jennifer left the disco. Jennifer, stumbling and visibly intoxicated, exited the entertainment venue around 3:30 a.m., leaving George with his new friends. This was the turning point of the night. The testimony of staff witnesses was critical in determining the details of the incident. Jennifer's staggering walk down the hallway drew the attention of the janitor, who had previously noticed the young men enjoying their absence. He supported her, assisted her to the elevator, and watched her turn right as she approached her deck. However, there was an unusual discrepancy. Her stateroom was to the left, but she went in the opposite direction. Jennifer was later discovered asleep in the hallway, far from her room. 2 guards and a female duty officer used a wheelchair to return her to her quarters. When they arrived, the clock already read 4:52 a.m., but George was not there. The curtains on the balcony doors were tightly drawn, and they remained stationary despite the breeze. This raised the question of whether George could go out to the balcony on his own, after his new friends abandoned him in bed. Deputy Chief of Police Chet Hyman and his wife were resting in a neighboring cabin when they witnessed the events unfold. The couple had been sleeping for quite some time, but by 4 a.m., they were startled awake by a noise on their floor. They first heard loud noises in stateroom 9062, where the newlyweds were staying, and immediately contacted guest services to report the noise. He also pounded on the wall and yelled at his neighbors, causing a brief silence. Then there was some loud talking for about 3 minutes. A loud argument broke out on the balcony. Chet and his wife heard someone say goodnight several times, as if they were attempting to chase people out of the cabin. This was followed by sounds like furniture moving, and then a loud thud resembling an object falling. Chet Hyman decided to see what was going on and opened the door. He saw 3 men he couldn't recognize. Several other passengers reported hearing a loud noise which sounded like a body hitting the boat's canopy, followed by a woman screaming. However, none of the eyewitnesses provided conclusive evidence that a woman was inside the cabin at the time. According to witnesses, 4 young men entered the cabin, but only 3 were visible when they exited. A question arose. Could one of them have stayed inside trying to find money from the newlyweds, who may have wanted to steal intruders after a generous game at the casino? The story about a failed robbery seems the most plausible. However, there are alibis for the 3 boys, Greg, Zach, and Rustislav, who were allegedly in another stateroom just minutes after Chet Hyman noticed the 3 unknown men. The Georgia stateroom's keycard records confirmed that the boys entered at 4:05 a.m. Their testimony revealed that the fact that they entered the cabin again was not recorded. Thus, there are several theories about what happened to George Smith. Version 1 robbery. The version of a possible robbery represents one of the major ones. George and Jennifer appear to have gotten drunk quickly that night. However, according to eyewitnesses, they appeared to be sober when they left the casino at 3:30 a.m., but they were no longer able to return to their cabin on their own, implying possible drug use. This theory is supported by the testimony of other casino visitors, who claimed that George and Jennifer openly discussed having large sums of money, possibly as wedding gifts or casino winnings. Different witnesses mentioned varying amounts, but they all estimated their wealth in the tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, they could have been robbed. George wore an expensive Breitling watch, and Jennifer had an expensive engagement ring, all of which indicated their wealth. Maybe they turned over their quarters to look for that money. The traces of blood on the sheet were most likely caused by the kidnapper's attempt to remove George's valuable watch from his wrist. The second version of events involves the effects of alcohol and hallucinogens. When the captain discovered the passenger's inebriation and the footprints on the balcony, he suspected an unintentional accident. For example, during the scuffle, George fell overboard. The question of the press receives special attention. Absent the consumption does not result in hallucinations, which could be dangerous. Toxicology experts emphasize that everything is determined by the concentration of the active substance, in this case thujone. This drink is now available for purchase in many European countries, though its concentration is significantly limited by European Union regulations. This means that in officially sold absenteeism, the concentration of thujone is insufficient to cause hallucinations. However, illegally produced drugs with much higher concentrations can be found on the black market, potentially causing hallucinations. This appears unlikely in this case, as the Smith couple's absinthe was purchased legally in Europe and could not have caused such effects. According to experts, achieving hallucinogenic effects with official absinthe would necessitate consuming a massive amount that would be difficult for the body to tolerate and would almost certainly result in fatal alcohol intoxication. Thus, the version about the influence of alcohol and hallucinogens in this case appears unlikely and lacks compelling evidence. The interview of suspected company members in the George Smith disappearance case is a critical component of the investigation. FBI agents conducted polygraph interviews with several key players in the case, including Jennifer and casino manager Lloyd, both of whom passed the test. However, Josh Askin failed the polygraph examination. This could indicate that he had some secrets about George's disappearance, but it could also be the result of special interrogation techniques used to extract more information from him. There was also a videotape of 3 men, including a Russian, joking about what had happened. This tape proved to be valuable evidence, and FBI agents took it into account. One of the unidentified men on the tape said, "We gave him a lesson in paragliding without a parachute." This phrase may refer to an incident or joke involving George in 2009. FBI agents interviewed all four guys, Greg, Zach, Rustislav, and Josh Askin, as witnesses as part of the ongoing investigation into George Smith's mysterious death. Zach Rosenberg and Josh Askin refused to provide direct answers, citing the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, which guarantees the right not to testify against oneself. Their testimony was ambiguous, and it appears that they were unwilling or unable to provide a complete account of what occurred. Greg Rosenberg, one of the young men who were entertaining that night, testified in the George Smith investigation. He claimed that they had ordered food for their cabin that day, which serves as a crucial alibi for the Russian boys. However, there are some contradictions in this claim. The ship's service logs do not show such orders, and the delivery service had been blocked for their cabin the day before. The staff was even instructed not to serve them that night. Greg cannot say for certain which of the cabin passengers placed the orders. When asked about George and Jennifer's relationship, witnesses provided varying responses based on their observations and recollections. Greg claimed that the heavy alcohol consumption made it difficult to determine how good the newlyweds' relationship was. He emphasized that everyone in the group was extremely intoxicated. His testimony made it impossible to draw firm conclusions about the nature of their relationship. Josh Askin reported that Greg left the cabin after ordering food. Greg, on the other hand, denied leaving, claiming that he never did. These contradictions complicated the investigation even more and necessitated additional verification and fact-finding. What was important about Greg's words was that he had no idea whether Jennifer or Lloyd were both involved in George's disappearance, but he insisted that the event was not accidental. The young man claimed that something bizarre occurred that night, which would be revealed to everyone sooner or later. Greg Rosenberg was murdered in December 2019, and the case is still unsolved. Police are investigating a potential link between his murder and the death of George Smith. George Smith's mysterious disappearance became a true mystery, casting a shadow over his family. The situation became increasingly complicated, and the actions of the relatives following the tragedy drew the attention of both the public and law enforcement agencies. The Smiths continued to press the authorities, demanding that the truth and justice be revealed. The investigation into George's disappearance was transferred from the FBI's Connecticut regional office to the New York office. Their persistence, and more importantly, their ability to capture the public's attention through the media, produced few results. To attempt to solve this dark secret, the family offered a $100,000 reward for information that could help find and punish the perpetrators. They also called for a boycott of the ship owners' company, which they believed was attempting to cover up the incident in order to maintain profits. The relationship between George's parents and his young wife, Jennifer, was strained. Following the incident, a thorough investigation into her behavior began. In public, she appeared to gather information to assess her reluctance and unwillingness to share enough information, raising suspicion. She claimed to be following FBI agents' instructions and doing exactly what she was told. In their pursuit of justice and truth, the Smith family eventually lost faith in Jennifer when she accepted the judgment company's offer to settle the lawsuit independently for $1 million. They interpreted the move as a betrayal and an attempt to avoid further allegations against the cruise organizers. The Smiths were disappointed by the lack of transparency in the Turkish authorities' investigation, and they believed Jennifer was too quick to accept the offer. They were convinced that Jennifer was concealing something and was not genuinely interested in discovering what had happened. Jennifer claimed to remember almost nothing from the night after 2:30 a.m. and was completely unaware that the liner staff had found her in the corridor and returned her to her cabin. The Smith family has been dissatisfied with the Turkish investigation and their belief in justice. Skeptical of the official findings, they decided to take matters into their own hands and enlisted the assistance of independent forensic scientist Henry Lee. Henry Lee conducted a series of studies in the cabin and on the balcony, but the results were not included in the official investigation. These investigations would reveal crucial information about what had occurred, potentially confirming one of two major versions of events: murder or accident. According to Henry Lee, the height of the balcony makes a fall from it unproven. It could have been caused by a third party pushing George or by George being insane. He could have climbed up on the chair by himself and fallen. However, the latter version raised numerous questions and concerns. The expert planned to conduct an experiment using a dummy to simulate a fall from the balcony, However, the owner of the liner refused this request. George's relatives claimed that this decision was made to thwart their efforts to discover the truth. Henry Lee also conducted investigations in the cabin, on the balcony, and aboard the boat. However, the findings of these investigations remained unavailable to the public. At the same time, the FBI stepped in and launched its own investigation. Many of their findings and discoveries are also kept secret. The FBI clearly focused on the 4 young men who spent the night with George Josh Askin and the 3 Russians, Greg, Zach Rosenberg, and Rustislav Kaufman. Their testimony was largely inconsistent with that of the other witnesses, making the situation unusual and perplexing. The disappearance of George Smith remains a mystery, with unknown circumstances. With a lengthy investigation and numerous theories, the Smith family and his loved ones continue to seek the truth. They initially suspected Jennifer, but were eventually convinced of her innocence and increased the payout amount in the lawsuit against the company. This sum was divided among the family members, and they obtained the release of the ship owner's company's investigation results, including witness statements and other information. Jennifer was left with memories of her first husband, so she dedicated herself to charitable organizations in his memory, hoping to do good. A few years later, she remarried. Despite the FBI's efforts and lengthy investigations, they never discovered what really happened or where George's body was. Eventually, the case was closed and the incident was declared an accident. The FBI determined that there was insufficient evidence to continue the investigation. According to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's official statement, the mystery surrounding George Smith's disappearance remains unsolved. His family is still searching for answers as to the cause of his death. The inability to honor George's memory at his grave is agonizing for his loved ones, and they remain hopeful that one day they will be able to solve the mystery and learn the truth. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After Hannah Potts, 23, went missing, the FBI launched an investigation. The case received a lot of media attention, and the revelations about the mysterious disappearance shocked many people. Hannah's family had no idea who would ultimately be charged. Hannah and her large family lived in Gibson County, Indiana, a southwestern American state. Many of the residents, including the Potts family, were farmers. They had their own small farm, which Hannah's parents considered a good and safe place to work, live, and raise their children. It was indeed a safe environment. But, as you know, things can change. The summer of 2020 marked a watershed moment for the Potts family, forever altering their lives. Hannah couldn't sleep on the nights of July 23rd and 24. She told her mother that she was going to walk around the farm, look at the animals, and possibly take some photos. She then grabbed her phone and camera, exited the house, and headed to the barn. Hannah's family discovered she was not at home in the morning, and a post on her Facebook page shocked everyone. She posted a video clip based on the image that was recorded in the dark, because the image is a black screen throughout the video, and she was saying, "Mom, are you there? Hello? Mom, if you can hear me, please say something. I really need to hear your voice. Something happened. I was out taking photos of animals, and this guy appeared out of nowhere. He's the same guy I saw in the maroon car yesterday morning. He grabbed me and pushed me inside the truck. Oh God. Where will he take me? Mom, please consider Hannah's point of view. He's black, about Jerry's height. On the jury I work with, his voice is deep, and the way he referred to me as baby girl sent shivers down my spine. I do not like it. Please, Mom, if you're there, could you say something to me? I'm in a room with a little light. There are 4 walls. I don't think they know I have the phone, so I'll have to tell the cops everything you're going to show them in the videos, so maybe they'll find me. I do not know where he is. Where did he say this? What exactly did he say? He mentioned something about Ohio. God, I love you, Mom. Tell Dad that I love him too. Please take care of Gigi for me. Please. If I do not make it back. I love you. I really love you." Hannah's parents immediately contacted the police, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the fact that even minutes can change everything. The FBI became involved in the case. The video quickly gained traction on social media. Hannah's kidnapping was covered by all of the country's major television stations on the same day. Extensive media and social media coverage helped attract a large number of volunteers who, along with the Potts family, distributed several thousand informational flyers on the first day, stating that Hannah was last seen at home around 2 a.m. She wore a gray shirt and sports pants. It was also stated that the person who abducted her was driving a maroon vehicle. The police appealed to anyone with information to come forward. Hannah's family used every available resource to find her. One of these resources was social media, which allowed information about the kidnapping to spread rapidly. Hannah had a twin sister named Lauren, and she posted a request for help with a broken heart. "I never imagined I would be posting something like this. I need help. Please share this post with your Facebook friends. Share this photo. Please help us. My twin sister Hannah posted a video this morning describing how she was kidnapped. If you have seen or heard from her, please contact Princeton, Indiana, police or my family. Hannah, I miss you. Please come home." When the FBI attempted to track Hannah's cell phone, they discovered that on the day of her abduction, a cell tower located about a few miles from the Potts family home received a signal from her phone. Hannah posted the video to her Facebook page around 6 a.m. She was already being held hostage at the time, and a cell tower near the house was still picking up her phone signal. This meant Hannah was being held in a room close to her family's home. The police were desperately looking for a man driving a maroon car, but it was impossible to find a man who fit that description within a 5-mile radius of the Potts family home while researching Hannah's life and determining whether anyone she knew was involved in her disappearance. Detectives discovered that prior to her disappearance, she had been in close contact with Maria Hopper, a 34-year-old woman who lives just a mile away. When investigators arrived to speak with Maria, she confirmed that she knew Hannah but had last seen her a few days prior to the abduction. It looked like another dead end. However, when police obtained a report from a cell phone carrier and gained access to Hannah's social media page, where she posted her heartbreaking plea, it became clear that Maria Hopper lied when she claimed to have seen Hannah a few days before the abduction. Hannah disappeared in the early hours of July 24th. 2 days later, on the morning of July 26th, several police officers arrived at Maria's house, and she once again told them she had no idea where Hannah was. Maria's boyfriend, 45-year-old Joshua Thomas, was also present, and he told police that he knew nothing about Hannah. Officers asked Maria for permission to look around the house. The woman reluctantly gave her consent, but immediately stated that Hannah was not in her home. Except for the stairs in the kitchen that lead to the basement, the police found nothing suspicious. Maria stated that there were only unnecessary items in the basement. However, law enforcement officials decided to inspect the basement firsthand. Among the dusty items in the basement, the police discovered a sheet of plywood that was unlike anything else. There was no dust on it, and it appeared that this sheet of plywood had not been in the basement as long as the other items. The plywood appears to be blocking the passage to another area of the basement. As one of the officers began to move it away, Maria Hopper made a significant announcement. But first, we need to return to Hannah's recording. When the video was shared on social media, people immediately noticed Hannah's strange and illogical behavior. She recorded a 6-minute video. Many people questioned why she was wasting time recording the video instead of calling 911. Why didn't the kidnapper search her or take her phone? What was she going to photograph at the farm at 2 a.m.? While recording the message, Hannah initially claimed she was kidnapped by a man, but after a few minutes, she is heard saying it appears there were multiple kidnappers. She then used social media, so she had internet access at the location where she was being held and could have pinpointed her exact location. For some reason, she didn't. Of course, the authorities were aware of all of these strange occurrences. However, because everyone behaves differently under stress, the investigation was underway, and Hannah's disappearance was presumed to be a kidnapping until proven otherwise. The truth was revealed when the police obtained Hannah and Maria Hopper's correspondence. When the officer asked to see what was behind a sheet of plywood in Maria's basement, she revealed that Hannah was hiding there. The police officer pushed the plywood aside and directed her to approach him. When Hannah entered the light, the officer noticed that she had fully functional handcuffs on her right wrist and shackles on her ankles. The young woman immediately admitted to police officers that she had not been kidnapped and was sitting in the basement of her own free will. Hannah had planned her own kidnapping, with Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas assisting her. This was clear from their social media interactions. The tone, content, and context of the messages read like a fantasy fiction story. The police filled out the arrest records. All three were brought to the police station for further investigation. Of course, everyone wanted to know why she did it. Hannah informed the investigators that she was writing a book and had decided to stage her own kidnapping as inspiration and to learn how kidnapped victims feel. Maria and Joshua were characters in her story who helped her keep everything organized. They hid her in their basement, brought her food and drinks, and, per Hannah's instructions, destroyed her cell phone so the police couldn't find it. Hannah's heartbreaking video on Facebook was pre-recorded, and she said she rehearsed for about a week before recording it. No one in her family knew what she was up to. After the truth was revealed, the Potts family apologized to everyone who assisted with the search. And to everyone who was concerned for Hannah, her sister, Brittany, issued a public apology on her social media page. It particularly included these words: "As word spreads that Hannah has been found, I need to make a public statement about it. I neither publicly disowned nor wish to have any future contact with my sister. She's dead to me. I hope she is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. My family is deeply embarrassed and hurt by her actions, and the fact that she attempted to blame this on someone of color. I hope no black man driving a maroon car was targeted because of her blatant lie. She has caused a great deal of grief for my family and others. Shame on you, Hannah. You made my 6-year-old son cry, believing that something bad had happened to you. My 6-year-old baby loved you so much. I hope you are prosecuted to the full extent. I have no words. I just feel like I owe an apology to the public. I am very angry and embarrassed." While in the basement of her friend's house, Hannah kept a personal journal in which she revealed that she was aware that her social media posts would go viral. Hannah Potts was charged with making false reports of a kidnapping. Miss Potts' actions are criminal in nature. She had many people in her family and community concerned about her personal health and safety. Gibson County Prosecutor Michael Cochran stated in a news release that by providing a false description of the alleged abductor, she risked involving innocent people. Finally, the number of hours spent by multiple law enforcement agencies during this period of limited resources cannot be recovered. This callous disregard for others simply cannot be tolerated. His statement concluded that Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas were charged with perjury and concealing information during a police interview. Hopper admitted to taking Potts from her home and lying about harboring her. Thomas also admitted to knowing about the kidnapping hoax and the presence of Potts in the house. All three were released on bail and remained at large pending trial. Hannah Potts pleaded guilty in September 2020 to knowingly filing a false kidnapping report. She was sentenced to 1 year's probation and 120 hours of community service. Joshua Thomas and Maria Hopper also received probationary sentences. Many people who are familiar with this story believe Hannah was not only looking for inspiration, devising a plan for her own abduction, but also wanted to create a stir around her person, laying the groundwork for successful book sales. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The dramatic story began in 1995. The bodies of two lovers were discovered on the shores of Juliet Lake in Georgia. It took authorities nearly 2 years to identify and apprehend the criminal. The final word in this case was spoken 18 years after the crime was committed. Juliet is an unincorporated community and census-designated place in Monroe County, Georgia. Just a few days ago, the new year of 1995 arrived, and many people were still in the holiday spirit. However, It was a difficult time for a local sheriff who had grown accustomed to believing that his job was easy. On January 3, a man called the police to report that he discovered 2 lifeless bodies while walking near Juliet Lake. The sheriff and his deputy went to the crime scene. You can get a sense of Juliet's size by looking at the sheriff's office. Nothing more serious than a fight or theft has occurred here. That's why the sheriff and his deputy were astounded by what they witnessed. There was a white Honda on the lake's shore, with the man's body inside, and it wasn't far away. The body of a young woman lay on the ground. You didn't have to be an expert to recognize that both of them died from gunshot wounds. There were personal belongings of the victims inside the car, including their documents, which revealed that the male body in the driver's seat was 22-year-old Grant Patrick Hendrickson. Michelle Lee Cartagena, 19, was the second victim in this violent crime. The state police were notified of the incident. Soon, officers from the Major Crimes Unit arrived at the lake, along with forensic experts. The first thing detectives noticed, which could have been a motive for the crime, was Michelle's partially exposed body with her skirt pulled up. Based on the location of bullet holes on the car's body, detectives assumed that the criminal opened fire on the couple while they were inside. Grant was hit with 3 bullets. Unfortunately, he had no hope of survival. Michelle was shot twice and was presumably conscious when the criminal pulled her out of the car. The position of her body, with her legs spread wide open, indicated that the criminal may have wanted to take advantage of her helplessness, but did not, as life had left her. Forensic experts discovered dark mucus on the insides of her thighs, which turned out to be saliva containing chewing tobacco particles. The saliva samples were sent to the laboratory for analysis. During the investigation of the crime scene, the police discovered significant evidence, specifically bullet cases of 2 different calibers, 13 .223 caliber casings and 4 9mm casings. If 2 types of weapons were used in the crime, it is possible that there were 2 criminals. When Grant and Michelle's families learned what had happened, they were both shocked. They had no idea who or why would want to do this to their children. Grant, like Michelle, was his parents' only child. Michelle Lee Cartagena was born May 2, 1975, in Monterey, California. She was a member of the school marching orchestra band, the top singles tennis player, the softball team captain, and a member of the National Honor Society. Michelle spent her free time volunteering with the Red Cross Society and the Animal Welfare Association, as well as visiting the elderly. Her father described her as a gifted and talented woman full of love and life, who aspired to be a doctor so that she could help others and contribute to society. Grant Patrick Hendrickson was born September 20, 1972, in Macon, Georgia. He enjoyed fishing, golfing, canoeing, and camping. He, like his girlfriend, was involved in community life and began volunteering at Macon's Museum of Arts and Sciences at the age of 15. Those who knew the couple assumed that their active lifestyles attracted them to one another. Who could have committed such a cold-blooded crime? Residents of Monroe County were concerned for their safety because the man who had dealt with a young couple by the lake was still free and could strike again. Michelle did attend Mercer University. Grant was in his 5th year while Michelle was in her 2nd year. They'd been dating for a little more than a year and had already planned their future together. We are about to have a wedding. Detectives had to figure out who ruined their plans when their relatives couldn't name anyone who would wish them harm. The investigators traveled to Mercer University in Macon. I was talking to Grant and Michelle's classmates. The officers hoped to learn something useful for their investigation. Michelle and Grant were both in good standing at the university, had no conflicts with anyone, and were generally described as pleasant, caring individuals. The detectives suspected that the crime had been committed by a man who had feelings for Michelle but was rejected. But this theory was not confirmed and was pushed to the sidelines. As a result, visiting Mercer University provided the police with no information that could have assisted them in locating the criminal. Detectives discovered that Grant and Michelle visited a restaurant on January 2 while reconstructing the chronology of events leading up to their deaths. Following a meal, they went to the cinema. After the film, they went to a vacation camp at Juliet Lake. This camp was open 24 hours a day and featured a boat launch, parking lot, small dock, and picnic tables. The public could use these places for free, so there was no personnel or security. On the night of the crime, there were other people in various parts of the lake. Some of them claimed they heard loud popping noises, but because it was January 2, they mistook the sound for firecrackers. Someone also stated that he saw a 1980s Hendrickson leaving the parking lot at high speeds. Meanwhile, experts extracted DNA from saliva found on Michelle's thigh. However, at the time, the DNA database was in its infancy. The U.S. Congress passed the DNA Identification Act in 1994, allowing the FBI to create a national DNA database of convicted criminals, as well as separate databases containing information about missing people and forensic samples collected from crime scenes. That is why there was nothing to compare the DNA sample extracted from Michelle's saliva to. It could only have yielded a match if directly compared to the criminal's DNA. The survey of employees at the restaurant and cinema that Grant and Michelle visited before their deaths yielded no results either. There were no conflicts or unusual circumstances at either location. The authorities speculated that Grant and Michelle could have been unintentional victims or had crossed paths not long before they died. The detectives saw no other explanations. The young couple studied diligently. We are not associated with any shady individuals and do not use illegal substances. And the fact that the criminal did not take any money or other valuables from the car indicates that the crime was motivated by something other than greed. The state forensic lab determined that the weapons used in the crime were most likely an AR-15 rifle and a 9mm Ruger pistol. The police interviewed over 100 people, and a few dozen potential suspects were ruled out after voluntarily providing DNA samples for comparison. As a result, the investigation has come to a halt more than a year and a half after the crime in the fall of 1996. Agent Randy Upton of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation took over the case. After thoroughly studying the case, he decided to take a different approach and began looking for the criminal himself, as his predecessors had. But for his weapon, which he used in the attack on Grant and Michelle, Agent Upton went to Macon's largest gun store and requested a list of people who had purchased an AR-15 rifle between 1985 and 1985. Now the agent had a list of 108 names. He began calling people on the list, telling them that they would be extremely helpful to the investigation if they allowed their weapon to be examined and provided a DNA sample for analysis. Most people readily agreed to cooperate. Following the appropriate tests, the list of potential suspects began to shrink. On November 27, 1996, Upton called Andrew Allen Cook, 22, who was also on the list. In conversation with Andrew, Agent Upton explained the purpose of his call and requested permission to examine Cook's rifle. Andrew replied that it was impossible because he sold it in April 1994, 8 months before Grant and Michelle died. However, according to gun store records, Andrew Cook was unable to sell his rifle in April 1994 because he had purchased it in August of that year. Agent Upton realized his interlocutor was lying. When Upton asked Cook to provide his DNA sample, he said he needed to speak with his father, an FBI agent, first. And then he hung up. Upton immediately realized that Andrew Cook could be the person he was looking for. It was discovered that 5 months after Grant and Michelle's deaths in May 1995, a cook pawned his rifle at one of the gun stores. The police also discovered that in December 1993, a Cook's acquaintance purchased a Ruger pistol on his behalf because he was too young to do so himself. He sold the pistol to one of his friends in July 1995, just after pawning the rifle. To summarize what has been said, he got rid of both his rifle and pistol 6 months after the deaths of Grant and Michelle Andrew Cook, which was far from a coincidence. The more the police learned about Cook, the more they were confident that they were on the right track. As it turned out, shortly after Grant and Michelle's deaths, he not only disposed of his weapons, but also his car, a 1987 Hendrickson. This vehicle fits the description of a car found near the crime scene. Cook worked in a diaper factory, which Agent Upton decided to visit. Andrew was not at work, but the agent spoke with a friend and colleague. According to court documents, a colleague reported that they recently discussed the worst thing they had ever done, and Andrew stated that he shot someone with a rifle. The colleague didn't believe the story but wanted to know why he did it. The cook responded that he wanted to see if he could get away with it. The colleague also stated that Andrew chewed tobacco frequently. Another friend testified that in late November 1996, the cook told him he needed to leave town because it was getting too hot. Agent Upton began looking for Andrew Cook, who had not lived in his parents' home in several years. Randy Upton contacted his father on December 4, 1996, and set up a meeting. John Cook was indeed an FBI agent with 29 years of experience. During the meeting, Agent Upton explained to John that he is investigating the crime committed at Juliet Lake, which is why he wishes to speak with his son Andrew, but cannot locate him. John became aware of Grant and Michelle's case through the media. He himself did not take part in the investigation. He told Upton that he does not consider his son a suspect, but he promised to find him and speak with him. Later that day, John was able to reach Andrew on the phone. He informed his son that the detective in charge of the Juliet Lake case was looking for him and inquired whether he knew anything about it. His son's response turned his entire life upside down. Andrew told Daddy, "I can't tell you. You're one of them. You are a cop." When John Cook asked the next question, he prayed that his son would say no. "Were you the shooter?" he asked. After a brief pause, Andrew replied yes. He told his father that one night, while fishing at Juliet Lake, the couple drove there, and he got into an argument with the driver. According to him, Grant threatened him with a pistol. He became enraged, took his rifle, and did something that could not be undone. John Cook asked his son to contact the authorities, but Andrew replied that he would just disappear. John was stunned by his son's story. It was extremely difficult for him, but he remained professional. The next day, John went to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and informed them about his son's confession. At the time, no one knew Andrew had been arrested in the neighboring county that morning for shooting deer and turkey outside of the hunting season. He introduced himself under an assumed name, but it became clear when Agent Upton learned that Andrew Cook had been arrested. He traveled to Jones County to speak with him. Upton was unaware of this the day before. Andrew confessed everything to his father. After arriving at the Jones County Sheriff's Office, Upton introduced himself and asked Andrew Cook to answer a few questions. He replied, "2 years have passed, and you still have nothing. I once owned a Honda. I once owned a rifle, and I used to have a Ruger, but now you're trying to set me up." He then stated that if they called his father and found him a lawyer, he would confess everything. Andrew was delivered to Monroe County. The sheriff allowed John Cook to speak with Andrew one-on-one. When John hugged his son, both of them cried. John expressed his disbelief that Andrew had told him the truth, to which Andrew responded that he was not fishing that night and that when he arrived at the lake, the victim's car was already there. Grant and Michelle didn't notice how he approached the car with his rifle and opened fire. Then, he claims he fired a few more shots from his pistol before pulling the woman out of the car to confuse the cops. He spat on Michelle on purpose to ensure that the police couldn't find him using his name. Andrew Cook was charged in the case involving Grant Hendrickson and Michael Lee Cartagena. In addition to Andrew's confession, police have identified the current owners of the rifle and pistol he used during the crime. A forensic ballistic examination revealed that Michelle and Grant were killed with the same firearms. Andrew's DNA was also tested, and it matched the sample extracted from Michelle's saliva. The trial started in 1998. John Cook spoke at the trial. He repeatedly apologized to Grant's and Michelle's families, but he also stated that his apologies would not bring them peace. He claimed that he dedicated his entire life to his service and had no idea how evil had consumed his son. On March 19, 1998, Andrew Cook was found guilty. He was sentenced to death, and after Cook exhausted all of his appeals, the execution date was set for February 22, 2013. The State Board of Pardons and Paroles met 3 days before this date, on February 19, 2013, to consider a clemency appeal filed by Andrew's attorneys on his behalf. The attorneys attempted to persuade the board that Andrew is mentally ill and requires treatment. After considering the appeal, the State Board decided against clemency. On the day of Andrew's execution, February 22, 2013, his family paid him a visit in prison to say goodbye. He was also able to order his final meal. He ordered steak, baked potatoes, fried shrimp, lemon pie, and soda. As he was strapped to a gurney in the death chamber, he said his final words, "I'm sorry, but I'm not going to ask you to forgive me. I couldn't even do it myself." He thanked his family for their support and presence, and he apologized for taking so much away from them all. The injection was given at 11:08 p.m. 14 minutes later, Andrew Cook, 38, was pronounced dead. Following the execution, Grant's mother, Mary Hendrickson, stated that she had been waiting for justice for 18 years. She added, "I believe that was the devil's work. When all this was going on, I was just thinking to myself, well, the devil will not win." He's not going to win my heart. He's not going to win my heart. He is not going to win. On June 21, 2023, the media reported that John Cook had died at the age of 81. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in Germany in 2016. The story of Maria Lodberger, a 19-year-old Freiburg resident, sparked widespread outrage in German society, raising concerns not only about the work of local police, but also about Germany's entire government. Maria was born on December 6, 1996, to Clemens and Friederike Lodberger. According to the German press, her parents were both lawyers. Furthermore, her father was a senior official in the European Union. In 2016, Maria was a medical student at the University of Freiburg. In her spare time, she worked part-time in an urban center that assisted immigrants. Maria attended a medical faculty organized party on the night of October 15 to 16, 2016. She had a good time with her friends, and when she started getting ready to go home, it was around 2:30 a.m. Maria lived on campus, approximately 3 miles from the university where the party was held. After saying goodbye to her friends, she went outside and rode her bike to campus. It was 2:37 a.m. At 8:20 a.m., on the same day, someone jogging along the river discovered a woman's body in the water near the shore. Witnesses called the police and an ambulance. However, there was nothing the medics could do to assist. They identified the victim as Maria Lodberger, who was 19 years old. She never made it to her dorm. A jogger discovered her body about a mile away. During the forensic examination, experts determined that Maria died from drowning. At the same time, someone attempted to strangle her with a scarf, which police discovered on the scene. That scarf contained a sample of male DNA, presumably belonging to the perpetrator. The police also determined the most likely motive for Maria's attack. The forensic medical examination determined that someone forced the girl into intimacy prior to her death. The police established a special commission of 68 investigators to investigate this case. In addition to the DNA on the scarf, police discovered several black hairs with bleach stains 7 inches long in the bushes near the crime scene. Importantly, this strand of hair contained the roots, allowing authorities to collect another sample of male DNA. This sample matched the one found on the scarf used to strangle Maria. The police were unable to determine the identity of the person to whom the DNA samples belonged because there was no information about him in the databases. On November 8th, the police offered a €6,000 reward for information that could help solve this case. Thanks to several individuals, the reward amount quickly grew to €35,000. The police questioned over 1,000 people, including those who attended Maria's last party. At the same time, over 100 people voluntarily donated DNA samples for comparative analysis. The majority of those who provided DNA were partygoers. However, none of the samples matched the DNA found at the crime scene. The residents of Freiburg were shocked when news of Maria's death surfaced in the media. People purchased all of the pepper spray in the city, knowing that the criminal was still at large. Furthermore, cases of harassment against women have increased in the city. A few days before Maria Lodberger's death, several refugees harassed a young woman in the same neighborhood. A similar incident occurred 2 weeks prior. Self-defense classes have never been so popular in Freiburg, when many people visited local sports centers to learn how to defend themselves. Meanwhile, 25 more officers began patrolling the city to improve security. People are afraid of going out alone at night. Mayor Dieter Salomon stated that we cannot put up with this situation. 25 more officers may appear to be a small number. However, in a city with a high crime rate, it signaled that the authorities were finally paying attention to the Freiburg problems. The police investigated all possible leads. However, the hair and scar discovered at the scene proved to be the deciding factor in identifying the perpetrator. Knowing that the man they were looking for wore long black hair with bleached ends. The police began analyzing the recordings from numerous city cameras. They discovered a man with similar hair color and length while reviewing CCTV footage from the city tram. The man wore an undercut, with short hair on the sides and back and longer on top. This recording is from the night of October 16th. At 1:57 a.m., 40 minutes before Maria left the party, the suspect boarded a tram near the university. After about 20 minutes, he got off at the last stop, which was less than a mile from where a jogger discovered Maria's body. According to the police, the suspect was bothering two girls on the tram, but they were eventually able to avoid his attention. On December 3, 2016, nearly 7 weeks after Maria's death, police arrested a suspect. Hussein Kaveri, 17, considered himself an immigrant from Afghanistan when he first arrived in Germany. However, the investigation revealed that he was not 17 years old and did not hold Afghan citizenship. Kaveri entered Germany without an ID card in November 2015. When crossing the border, he stated that he is from Afghanistan and was born in 1999. Hussein Kaveri stated that he was 16 years old when he entered the country, but he did not have any documents to back up his claim. Due to his stated age, Germany accepted him as an underage, unaccompanied refugee. They placed Kaveri with a foster German family in a picturesque town near the Black Forest, where he attended a local school, learned German, and received government benefits. Such a trick with age fabrication became common, giving an advantage not only when applying for asylum, but also when breaking the law. After all, juvenile offenders are punished less severely. We will return to the suspect's age later because it is only the tip of the iceberg in his biography. After Kaveri was arrested as the main suspect in the Maria Loebner case, his image appeared in the press, despite German media attempts to conceal his face. Other European TV channels and newspapers did not follow suit, instead publishing a non-blurred image of his face. Maria Elena Anakopoulou, a lawyer from Greece, recognized the arrested young man after seeing photos of him in the media. She defended him in court in spring 2013. He was then charged with and convicted of a life-threatening attack on a young student on the Greek island of Corfu. Kaveri robbed and threw a 20-year-old student off a cliff. The girl flew about 25 feet down and miraculously survived, thanks to the bushes on which she fell. She spent 17 days in the hospital and had 3 surgeries. Kaveri was arrested, and when the girl recovered, she identified him as the attacker. However, Guevara did not understand the reason for his arrest and told the police that she was just a woman. A court sentenced a young asylum seeker to 10 years in prison for theft and attempted life deprivation. What's important to note here is that he claimed during the trial that he was born in Iran in 1996. However, when he entered Germany, he claimed to have been born in 1999. So the question is, how did Hussein Kaveri get to Germany in 2015? If he was sentenced to 10 years in prison in Greece in 2014, here's why. He was released on parole in October 2015. Due to prison overcrowding in Greece, he violated his probation by failing to report to a police station on a regular basis, only visiting once. They put him on the wanted list, but only for Greece. At the time, the borders were open, and Kaveri, along with thousands of other refugees, traveled to Germany, where he pretended to be an unaccompanied minor seeking asylum. Kaveri was arrested as a suspect in the Maria Loebner investigation. His fingerprints were compared to those from a crime scene in Greece. This confirmed that he was the same person who attacked the woman on Corfu. After learning all of this, Germany posed numerous questions to the Greek authorities. Because the police did not initiate an Interpol search for Kaveri, he was able to enter Germany without incident. Thomas de Maizière, Germany's federal minister of the interior, described it as gross negligence and expressed outrage that Greece had not shared information about this refugee. If we had received information from Greece, the suspect would have been apprehended at the border and investigated by German security authorities. All of this happened in a reprehensible manner. We will need to discuss this process with the Greeks. Maizière stated that while German and Greek police were attempting to resolve issues among themselves, ordinary Germans, including those from Freiburg, demanded that the authorities take action against uncontrolled immigration. In response to residents' discontent, Freiburg Mayor Dieter Salomon stated that they should not use Guevara's origin as a case against immigration policy. Instead, he proposed treating it as a separate incident. At the same time, the Alternative for Germany party contacted Maria Lodberger, a victim of Angela Merkel's welcome culture. Unfortunately, the Maria Lodberger story was not unique. On December 27, 2017, in Kandel, an Afghan refugee, Abdul Dalwadzai, 15, attacked his classmate, Mia Valentin, 15, with a knife in broad daylight. The reason for the attack was that Mia had stopped talking to him. As a result, she died in the hospital, prompting police to arrest Dalwadzai. The girl's parents doubted that I was 15 years old and demanded to know his age. They determined his age using X-rays of his arm, collarbone, and teeth. The expert concluded that Dalwadzai was at least 17 years old and probably around 20. Nonetheless, he was tried as a minor, which meant the maximum sentence was 10 years in prison. On September 3, 2018, the court sentenced him to 8.5 years in prison, causing outrage not only among the girl's parents but also throughout society. It is worth noting that Dalwadzai died in his prison cell a year after being convicted. He had self-harmed, and doctors did not have time to treat him. On March 12, 2018, Ahmad, an underage unaccompanied Afghan refugee, attacked 17-year-old Maria Bold in her Flensburg apartment. Maria and Ahmad dated for 2 years, but when he began controlling her every move, she ended the relationship and began dating another man. As a result, she died of 14 stab wounds. At the trial, Ahmad claimed that he was 17 years old at the time of the attack and that he should be tried as a minor, which implied a maximum sentence of 10 years. However, the examination revealed that Ahmad was approximately 29 years old, not 17 as he claimed. The judge agreed with the exam results and decided to try Ahmad as an adult. The court sentenced him to life in prison. However, under certain conditions, the German law on life imprisonment allows for an early release after 15 years. Authorities were also urged not to forget that Germans commit the exact same crimes. When the police revealed that the perpetrator was a refugee, tensions in society grew. Maria's parents were free to travel to Riga, and Clemens Leidenberger avoided condemning speeches. Instead, they established the Maria Lorger Foundation in memory of their daughter. This foundation earned them a civic award of 20,000 euros from the Federal Association of German Newspaper Publishers in Berlin. If my children or grandchildren ever ask me what I did to help the world develop in the direction I believed was best, I'd like to say that I took advantage of the opportunities that came my way. This quote from Maria served as the foundation for building this structure. It assists students at the University of Freiburg in difficult life situations. For example, Friederike Leidenberger stated that she wants people to remember her daughter's name, not only because of a terrible act, but also because of her life. Clemens Lodberger stated that the crime against Maria has deeply shocked Germans. Along with other events, it sparked public debate on a number of political issues. As Maria's parents, we do not want acts of hatred or cold-blooded contempt in our society to inspire hatred and incitement in others. Otherwise, the destructive spiral threatens to undermine the foundations of social cohesion. As parents, they considered expressing their Christian beliefs but chose not to do so publicly. We believe that our restraint and interest in an objective discussion of these complex political issues will ultimately benefit us. By establishing the foundation, they wanted to encourage people to use their educational opportunities and unique characteristics to find their place in society. When our lives became filled with darkness, pain, and confusion, a profound sense of gratitude settled in the United States. Thank you for your gift to Maria. According to Friederike Lodberger, having this attitude helps you control your fate. We felt as if God had given us the strength to deal with this fate. He is with us, accompanying us. We realized we had a new life task to deal with our daughter's violent death, and we will cope. We've been saying this to each other from the beginning. We keep saying it now, and the feeling of gratitude that we discussed helps us prevent all other feelings from becoming so strong that they take over, said Clemens Leidenberger. Now let's return to Maria's case. In addition to DNA evidence, police have Hussein Kavari's confession. The trial began in September 2017, and Guevara admitted to forcing Maria into intimacy before killing her. Furthermore, the man admitted that he lied about his age. He did not tell the court how old he was, only that he was of legal age. Under oath, the forensic dentist stated that the defendant was probably between the ages of 22 and 29. Cavari had his tooth extracted 8 months before the attack on Maria Ladenberger during a routine dental procedure. He kept it as a souvenir after the police discovered it while searching his apartment. According to the expert, the annual rings in a person's tooth root can be used to determine their age. That is how the forensic dentist came to know Hussein Guevara, who was between the ages of 22 and 29. The method is safe and produces accurate results. X-ray examinations of risky bones, which are frequently used to diagnose aging, are considered relatively imprecise. Senior prosecutor Eckhard Berger described the dental examination as critical evidence in determining the defendant's age. Cavari stated that his father died many years ago in Afghanistan. However, the police discovered that his father was alive and living in Iran. The prosecutor contacted Cavari's father by phone, which provided the court with a clearer picture of his age. According to the father, his son was born in Iran on January 29, 1984, so he was 32 years old when Maria died. Consequently, they tried him as an adult. During the trial, he claimed that a few hours before the attack, he and his friends had consumed a large amount of alcohol and taken some illegal substances. After partying with his friends, he boarded a tram and drove to the location where he later attacked Maria. Maria spent her spare time working at Freiburg's Immigrant Assistance Center. She attempted to assist people who had been thrust into a difficult life situation due to some unfortunate circumstance. She died at the hands of one of these people, and the crime sparked widespread outrage and disgust. Chancellor Angela Merkel received sarcastic thank you messages on social media for her liberal policy, which welcomed more than 1 million refugees and immigrants. During the trial, prosecutor Eckhard Berger reminded the 2 jurors and 3 judges that the defendant is on trial for a criminal offense, not Germany's refugee policy. Cavari sobbed in court as he read a statement of apology to the victim's family. He claimed to have nightmares about Maria's death every day. "I beg your pardon. I'd like to apologize to Maria's family. I wish I could undo it." He stated, "I deeply regret what I have done. I live with the anguish of what I did. This torment will eventually destroy my life." Hussein Cavari appeared at the trial. He informed everyone about his perilous fate. He described his journey from Iran to Turkey, then Greece, Serbia, and Slovenia before arriving in Germany. He talked about life in the ruins, eating garbage in Greece, stealing and using illegal drugs and alcohol, while living in a foster home in Germany as an underage refugee. In court, he stated that he suffers from psychological conditions, including nightmares and frequent insomnia. Among other things, his stress stemmed from concerns about his homeland. "I have a lot of problems. I've got a lot of problems," Cavari spoke. During his testimony, he described the night he killed Maria. He claims that he and his friends drank 2 bottles of vodka just hours before the crime. He then drank beer and wine alone. He also smoked a few cigarettes and used illegal drugs. He then boarded a tram near the future crime scene. He bothered the other girls on the tram, and when he got to the last stop, he stole a bicycle. He did, however, fall off his bike because he was too drunk. When he saw Maria, he pushed her off the bike and covered her mouth. She began screaming, and he decided to strangle her with a scarf, causing her to lose consciousness. According to Cavari, he noticed Maria Ladenberger's beauty and decided to take advantage of her unconscious state. He then carried Maria into the water, where she drowned. Authorities believed Cavari moved Maria into the water to destroy the evidence on her body. Cavari claimed that he was too drunk and couldn't control his actions. He expressed his dissatisfaction with the way things ended. Prosecutors challenged his version of events, alleging that his actions were premeditated. A psychiatric expert testified that he believed Cavari's remorse was phony, telling the court that the defendant demonstrated a strong and persistent desire for violence and warned there was a high risk of reoffending. Cavari had an interest in aggressive sexual practices and a hostile attitude toward women. He also stated that he has no remorse or compassion for other people's suffering. Maria's parents chose not to attend the trial. They hired a lawyer to represent their interests. Maria's father, Clemens Leidenberger, stated that we wanted the most constructive objective possible, but without any additional media hype, political statements, or impact on the course of the trial as a result of emotional statements made by the victims. When asked by a journalist if they wanted to meet face-to-face with the criminal, Maria's father replied, "We left this question open in any case. It was unclear from the start whether we would remain absent from the process from beginning to end. However, during the discussion, we asked each other if Maria wanted us there, and we concluded that she did not. Furthermore, based on the criminal's characteristics and behavior in court, we became increasingly convinced that we would not gain anything from this confrontation. We knew it wouldn't help us." On September 22, 2018, Hussein Kavari was found guilty. Presiding Judge Catherine Schenk condemned Kavari's extreme lack of empathy, who was handcuffed and dressed in a black hooded jumper. Before I read the verdict and sentence, many in the courtroom applauded. The court sentenced him to life in prison. As previously stated, the German law on life imprisonment provides for the right to early release after 15 years if the parole board determines that the convict does not pose a threat to society. However, during the sentencing, the judge emphasized the gravity of Hussein Kavari's guilt. It means that his early release from prison after 15 years is legally feasible but practically impossible. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story from 2004 in New Jersey, USA. Brittany Gregory was born on April 1, 1988, in Brick Township, the youngest of 5 children in her family. Her parents divorced, and she was left to live with her father, but she remained close to all of her siblings, particularly her sister Brianna, who was 4 years older than her. Brittany excelled in school, and her teachers expected her to become a scholar. Her unusual dream, however, was to become a forensic scientist and investigate crime scene evidence. Brittany enjoyed being the baby of the family. Her mother described her as spoiled but not vain or arrogant. She celebrated her 16th birthday in April by keeping her mother's promise to let her get her belly button pierced. She adored pop star Britney Spears and had posters of her up in her bedroom. She enjoyed cartoons, particularly SpongeBob SquarePants. She also couldn't get enough of TV shows about forensic science, which she wanted to pursue. She and her mother used to watch the same shows and then call each other to discuss what they were watching. In 2004, Brittany, 16, and her older sister Brianna, 20, lived in a small house near their school with their father, Joe Don, and his new girlfriend, Lori Peterson. Brittany's father's house was the last one on the street, and it was near a wooded lot. Brittany had been dating 18-year-old John Fitzgerald for nearly 2 years. He was a nice guy who Brittany's family liked. They had a great relationship and were considered the ideal couple. At around 8:30 p.m. on Sunday, July 11, 2004, Brittany's mother Deborah and sister Brianna drove to the town of South Toms River, about 15 miles from Brittany's home, to visit her older brother and his wife, who had recently had a daughter. That evening, Brittany called her mother from her cell phone and requested a ride to her boyfriend John's house. The girl's voice was extremely upset, indicating potential trouble. Her mother explained that she was out of town and unable to drive Brittany, but that her sister Brianna could be there in about an hour. Brittany agreed, saying she'd wait for her. Brianna was free about 45 minutes after Brittany called, so she called her, but her sister did not answer. Brianna assumed Brittany was asleep or that someone else had brought her to John's. When Brianna returned home in the morning, she discovered Brittany was not there, but her belongings, including her phone, were still there. Brianna speculated that Brittany had spent the night at her boyfriend's house, but it seemed strange that she hadn't told anyone and had left her cell phone at home. It was not like her. Looking for answers, Brianna began calling all of Brittany's friends to see if they had seen her, but no one knew anything. Brianna decided to call John after unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister. He said he last spoke with Brittany on the phone Sunday morning, and they hadn't seen or spoken to each other since Brittany's father's friend Lori Peterson, who lived with them, said she returned home around 10 p.m. Brittany was not present on Sunday night. Brianna sensed something was wrong and went straight to the police station to report Brittany missing. The police initially dismissed Brianna's concerns about her sister's disappearance. They assumed the girl had simply run away from home or was out with friends. But Brianna persuaded the officers that she had already contacted all of her sister's friends and spoken with her boyfriend. But no one knew where Brittany might be. Brianna was certain her sister couldn't have run away from home because she was an honor student who spent the majority of her time in the library. Brittany never left the house without warning, and she left all of her belongings, including money and a phone, at home. Brianna persuaded the cops that her sister could not have run away from home on her own. The officers started their search. They first went to Brittany's house to inspect her room and look for clues. They ensured that Brittany's purse, containing her phone, ID, and makeup, was left in her room. The police found nothing suspicious in her room. They interviewed everyone who lived in the house and concluded that no one close to Brittany was involved in her disappearance. The police then began searching the area around the house. They inspected all of the houses in the area, walked around the property, and spoke with neighbors. They looked for witnesses who could have seen or heard something. The officers noticed that the house was at the end of the street, with a wooded area across the street, except for one woman who reported seeing Brittany walking down the street toward her house late Friday night when it was already dark. None of the neighbors saw anything suspicious. This occurred 2 days before Brittany's disappearance, and while the information appeared insignificant, investigators paid attention to it. This information contradicted the image of a modest girl who spent the majority of her time in the library and did not leave without her parents' permission. What made Brittany stay out so late? And was she allowed to go out at that time? The police were eager to determine whether Brittany was a true home girl, as her sister had described her. Numerous police interviews with her family, neighbors, and teachers revealed that no one had negative things to say about the girl. Everyone spoke highly of her. Brianna told the police that Brittany and her boyfriend John had a strained relationship recently. The couple had been arguing frequently, and on the day of her disappearance, Brittany and John had another fight. Brittany was upset, and she planned to visit John that evening to make amends. The investigators decided to look into John's identity more closely. They invited him to the police station to see if he saw Brittany on the day she went missing. John said his last phone call with Brittany was on Sunday morning. At the time, he was at the beach with friends, and Brittany was disappointed that he went without her. They argued about it and haven't spoken since. He also revealed that he had broken up with Brittany a few days ago, but she was unable to accept it. Even though she knew he was already dating another girl, John insisted that he had no plans to go out with Brittany that night and had no idea she was coming to his house. The rumor that Brittany kissed another guy at the party sparked their breakup. Despite the fact that he did not see it, John decided to end his relationship with her and start dating another girl. He last saw Brittany on July 10, the day before she vanished. She gave him a letter expressing her desire to reconcile. The detectives asked John for permission to read the letter Brittany had written, and he handed it to them. Brittany apologizes in the letter for her behavior as well as for breaking John's heart. She also asked him to stay friends. John appeared genuinely concerned and worried that Brittany had not yet been found. The police found no evidence linking John to Brittany's disappearance, and after passing a lie detector test, he was removed from the suspect list. However, John did provide the detectives with one important detail. He claimed that Brittany frequently came to his house via the woods behind her father's house, and the story of Brittany's disappearance became increasingly complicated. Detectives began to wonder if Brittany attempted to reach John's house that night, which was about a mile from her father's house through the woods. It was already dark, and she might get lost or fall somewhere along the way. The police began a search in the woods where Brittany most likely passed. She may have walked along a path that began near her house. Being in the woods at night was frightening and dangerous. The question of why a young girl was not afraid to walk through the woods in the dark was perplexing. The search in the forest lasted 3 days, but nothing was discovered. When it appeared that the investigation had come to an end, the police were contacted by a woman who had been with her brother in a nearby park. The night Brittany disappeared, it was quiet and deserted, with only one car. The woman drove a Chevrolet pickup truck with distinctive wheels, and she noticed and remembered the car's license plate. Investigators discovered that the car was registered to Anthony Geiger, a 23-year-old. To determine Anthony's connection to Brittany's disappearance, police began investigating his past and discovered that he was Bobby Joe's ex-boyfriend. Brittany's sister, Bobby Joe, told detectives that they split up about a month ago because Anthony was overly jealous and focused too much on Brittany. She also stated that she began to suspect Anthony, who was 23 years old, had feelings for her younger sister, Brittany, and ultimately decided to end her relationship with him. Brittany's friend said Anthony always looked at her strangely and tried to flirt with her. They last met at lunch, when Anthony attempted to flirt with Brittany again. Detectives began to suspect Anthony of kidnapping Brittany and brought him in for questioning. During the interrogation, Anthony denied being in the neighborhood where Brittany lived on the evening of July 11. According to him, he did not arrive until the following day, July 12, when the police had already begun searching for the girl. He did not deny that he was on good terms with her and saw her frequently at parties and other gatherings, but he insisted that they were just friends and that he did not flirt with her. Anthony also stated that he knew Brittany was too young for him and that he only cared about her as a friend. Anthony testified that he spent the evening of July 11 at home with his new girlfriend. Although Anthony's girlfriend confirmed his alibi, investigators still suspected him because his house was close to Brittany's. Investigators returned to examine the letter Brittany had written to John and discovered disturbing signs that she was saying goodbye to her loved one. They became concerned that Brittany might be harming herself after ending her relationship with her boyfriend. Brittany's parents, however, rejected this version, believing that their daughter was intelligent and determined, and that her breakup with her boyfriend would not prevent her from pursuing her dreams. They thought Brittany was overly passionate about life. After the investigation stalled again, the police decided to use the media to contact the public in search of potential witnesses. In addition, police officers from other areas joined the investigation to help. Brittany's parents also decided to take an active role in the search because they were tired of doing nothing but waiting. They decided it was time to take action and began going door to door, asking people in the neighborhood. But it did not work. The police decided to return to where it all began, Brittany's home. Even if she had decided to walk through the woods to meet her boyfriend, it remained unclear why she had left her phone in her room. Could she have been kidnapped right outside the house? If so, did she know the person? Did she trust him? Did she trust him? During a thorough search of the house, the police discovered something important in Brittany's room. Her personal diary, which contained a handwritten letter. The contents of this letter were extremely important to the police because they pierced the veil of secrecy surrounding family relationships. Brittany described her life, her relationships with her friends and boyfriend, her education, and how she prioritized her family. In particular, she wrote that she comes from a dysfunctional family, that she visits her older brother in jail every Sunday, that her mother is a drug addict who abandoned her when she was 9, and that she now lives with her father, with whom she is not particularly close, and his girlfriends. She also stated that she is not perfect and has done things she is not proud of. However, she does not want to be like her parents and wishes to succeed in life. She aspires to be a forensic scientist who helps solve crimes. After reading this letter, the police expanded their suspect pool and focused on Brittany's family, who had not previously been considered suspects. Detectives began checking on each member of Brittany's family and discovered that a male massage parlor was operating from her home. Lori Peterson, a friend of Brittany's father, serves various men every day. But everyone in the neighborhood knew she didn't give massages, but rather offered intimate services for a fee. It turned out that many people were aware of it, and Lori did not keep it a secret, handing out business cards throughout the area. Neighbors also reported that suspicious individuals frequently gathered at Brittany's father's home to use illegal substances for the police. This suggested that the atmosphere in Brittany's home was dysfunctional. Lori's services were sought by a number of men, the majority of whom she had never met. It was possible that one of her clients had taken Brittany from the house. More than 100 police officers began working to identify everyone who had visited Joe Dunn's house in the previous month. It was an extremely difficult task. However, a week after Brittany disappeared on July 18, police announced the arrest of a murder suspect. Brittany's family was shocked to hear the news because she had been reported missing and her body had yet to be found. When a picture of the suspect appeared on television, Brittany's mother, Deborah, recognized him. It turned out to be her longtime friend, 28-year-old Jack Fuller Jr., who had attended all of the family gatherings and had known them for 20 years. His daughter was engaged to Brittany's brother, who was incarcerated. Deborah was in shock. Why was Jack arrested and charged with murder when Brittany's body had never been found? The family couldn't believe Jack could have been involved in this case, given that his children were friends with Brittany. They hoped Brittany was still alive. Fuller, a hardened criminal, spent the majority of his adult life threatening his Howell neighbors. According to court documents and interviews, he broke into cars, houses, and garden sheds, used and sold drugs, threatened a man with a baseball bat, fought with police, and lied about his identity after being arrested for drunk driving. He has been arrested over a dozen times in the last decade alone. He has spent time in state prison for theft and parole violations. Neighbors claim that many of his crimes went unreported because people were afraid of him. The last time he was tried. He was sentenced to 5.5 years in prison and released a year before Brittany went missing. Brittany's parents assumed Jack would steal money or jewelry to buy drugs, but they didn't think he'd hurt their daughter. Shortly after Fuller's arrest, it became clear how the police had linked him to Brittany's disappearance. It all began with a call to the police station. The caller stated that he had met Jack a few days prior, who had complained to him about back pain that had developed after burying the girl's body in sandy soil. Jack assured him that the location where he had hidden the body would never be discovered, and he asked how deep the body should be buried so that the animals would not smell it. The police invited the informant to the station, suggested that he wear a listening device while meeting with Jack Fuller, and questioned him about the crimes, including the murder. The informant agreed, and during the meeting, Fuller revealed that he had buried the girl's body in a remote location and would never be discovered. He confessed to the murder, but never mentioned Brittany's name. In addition, Fuller stated that he needed to kill someone else who knew too much, referring to his friend Tommy, who was in the car and did not hear these remarks. The detectives were confident that Tommy knew something important that could aid in the investigation, or Jack Fuller would not have wanted to get rid of him. They went to Tommy's house and took him to the station for questioning, but he refused to cooperate, claiming that he knew nothing. The detectives knew he was lying, to prove their point. They played a recorded conversation in which Jack expresses his desire to kill Tommy because he knows too much. Tommy realizes he is in danger and agrees to cooperate with the police. He tells them that the night Brittany vanished, he and Jack were driving around the neighborhood while smoking crack. They came to a halt in front of Brittany's home, and Jack decided to go inside to speak with her father about some issues. When he entered the house, there was only Brittany. 5 minutes later, Jack returned to the car with Brittany, who sat in the back. Tommy expressed confusion and inquired as to what was going on. Brittany didn't say anything. She lowered her gaze, and Jack explained that he was about to take Tommy home. Tommy claimed Jack drove him home. When he got out of the car, Brittany, who was sitting in the back, also got out and took the front passenger seat. And then he and Jack drove away. When they met the next day, Jack said nothing about the previous day's events. They stopped at a car wash where Jack washed his car both inside and out. This was unusual because he had never attempted it before. The car wash attendant even made a joke about it. But Jack became enraged and told him to mind his own business, or he'd risk his life. Tommy explained that when he learned about Brittany's disappearance, he suspected Jack was involved and asked him directly what he was doing with her. Jack became enraged by the question and stated that he had taken her home and left rudely, instructing him not to ask again if he did not want trouble. Tommy assumed Jack had taken Brittany to the woods to rape her because he intended to use Lori's intimate services that evening. But she wasn't at home. The detectives realized Jack is just the man for them. When they arrived to arrest him, Jack was holding a can of gasoline and appeared to be preparing to burn his car. Was he planning to burn the car to destroy the evidence? Yes, it appeared that he was conducting the search. Blood was discovered in the car, and forensics determined that it was Brittany's. When the police discovered that Jack had visited a car wash after his trip with Brittany, they went there and confiscated the vacuum cleaner he was using. A criminologist discovered sand particles stuck together by blood inside a vacuum cleaner. Testing confirmed that it was Brittany's blood. Despite the evidence in front of the police, Jack refused to confess to Brittany's kidnapping and murder. Detectives interviewed all of Jack's acquaintances, and the majority of them were convinced that he was capable of murder. Many described him as a man who could handle anything. Despite the fact that Jack never worked, he was always financially secure. During the investigation, it was discovered that on the night of Brittany's disappearance, one of the patrol officers observed a car parked on the side of the road near the woods. That was Jack Fuller's car. Brittany had gone missing, but this was unknown at the time. When the officer approached Jack, he explained that he was looking for his dog, which had run off into the woods. Given this information, The search for the body concentrated on the area where the officer spotted Jack's car. The search, which involved police officers, canine units, helicopters, and volunteers, was ultimately unsuccessful. Investigators suspected Brittany was desperate for someone to drive her to her boyfriend's house that night. When Jack arrived at her house, she asked him to do it. Jack agreed to transport her wherever she needed to go. Instead, he took his friend Tommy home and decided to exploit the situation by raping and killing Brittany. To prove it, her body had to be discovered. While the police were attempting to question Jack and extract a confession, another witness came forward. A woman called the cops, claiming that if Jack Fuller really killed Brittany, she might know where he hid her remains. This woman was a former drug addict who Jack once held hostage for months before escaping. During that time, she had grown to know Jack Welch and knew all of his secrets, including where he went and what he did. He frequently visited the same places and accompanied her. One day, he showed her a location near a power line and told her it was an excellent place to bury her because no one would ever find a body there. The detectives didn't believe the woman at first and began questioning her. She stated that the site was in Lakewood and the soil was sandy. The police immediately remembered the words of an informant who told them how Jack had complained to him about how difficult it was to bury a body in sandy soil. The authorities decided to conduct a search in the area the woman had mentioned. It was only 3 miles from Brittany's home. After several days of searching, no results were found. However, the police continued their search after experts discovered a perfect match between the sand from Fuller's vacuum cleaner at the car wash and the soil in the area. Every day, more than 100 people combed the dense forest that borders Monmouth and Ocean counties. Brittany's grave was discovered on Tuesday morning, July 27, 2004, 15 days after she had been reported missing. She was discovered by 3 New Jersey canine officers who had brought their dogs on a weekend search to assist. The young girl's naked body was discovered in a hole, accompanied by a necklace bearing Brittany's name. The detectives knew right away that they had finally found her. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy confirmed that it was Brittany Gregory's body, but he was unable to determine the exact cause of death due to the girl's strangulation and head trauma. "I'm not going to deny that there was trauma to her head, but that was not the cause of death," said Ocean County Executive Assistant Prosecutor Robert Gasser. The body had decomposed for 2 weeks, and the medical examiner says he cannot rule out strangulation or suffocation. Gasser stated that Brittany's body showed no obvious signs of sexual assault. However, the medical examiner did not rule out the possibility of rape. After consulting with his attorney, Jack Fuller agreed to a plea bargain. Brittany's family also agreed to the settlement to avoid a lengthy and difficult trial. Brittany's mother stated that she opposed the death penalty for Jack because it would be too easy for him. She wanted him to spend the rest of his life in prison, suffering and regretting his actions. Jack stated that Brittany asked him to take her to her boyfriend's house, and he agreed. He took Tommy home first, then planned to take Brittany to see her boyfriend. But first, he stopped on the side of the road and began smoking. This infuriated Brittany, who began yelling at him and slapping him on the arm. This irritated him, and he started punching Brittany. He admitted to punching her in the face and head at least twice after she tried to stop him from smoking again. Following the beating, Brittany began to make gasping and gurgling sounds. Fuller continued to get high as blood flowed from her nose and mouth. Brittany stopped breathing when he finally turned his attention to her. He realized she had died and decided to dispose of her body. However, his story was not believed because the medical examiner discovered evidence of strangulation on Brittany's body that Fuller had not mentioned. Furthermore, he did not explain why he had removed all of Brittany's clothing. The prosecution suspected that the crime was sexually motivated. On February 9, 2005, the Ocean County grand jury indicted Fuller on murder charges. On October 18, 2005, Fuller pleaded guilty to purposely and knowingly causing serious bodily injury that resulted in death. On January 13, 2006, he received a 30-year sentence without the possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Gloomy love. Teenage years are the most difficult of all stages of development. You are no longer a child, but you are not yet an adult. This time, the body experiences a massive hormonal overhaul. This transitional period is further complicated by the fact that yesterday's obedient child has become unstable and rebellious. A teenager's worldview is a picture of contrasts in black and white shades. The dominant color in teenagers' judgments and actions is heavily influenced by their surroundings. The story we're about to tell took place in Medicine Hat, in the southeast of Alberta, Canada. The Richardson family suffered unspeakable cruelty and betrayal, and their tragedy captured national attention. Once again, the Gothic subculture came under fire. In town, the Richardson family was regarded as exemplary. Deborah and Mark, along with their 2 children, Tyler, 8, and Jasmine, 12, lived in a beautiful and cozy home. They were very hospitable and sociable. As are all Canadians, their home was frequently full of guests, and the atmosphere was based on love and respect. Everything was going well until the eldest daughter reached puberty. The calm girl transformed beyond recognition. First and foremost, Jasmine's personality shifted. She became bold and frivolous. Conflicts between her and her parents began to arise, and her academic performance declined. Second, her music and clothing preferences changed. She used to enjoy modern pop but now prefers heavy rock. Bright colors and clothing were replaced by shades of gray and black, and her dressing style became provocative. Jasmine wanted to appeal to boys, so she started emphasizing her rounded features. Her interactions with former friends declined noticeably. She began to spend more time alone in front of her computer screen, and the door to her room was frequently closed. With the advent of the internet at home, she became interested in Gothic themes, dark poetry, criminal psychology, and human anatomy. Miss Richardson even identified as a witch and preached the Wiccan religion. For this purpose, she visited various similar websites and discovered a circle of friends who shared her interests. The greeting on her social media page read, "Welcome to my tragic world." It appeared to be a typical adolescence, complete with excessive dramaticism and mysticism. However, the girl's relationship with her family grew increasingly distant. In her profile, she used a fictitious name and stated her age as 15. She preferred older interlocutors and aspired to be like them. During this difficult time, her parents tried to support her by suggesting that they spend time together. They searched for common ground activities. However, she found this uninteresting. Jasmine thought her younger brother was an annoying nuisance. She spoke to him less and less, but she could spend hours on end on the computer talking to strangers. Deborah and Mark recognized that their current state was only temporary. She would grow up and gain wisdom. As a result, they were very accepting of her new hobbies. Jasmine one day expressed an interest in attending a punk rock concert. Her parents agreed. If only they knew what this excursion would lead to. Early 2006. Jasmine Richardson attended a local youth band concert, pursuing her own interests, knowing that he would be present. The boy who had been stirring her heart for months, Jeremy Allen Steinke, was also fascinated by Gothic culture. They met on a vampire enthusiast website and occasionally communicated. Jeremy portrayed himself as a 300-year-old werewolf looking for blood. To prove it, he wore a vial of blood around his neck, but it was unclear whether the fluid was human or animal in origin. Nonetheless, the boy clearly considered himself unique, which Jasmine found appealing. The young people's feelings for each other grew stronger after meeting at the concert. Steinke eventually asked her out, and she happily agreed that everything would be fine, except that Jeremy was 23 years old. The couple knew her parents would not approve of their relationship, so they kept it a secret. Furthermore, his troubled past will not endear him to them. The young man was poor, living in a trailer with his mother and sister. His relationship with his mother was strained due to her heavy drinking. Jeremy had to deal with her constant stream of volatile partners, many of whom beat him in drunken rages. As a result, by the age of 13, he was struggling academically and had a fragile mental health. Steinke was tempted to commit suicide when he couldn't bear such a life, but he was saved just in time. Later, doctors diagnosed him with depression and hyperactivity. He dropped out of school after being bullied. Over time, Jeremy imagined himself immortal and began visiting websites with similar themes. His online profile included topics such as pain, self-harm, blood, and razor blades. Except for their friends, no one knew about the couple's forbidden relationship, which they found strange. Their communication would have remained private had the Richardsons not begun monitoring their daughter's excessive internet usage. Deborah and Mark discovered Jasmine was communicating with strangers, which alarmed them as any parent would. They therefore decided to remove the computer from the girl's reach. Furthermore, they were surprised to learn that she had fallen for an adult man with questionable interests. His nickname, Soul Eater, spoke volumes. As a result, Jasmine and Jeremy's relationship was forbidden in order to help their daughter break free from this toxic relationship. Deborah and Mark saw two psychologists and sincerely believed that counseling would improve their parent-child relationship. It worked out well for them. Jasmine demonstrated compliance and appeared to be returning to normal life, as if everything was behind her. She received her computer back. This became Richardson's final fateful decision, resulting in their demise. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Mrs. Richardson was getting ready for bed when she heard a noise in the basement. Rats again, she thought. As she descended, she turned on the light and noticed someone wearing a ski mask. He stood opposite her and looked at her. She screamed out, startled. The stranger rushed towards her, covering her mouth. His efforts were vain. Deborah struggled and screamed louder. He stepped back, drew his knife and stabbed her in the chest, then again and again. When Mark heard his wife scream, he dashed down and grabbed the first thing he could find, a screwdriver. He had been fixing an outlet that day and, by chance, had left the tool out. When he entered the basement, he was confronted with a horrifying scene: his wife lying in a pool of blood, with someone standing beside her. Mark immediately attacked the intruder, but was stabbed in the stomach, followed by more stabs as the agonizing pain subsided and his eyes closed. Mr. Richardson asked quietly, "Why?" "Because your daughter wanted it." The attacker responded. Upstairs, Tyler was the only one remaining. The boy sat on his bed wearing his pajamas, too afraid to move. The approaching footsteps became louder, and the bedroom door opened. Several days before the murder. Jasmine was overjoyed. Her parents believed in her remorse, which allowed them to communicate again. Mobile phones were just becoming popular at the time, so the computer was the only way to communicate. When Miss Richardson regained internet access, she immediately wrote to Jeremy, "It all begins with them disappearing and ends with us remaining together," she told him. During her visits to the psychologist, the young lady devised a terrible plan. It solidified after several days of punishment. Surprisingly, Steinke Co. found it enticing, but emphasized the importance of being creative and paying attention to detail. The couple knew they couldn't be together as long as the Richardsons were alive. Later, Jasmine's friends recalled how frequently she mentioned her parents, particularly how much she disliked them. Therefore, she wanted to end their lives. However, nobody took Jasmine's words seriously. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Garrett walked across the street to his friend Tyler's house. The boy wanted to play. Despite the cold weather, it was pleasant outside. This was the spring of that year. Garrett approached the house and noticed that the blinds were still closed. Nobody answered his knock at the door. Strangely, he assumed the Richardsons would be home. Their car was parked in the driveway. The child looked into the living room window, hoping to see someone, but there was no one there. Garrett then decided to walk around to the back of the basement, where he frequently plays with Tyler, while peeking through the window, and he noticed something strange on the floor. It appeared as two silhouettes in a pool of blood. The boy informed his mother, who was skeptical, so she decided to check on the family across the street. They approached the house together. Garrett pointed to the window he'd looked through earlier. The woman looked inside and recoiled in horror. She immediately contacted emergency services. Something happened at the Richardsons. They appeared to be lying on the basement floor, covered in blood. A neighbor reported. The police arrived promptly. They broke down the front door and descended to the location where Garrett and his mother had seen something. When the officers entered the dark basement, they had difficulty recognizing the people lying on the ground. Their bodies were mutilated and bleeding. However, there was no doubt. It was Mark and Deborah Richardson, and they had died. Blood was all over the floor, walls, and ceiling, a bloody mess. There was no other way to describe what lay before them. Later, the police searched the house. In the upstairs children's room, they discovered a small child. The boy lay in bed among toys covered in blood and visible knife wounds. The child's throat was severely cut. Medicine had never witnessed such horror. One officer said, "It would take me decades to forget what I witnessed today." After searching the house, police discovered that one family member was missing. Richardson's eldest daughter was gone. Officers are concerned she may be in danger. Everything indicated that the attack took place in the basement and child's room. The rest of the house was undisturbed. and at first glance, nothing was amiss. The state of the body suggested that the crime had occurred the night before. Apparently, the perpetrator broke into the house and assaulted the boy and his parents. So what happened to Jasmine? And where was she? The police began to develop theories about what had occurred. Perhaps by chance the girl was safe outside the house, or the perpetrator had abducted her and was now harming her, or a ransom demand from relatives would arrive in due course. However, as time passed, there were no obvious answers. Detectives quickly turned to the media, requesting assistance in the search for the missing girl. They hoped Jasmine would make contact or that someone would provide useful information. Meanwhile, the investigation into the crime continued. Investigators spoke with relatives, friends, and colleagues about every aspect of the slain family's life. Were there any adversaries or enemies capable of such heinous acts? However, as the investigation progressed, the situation became clearer. There was no reason to wish death upon anyone in the Richardson family. With the exception of the eldest daughter, they were truly wonderful people, faithful spouses, and loving parents. The officers discovered that the girl had been causing a lot of trouble lately. This time, the investigation aimed to find a person of interest. It was entirely possible that the girl was aware of the crime or had been involved in it. Given the suspect's age, the media could no longer publish her real name under Canadian law. As a result, news outlets began to refer to Jasmine Richardson as Jr. When her relationship with Jeremy Steinke was revealed, the couple was declared wanted. Initially, the search for the young lovers began among their friends and acquaintances, believing they were hiding with them. However, while this lead proved to be a dead end for the police, they did discover something intriguing. Several hours after the crime, the young couple was seen at a restaurant and a party hosted by an acquaintance. Someone in their circle of friends mentioned that Jasmine appeared unchanged. There was no evidence she had been abducted or was in shock. She was drinking and having fun. When friends asked how they got away from her parents, Jasmine laughed and Jeremy and I just took care of them. Yes, the boy agreed. I cut them up like fish. The party guests laughed, believing it was a cruel joke, not realizing that the statement was true. A comic found in Jasmine's school locker confirmed her involvement in the crime, as it detailed how she would deal with each of her family members, with her boyfriend acting as her accomplice. Photographs of the suspects were widely distributed. It was only a matter of time before a citizen came forward with information on their whereabouts. Soon enough, information arrived. A couple was spotted in the community of Leader, Saskatchewan, about 130 kilometers from Medicine Hat. They got caught off guard. Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Steinke were discovered sleeping peacefully inside a pickup truck. They were escorted to the police station without resistance. Naturally, the couple was interrogated separately, beginning with Jasmine. She revealed that she was deeply in love with Steinke, and he reciprocated her feelings. However, their age and social status differences served as a barrier. Jasmine believes the Richardsons would never have accepted their relationship. As a result, Jeremy committed the ultimate act of love. He ended her parents' lives, giving them the opportunity to be together. When detectives asked if Jasmine was involved in the crime, she replied, "I wasn't home when it happened. I wasn't sure what had happened. When I found out, I accepted it. I loved Jeremy so much that I ran away with him." Detectives needed to figure out who was the main instigator because breaking the suspects proved difficult. The investigation employed a cunning strategy. They placed an informant in the cell with Jeremy, and he skillfully extracted details that contradicted Jasmine's statements. Jeremy admitted to the informant that the plan to end her parents' lives was Jasmine's idea. He wasn't initially supportive, but he agreed after they discovered the forbidden love and took her computer. I cared for Deborah and Mark Richardson, while Jasmine looked after her younger brother on her own. She begged me to leave Tyler for her. I was pleased to settle scores with all of them. Jeremy made a cruel revelation. Following the confession, investigators confronted Miss Richardson with the recording. She had no choice but to confess everything, admitting that she stabbed her younger brother out of mercy, not wanting to leave him as an orphan. Later, the couple shared their social media profiles and passwords with the investigators, who began looking into their correspondence. They exchanged thousands of messages confirming Jeremy's statements. Jasmine devised the plan on her own. Steinke claimed that Jasmine was the only person who understood and approved of his tastes. He feared losing her as he replaced the society from which he felt alienated. He contributed to the realization of the dreadful idea. I want to cut their throats. They will regret what they have done, especially when I know they're gone. They will pay for the insults. Finally, there will be silence, and their blood will be the payment. Jeremy supported his beloved. His friends also claimed that just a few hours before the attack, they watched the 1994 film Natural Born Killers, which depicts a couple committing 9 heinous murders. This story inspired their friend, who said he wanted to carry out a similar plan with his girlfriend. I think it's the greatest love story of all time. Steinke made this claim based on sufficient evidence. The suspects have been charged with 3 counts of homicide. The detectives pieced together the accused's confessions, witness testimonies, and other case evidence to form a more complete picture of the crime. Jeremy was intoxicated prior to the act. Jasmine led him inside the house and directed him to the basement, where he assaulted her mother. Deborah was the first to die, with 12 stab wounds to her body. The deepest wound pierced her chest, measuring 12 centimeters and striking her heart with rage. Jeremy mercilessly continued his assault on Mark, who received 24 wounds, 9 of which were in the back. The family patriarch, like his wife, bled out on the basement floor. Tyler Richardson was the last to die. While Steinke dealt with the parents downstairs, Jasmine stabbed her younger brother 5 times upstairs. After finishing, Jeremy went upstairs to assist his girlfriend with the child, coldly slicing the boy's throat as if carving a pumpkin. After that, Jeremy went home to wash off the blood, while Jasmine took a taxi to the restaurant where the couple had planned to meet. After discussing the night's events, they went to a party. Kate Lancaster, a friend of Jeremy's, assisted them in disposing of the evidence and traveling to Saskatchewan. Words are insufficient to describe the horror they created. The couple went on their murderous spree with such ease and nonchalance, as if possessed by an otherworldly force. It is shocking that no one expressed regret or remorse for their actions during interrogation or while in custody. While detained, they wrote letters to each other, referring to themselves as legends and immortals. Steinke was able to propose to Richardson in a single letter, which he gladly accepted. However, their mad love began to fade like last year's snow during the trial. They shifted the blame to each other. Jasmine Richardson was the first person to go on trial in June 2007. She pleaded not guilty, claiming to have been in a zombie-like state and unable to act while Jeremy murdered her family. She also claimed that she only injured her younger brother and that Steinke was responsible for his death. Jasmine insisted that their discussions about ending her parents' lives were only hypothetical, but they appealed to Jeremy so much that he forced her to make them a reality. Miss Richardson was sentenced to only 10 years in prison for 3 counts of homicide, thanks to the nuances of Canadian juvenile criminal justice law, which states that people under the age of 14 cannot be sentenced to more than 10 years. The sentence was intended more to rehabilitate and restore the girl's psyche than to punish her. When Jeremy Steinke's trial began in 2008, he insisted that he had no intention of killing his girlfriend's parents. However, when he was found in the basement, he felt compelled to attack. He claimed he did not hurt Tyler, implying Jasmine was to blame while he simply watched from the doorway. The defense claimed that Jasmine intentionally seduced him in order to free her from her parents' strict control. Some friends testified that Jeremy had asked for their help with the act because he was so afraid of losing Jasmine that he was willing to do anything. The lawyers also requested that the charges be reduced to manslaughter, claiming Steinke was under the influence of drugs at the time of the incident. Steinke's inconsistent inconsistencies were revealed. When asked by the prosecution why he committed the act, he stated, "When you find your other half, you do whatever it takes for them." Throughout the trial, he remained unconcerned, but broke down when his mother, Jacqueline May, testified in his defense. She admitted to bearing significant guilt for his upbringing, as he was frequently attacked by her partners, beaten, and rejected. Steinke was found guilty on 3 counts of first-degree homicide and sentenced to 3 life sentences. He would be eligible for parole no sooner than 25 years later, in 2033. Casey Lancaster's charges of complicity in the act were dropped in Medicine Hat Court. However, she was found guilty of obstruction of justice, sentenced to a year of house arrest, and prohibited from consuming drugs or alcohol. While in custody, Jeremy Steinke changed his name to Jackson May. Jasmine Richardson's 10-year sentence included 4 years in a psychiatric facility where she was diagnosed with conduct disorder and oppositional defiant disorder, which indicate a refusal to follow rules and socially unacceptable behavior that is typically associated with children rather than adults. This highlighted her psychological immaturity and instability throughout her relationship with Steinke. Medical professionals reported genuine remorse in her final years of conditional community supervision and attendance at special programs. After serving her full sentence, she was released in 2016. Jasmine Richardson currently lives in Canada under an assumed name. Her true identity is still hidden from the media. Her return sparked heated public debate, with some claiming she deserved a second chance and others believing she deserved a harsher sentence. Nonetheless, Medicine Hat residents would prefer not to have Miss Richardson as a neighbor again, given the brutality of her crime. It's unclear whether Jasmine has truly changed after spending her formative years in detention. Time will tell. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story that happened in Pennsylvania in the year 2017. On June 28, 2017, witnesses began calling 911 to report a car accident on one of the highways. When police arrived on the scene, they discovered a Chevy Malibu that had gone off the road. Unfortunately, the driver, Bianca Robertson, 18, did not survive. However, her death was not an accident, as initially assumed. Bianca Nicole Robertson was born on October 17, 1998, in Pennsylvania. She graduated from Bayard Rustin High School in Westchester with all A's. Bianca was a member of the Black Student Union at Rustin, where she also received several awards and was on the honor roll her senior year. She received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University in Jacksonville, Florida, and plans to major in criminal justice and become an FBI forensic agent. She has previously been a Girl Scout, a cheerleader, and a basketball player. She studied flute, violin, clarinet, and guitar. She was also an artist. Bianca, who lived with her mother and maternal grandmother, Josephine Perry, was excited to experience the freedoms and challenges of dorm life. Her mother explained that, unfortunately, all of her plans failed. On June 28, 2017, Bianca, her mother and grandmother went shopping at Walmart. Bianca was preparing to relocate to Florida and looking forward to a new chapter in her life. After purchasing everything, Bianca and her family went to the parking lot. They all got into separate cars. They intended to meet at home later, but her mother and grandmother had other plans, and Bianca immediately returned home. She had to drive approximately 10 miles. Bianca was very familiar with this road. However, this was the young woman's last car ride. About 10 minutes after she left the Walmart parking lot, witnesses to the accident began calling 911. The first responders arrived at the scene right away. Bianca Robertson was the driver of the Chevrolet Malibu. The paramedics were unable to help her, and she was pronounced dead on the scene. At first glance, Bianca's head injuries appeared to be the result of a severe blow when the car veered off the road. Many people driving along the highway at the time of the accident came to a stop near the scene before the police and ambulance arrived. After interviewing eyewitnesses, the police discovered one crucial detail. One of the witnesses claimed Bianca went off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck, which then fled the scene without stopping. "I hope it isn't Bianca." That was what the grandmother told herself as she drove past the car crash scene, intended to meet her granddaughter at home. She had no idea that the traffic she was stuck in was caused by a crash involving her granddaughter. When Bianca's grandmother returned home, 2 police officers had already arrived to report the car accident that claimed her granddaughter's life. Bianca's mother, Michelle, could not believe what was happening to her. The death of a child is one of the most devastating events that parents can experience. Michelle, a nurse in Delaware County, said she never imagined anything like this would happen. After losing her 22-year-old son, Michael James Rowley, to a heart condition in 2013, she hoped her pain would ease. Instead, it's doubled. "I'm not even sure who I am right now. I'm just existing," Michelle said. "They were my breath. My reason is to get up. I don't have any children right now." Michelle Robertson has lost her second child, and this is heartbreaking. She claimed she did not leave the house for quite some time and was constantly crying. Michelle and Rodney Robertson, who divorced in 2006, have become amicable co-parents thanks to Bianca. "Our divorce was not pleasant," Rodney admits. "Bianca didn't like the way I was talking to her mother, so she corrected me." Because we loved her, it caused everything to calm down. Bianca was devoted to her family, and she particularly enjoyed being her daddy's girl. If I had a favorite, it would be Bianca who, as her father put it, was looking forward to being on her own. Bianca's parents said she was pleased to be getting closer to realizing her dream of becoming a forensic specialist for the FBI. She was focused on her future, and nothing was going to stand in her way, said Bianca's father, who proudly stated that his daughter had received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University, one of the 4 schools to which she applied, and one of the 3 to which she was accepted. She was also accepted at Coastal Carolina and the University of Georgia. Detectives requested CCTV footage to confirm Bianca's claim that her car veered off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck. After all, if Bianca's death was caused by a collision with another vehicle, it was more than just an accident. It was a crime. If this was the case, the police had to find the perpetrator. But what they quickly discovered was even more shocking. While the detectives waited for the footage, there was another watershed moment in this case. Everyone assumed Bianca died after going off the road and hitting her head. However, during the autopsy, forensic experts determined that the cause of her death was not a car accident. They discovered a bullet in Bianca's head. It drastically altered everything. What appeared to be an accident, followed by a collision with a red pickup truck, turned out to be death from a gunshot to the head. After receiving the autopsy report, the detectives visited Bianca's family. They had to inform Bianca, her parents, that her death was not an accident. It was an even bigger surprise for everyone, particularly her mother. Michelle was puzzled. Why would anyone do that to her daughter? The family was unable to identify anyone who could wish Bianca harm. She had a friendly relationship with everyone. Robertson needed answers, and investigators were doing everything they could to find the person responsible for Bianca's death. The detectives found nothing suspicious while reviewing footage from cameras at Walmart, where Bianca and her family had gone on the day of her death. They scrutinized every move Bianca and her family made, from getting out of their cars to leaving the parking lot. The detectives ruled out the possibility that someone at Walmart chased Bianca and fatally shot her. After all, she did not get into any fights while shopping at Walmart. They simply bought what they needed, loaded it into Bianca's car, and left. It is possible that Bianca died as a result of an incident that occurred while she was driving down the highway toward her home. We loaded all of the bags into Bianca's car, her mother explained, referring to the 2009 Chevy Malibu the family purchased from CarMax for her 16th birthday. Bianca did not ask for much, but when she did, she asked for big things, such as a car, according to her mother, who added that Bianca had chosen the car when she received her permit. She got what she wanted, Michelle Robertson stated. I do not call it spoiled, I call it loved. But Bianca was willing to work for her goals. She got her first job at McDonald's at the age of 15. She left fast food after 2 weeks to work as a dietary aide at the Whitehorse Village retirement community in Delaware County. Michelle said she has a stack of letters and cards from residents who loved Bianca. Soon after, the police obtained the traffic surveillance footage. There were no cameras near where Bianca veered off the road, but one was about a mile away. Let us look at Google Maps. Here's where Bianca got off the road. As you can see, the 2 lanes merge into one at this point. When the investigators watched the recording, they discovered evidence that confirmed Bianca's story about a disagreement with the driver of the red pickup truck. The video captured their cars driving side by side. They're approaching the point where the 2 lanes merge into one. Perhaps the conflict arose because one did not yield to the other. Knowing the outcome of the confrontation, the investigators suspected that the driver of the red pickup truck fired the fatal shot. Unfortunately, the footage was of low quality. The pickup truck's license plates were obscured, as was the driver's face. However, from that point forward, the driver of the red pickup truck was the primary and sole suspect in Bianca Robertson's death. Detectives needed to identify this man, but all they had at the time was a blurry image. None of Bianca's family members knew anyone with a red pickup truck. The police returned to speak with those who were present at the scene of the incident, and those who dialed 911. None of them noticed the license plate on this car. Friends and stuff, rangers young and old, too many to count, have reached out to the Robertsons in support, beginning with a vigil 2 days after her death. They've heard from teachers who have known Bianca for years. Bianca changed my mind about how I would teach. According to one educator, Michelle Bianca was our Save the World child. Michelle confronted Bianca, saying that if a parent put a child out, she would sneak them into our house. Bianca might say something like, "Mom, wouldn't you want someone to do the same for me?" Bianca once saw a car accident and asked her mother if they could stop and help. If she noticed someone dining alone, her first thought was to invite them to the family table. The investigators determined the direction of the pickup truck's movement after the incident by reviewing recordings from cameras located further away from where Bianca's car crashed. They needed a higher quality recording to determine the car's make, model, and license plate. The police also asked the media to spread information about the red pickup truck, hoping that the public could help identify its owner. Detectives determined that following an incident, the driver of a red pickup truck turned onto Paoli Pike. They began walking around the neighborhood, visiting houses and shopping centers. I was looking for cameras that could have recorded the pickup truck. They discovered one surveillance camera, and the footage was of high quality this time. While analyzing the recording, the detective noticed a red pickup truck driving down the road about 5 minutes after witnesses called 911 to report an accident involving Bianca Robertson's car, but the license plate could not be seen. Furthermore, it was unclear whether it was the same car or another that matched the description. While the investigators searched for additional recordings and moved from one door to the next, another breakthrough occurred in the case. 2 days after the incident, a woman called the police and said she had seen the car they were looking for. She also saw the face of the person sitting behind the wheel. This woman stated that her red pickup truck overtook her, came to a stop at the Paoli Pike intersection, and then turned left. This information was critical to the investigation because it limited the search area. Furthermore, it indicated that the pickup truck in this video was not the vehicle they were looking for. It was simply a similar-looking truck. The woman who contacted police assisted the forensic artist in creating the suspect's sketch. She described him as a white male between the ages of 25 and 35, with brown hair and a stubble beard. The police were hoping that someone would recognize this person and report it to them. They presented the suspect's sketch to Bianca's family. However, they didn't know anyone who resembled the sketch. The investigators also began to suspect that Bianca's death was a hate crime. Knowing that the red pickup truck had turned left at this intersection, the detectives went around the shops and houses on this street, hoping to find a high-quality recording that could answer some questions. Soon, they discovered what they were looking for. The owner of the house, which is less than half a mile from the intersection, provided the police with a recording from a surveillance camera pointed at his driveway. After calculating the approximate time it would take to get there from the crime scene, the police quickly located the required vehicle. Although the footage was of higher quality than the previous one, the angle of view prevented law enforcement officers from identifying the vehicle or the driver. The police worked hard to find another recording from the camera at a closer distance, and luck was on their side. Although they couldn't see the license plate, they did notice the car's distinguishing features. The vehicle had a sticker on the right side window, a vertical dent on the passenger door, and damage to the hood. These distinguishing characteristics could greatly simplify the search for this vehicle. The police wanted to expedite the process. As a result, they used the media to request assistance from the general public. They offered a $5,000 reward for information that could help them locate the truck or its driver. The investigators were confident that someone would recognize this particular vehicle. 3 days after Bianca Robertson died, a lawyer called the police station and said he had a client who wanted to turn himself in, mentioning the latter's involvement in the incident that resulted in the death of 18-year-old Bianca Robertson. This incident occurred on Wednesday, around 5:30 p.m. Bianca Robertson: I am 18 years old and recently graduated from Westchester Ruston High School. I am on my way to Jacksonville University. Her entire summer and life were spent in front of her loving family. She was driving on Route 100. Route 100 is a 2-lane highway that connects to Route 100 Spur just a few miles away before merging with Route 202. And where it merges, it reduces from 2 lanes to 1. That is the same merge that people in southeastern Pennsylvania perform thousands of times per day. People all over the world do this without issue. But last Wednesday, as Bianca was merging from 2 lanes to 1, a man in a red pickup truck joined her, and they were jockeying for position, which irritated him. So he pulled out his gun and shot Bianca in the head. The driver of the red pickup truck was identified as David Desper, 28, of Pennsylvania. He arrived at the police station with his lawyer. Desper refused to testify but consented to a search of his home. He also told them where his pickup truck was. Desper was arrested and charged with killing Bianca Robertson. The police found the pickup truck at the location indicated by Desper stickers on the side windows, and the rims made it clear that it was the vehicle they were looking for. During a search of Desper's home, investigators discovered the gun used to shoot Bianca Robertson in the head. The police were certain they had found the culprit. However, the motive for this crime was unknown. On July 7, over 800 heartbroken family, friends, and community supporters gathered at St. Paul's Baptist Church in the borough of Westchester, 25 miles west of Philadelphia, for her homegoing service. During the funeral service, a church banner read patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, and self-control. Among those who paid tribute were her brothers, officials from Bayard Rustin High School, where she had recently graduated as chief admissions officer at Jacksonville University, where she was set to enroll in the fall, and friends. What emerged was a portrait of an extraordinary young woman, with speaker after speaker after speaker praising her brilliance and virtues. In his eulogy, Pastor Wayne Croft Sr. compared the shooter to George Zimmerman and Michael Dunn. Zimmerman killed black teenager Trayvon Martin in Florida in 2012. Zimmerman was acquitted of murder in 2013. In 2012, Dunn fatally shot Jordan Davis, another black teenage male, in Florida. A verbal altercation over music in the teenager's car escalated when he fired shots into the vehicle while it was driving away. He was convicted and sentenced to life plus 90 years in prison. The black community is unconcerned about whether Bianca's murder was motivated by rage or racism. All we know is that we have lost another bright young black star. The pastor announced that another good sister had passed away. At the September 2018 trial, they asked David Desper to explain his motivation for committing the crime. Instead of responding to this question, he asked for forgiveness from the Robertson family. Bianca's parents were not looking forward to confronting her alleged killer. Rodney had ordered t-shirts featuring Bianca's face on the front for family and friends to wear as they gathered at the Chester County Government Services Center. They also had bracelets engraved with the words, "Bianca Robertson, a rose in God's garden," and a banner reading "Justice for Bianca Nicole Robertson, who was murdered on Wednesday, June 28, 2017. I'm not sure how I'll react when I see him. My daughter was shot by the man who held the gun. I know I won't do anything stupid. Rodney claimed Desper simply stole her dreams. He did not have that. Right, Michelle claimed I couldn't get her back. I need to get her back, and I can't. I need to comfort her, but I can't. I'm her mother, and I can't do that while he's still here. She shed more tears, and he was able to talk to his parents and hug them. He is 28. She's just a teen, a baby. The prosecutor suggested that the traffic jam was caused by Bianca's failure to yield to Desper when the two lanes merged. He then rolled down the passenger side window and pulled the trigger. Recognizing the consequences of his actions, Desper fled the scene, leaving his pickup truck with a friend in Pennsylvania and attempting to flee to Delaware. However, when his sketch and the distinctive features of his pickup truck made the news, he decided to hire a lawyer and turn himself in. The police investigated his social media accounts and interviewed his friends, but found no evidence of a bias-motivated crime. As a result, they did not charge the man with a hate crime. District Attorney Hogan added that there was no evidence that we were aware that this was a race or hate crime. Many people disagree with that assertion. Before the sentencing, the defense described Desper as a harmless, almost juvenile 28-year-old who enjoyed playing with cars in his spare time. They called him a big kid and claimed that Desper essentially gave the government the case by turning himself in. According to the defense, Desper was driving home when a car unexpectedly approached him. He took the gun and shot it. They claimed there was no monster or threat. If you're a 28-year-old man driving a car with a loaded firearm, you're not a big kid, argued prosecutor Chris Miller. It turned out that Desper's mother had shared a Facebook post about police searching for the man who killed Bianca Robertson. She later realized it was her own son. Wendy Desper expressed her love for Bianca's family and prayed for her. "I apologize for what my son did." She said this while her son sobbed. Rodney Robertson struggled to speak through tears as he confronted his daughter's murderer. "My questions to the defendant are simple. Why in God's name did you shoot my daughter because she was young and black? Because she was a girl? You wanted to be the first on the road because you had a bad day?" All of my dreams for Bianca were coming true. He continued until the day the defendant murdered my daughter. All I had of Bianca were my memories. David Desper admitted to third-degree deprivation of life. The court sentenced him to 40 years in prison, with the option of applying for parole in 20 years. Judge Anne-Marie Wheatcraft wiped away tears as she announced the sentence, telling Desper, "I don't believe you were afraid. I believe it was anger." County Judge Anne-Marie Wheatcraft imposed the maximum sentence for that level of homicide, which ranged from 20 to 40 years. Desper attempted to appeal his sentence, but it was denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman spending time with her family on a normal Saturday morning heard the doorbell ring and went to answer it. What happened next resembled more the plot of a horror movie than a real-life incident. It took the detective more than 30 years to unravel this terrible mystery, the ending of which shocked and angered everyone. Marlene Warren was born on April 15, 1950, in Michigan, USA. She grew up without a father, and since her teenage years, she has dreamed of having a large and close-knit family. Very soon, that dream came true. The girl married a man named John, and they had 2 sons, but just a few years later, an unexpected tragedy struck the family. Marlene's husband died suddenly of an illness, and the woman was left alone with 2 small children. Since then, she has spent most of her time at work trying to provide for her sons alone. Although she struggled with this, she sacrificed everything for her children. 6 years after her husband's death, she met a man named Michael Warren, and they soon married. The man was a used car salesman, and after their marriage, he opened his own business in that area. By that time, Marlene was already making good money, but instead of spending all her money, she tried to save it. The woman invested in Michael's company and also helped him in the management. The man himself was also good at this business, and in the following years it began to bring them decent money. Over time, Marlene and her husband expanded the business. They bought several properties to rent, and their finances took off. The family moved to an upscale Miami suburb called Wellington. Buying a large house there, they seemed to have built a near-perfect life. But in 1988, Marlene suffered another tragedy. Her oldest son was killed, and a woman and her youngest son, Joseph. It was a huge blow. After all the difficulties they had gone through, their life had just got better when suddenly fate presented them with yet another test. They found the strength to move on after this tragedy. Marlene became even closer to Joseph because he was her only closest relative. Her husband also helped her to recover from this loss. After the death of her son, the woman began to think about selling the properties that she and Michael were renting out. Despite the fact that this business brought in good money for Marlene, it was associated with constant worries. There were often situations when tenants delayed rent or lost in him altogether. In each such case, the woman did her best to find the best solution. It was very hard for her to put people on the street because she was a good-natured person and well remembered the financial difficulties she experienced with 2 small children. On the other hand, she and her husband could not let people live in their homes for free. And eventually Marlene wanted to get rid of the business so that she would no longer face such moral dilemmas. 2 years had passed since her son's death. The family was just beginning to recover and return to normalcy, but something terrible and unforeseen awaited them once again. On the morning of May 26, 1990, Marlene was at home with her son and 3 of his friends who came over for breakfast. Their kitchen was located so that they could see the driveway through the windows. At some point, the doorbell rang and Marlene went to open it. Her son saw a white Chrysler parked in front of their house. The next second, the woman opened the front door and saw a man in a clown costume holding 2 balloons and a bouquet of flowers on the doorstep. Marlene said, "How cute is that?" But the next second, something unexpected happened. The clown pulled the gun out of his pocket and shot the woman in the head. Her son and his friends rushed into the hallway, where a heartbreaking sight awaited them. Marlene was lying on the floor with blood everywhere. The man in the clown suit looked at them for a few seconds, then got back into his car and drove away. My son called an ambulance, after which he decided to chase after his attacker. At the time, his leg was in a cast after an injury, and the guy couldn't drive. He told his 2 friends to stay with his mother. He asked his friend to drive and drove with her in the direction the attacker had gone, but by that time, the clown was out of sight. and they never managed to find him. Marlene was taken to the hospital in an unconscious state, and the detectives began their investigation. The first thing they did was talk to everyone in the house. The woman's son said that he could not see any signs of his attacker. He was wearing a suit and makeup. He was wearing gloves on his hands and a wig on his head. The only thing the son remembered was that the perpetrator had very dark eyes. His friends added that the clown was quite tall, and his shoes stood out strongly against the costume. They looked like work shoes. A neighbor who was walking his dog near Marlene's house also saw the clown, but he was unable to share any significant sightings with police. Investigators put out a search for a white Chrysler and began searching for other evidence, of course. Marlene's husband Michael was the first to be suspected that morning. He had just left for the racing stadium in Miami, and at the time of the attack on his wife, he was not at home. From the first hours of the investigation, the police had several good reasons to think about his involvement. First, they found out that Marlene and her relatives really liked clowns. There were a lot of pictures and figures depicting these characters in their house. This suggested that the attacker knew this fact and chose such an outfit for a reason. Second, just 2 hours after the incident, the police received an anonymous tip from a woman who called the investigators and said they should look into Michael Warren. A woman named Sheila Keen Sheila, who was 26, worked with Michael at his car rental company. Digging deeper, the detectives learned of rumors that there was a secret affair between them. Their relationship had been speculated about by some colleagues, so they immediately shared this information with the investigators. Here, the police discovered another possible motive if Michael was in a relationship with another woman and wanted to break up with Marlene. He had one problem. Most of the real estate and business that the family owned were written down to his wife. In that case, Michael would lose an impressive part of his fortune in a divorce. The police immediately checked the man's whereabouts at the time of the attack, and it turned out that Michael was in a car but 110 kilometers away from the house and had 2 friends with him. Investigators concluded he would not have been physically capable of committing the crime upon learning of the attempt on his wife's life. Michael rushed to the hospital and has not left her room since officers spoke with Sheila, and she stated that there was no romantic relationship between them and she had nothing to do with the crime. The woman added that she was at work at the time. Detectives also interviewed Sheila's husband, who said he was aware of rumors of an affair between his wife and Michael, but could not confirm whether or not it was true. The man added that his wife had moved out about a month ago, and in fact they were no longer together, although the police had no evidence to link Michael and Sheila to the crime. They continued to consider their involvement highly probable given that the husband could not have physically been outside his house that morning. The police wondered whether Sheila could have been the clown because of the costume. None of the witnesses could determine the gender of the assailant for certain, and Sheila was known among her colleagues for her character. The woman was responsible for dealing with clients who were delinquent in rent payments, and most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Sheila was adamant that some of these cases led to serious conflicts, so she always carried a gun with her. After doctors removed the bullet from Marlene's head, experts determined that it had been fired from a .38 caliber handgun, remarkably the same caliber as Sheila's. The cops went to her again to examine the weapon, but the woman said the gun had been stolen or lost months before the incident, and the detectives were again left with nothing. The cops continued to dig deeper and learned that after Sheila moved out of her husband's house, she had moved into a rental apartment, and investigators also heard rumors that Michael was paying for the place. Here, a new interesting discovery awaited the police officers. All the while, their colleagues were trying to establish where the perpetrator took the clown costume, balloons, and flowers. At first glance, it seemed a very difficult task, but the detectives were lucky. They found that on May 24th, 2 days before the attempt on Marlene's life, a woman came to the costume store near Sheila's apartment. The employee said that at the time the store was closed and they were about to leave, but the woman persistently knocked on the door until someone opened it for her. She stated that she urgently needed a clown costume, a wig, face makeup, and a red nose. The clerks tried to explain to her that this store was already closed and asked her to come back tomorrow, but the woman was adamant, so the staff still sold her the items. There were no surveillance cameras in the store, so the police officers had to rely on verbal descriptions of the woman's appearance. The salespeople told them that she was tall and thin with dark hair. Detectives showed them pictures of several women, and the officer said the customer looked like one of them, Sheila. As for the balloons and flowers, they were traced to a supermarket about a mile from Sheila's apartment. The salesman stated that the same items had been bought by a woman just a few hours before the attempt on Marlene's life. He described her exactly like the costume store employees, a tall, thin young woman with long dark hair. The salesman added another interesting fact. According to him, the female customer exhibited rude and to some extent even masculine manners. By that time, the investigation had lasted 2 days, and on May 28th, the doctors told the police that Marlene had died. Despite their best efforts, the effects of the point-blank shot were too severe. As a result, the case was reclassified as a homicide, and detectives continued to look for more possible evidence against Sheila. They asked the judge for a warrant to search her apartment. While the police were waiting, something else happened. They were informed of a similar car in a parking lot located 13 kilometers from the victim's home. Investigators got there and quickly verified that it was the same Chrysler the killer was driving inside. They found some long dark hair and orange fibers that looked like pieces of a clown wig. During a search of Sheila's apartment, the police found the exact same orange-colored particles, and they also found work boots that matched the witness's description, a similar model worn by the clown on the day of the murder. Despite all this, the police had one major problem. DNA analysis was barely used at the time, and without it, all this evidence was circumstantial, with a high probability that the court would have acquitted Sheila, in which case it would be impossible to charge her again with murder. The detectives wondered where the car the clown drove to Marlene's house came from, and then they found out something very interesting. An employee of Michael's company told them that 1.5 months before Marlene's murder, they had received a call from a man to rent a rental car, but there was one problem. This man had mixed up the phone numbers, and he had taken the car from another company, the main competitors of Michael. When the employee told the boss about it, Michael behaved very strangely. Instead of telling the customer about his mistake, he told the man to just bring the car to the parking lot and leave the keys in the cabin. Then Michael asked the employee to bring him and Sheila to the parking lot and never to tell anyone about what had happened. The employee watched. They got into that car and drove away. It was the same white Chrysler. Notably, not long before that, there had been a serious disagreement between Michael and his competitors. The problem was that Michael was portraying his competitors in a bad light in his advertising, and they didn't like their brand being portrayed in a negative light. Detectives decided to look into Michael's business in more detail. During the audit, they found numerous violations of the law, including tax and insurance manipulation. Moreover, they found evidence that Michael sometimes resorted to illegal methods of returning cars, even when customers paid on time, and did not violate any terms. During this audit, the police also spoke to an employee who recalled something interesting. According to him, Michael and Marlene once had an argument in the workplace. When the woman left, Michael asked the employee, "How much would you charge to make my wife disappear?" Although it all sounded highly suspicious, detectives still had no evidence linking Michael to the murder. He was nevertheless arrested for various business manipulations. The court initially sentenced the man to 8 years in prison, but he was released after 4 years later. In 2002, Michael married Sheila, and they moved to another state, even though the detectives were never able to prove their involvement in the murder. They continued to watch them. The cops discovered that after the move, Sheila began introducing herself to everyone she knew under a different name, Debbie, and that she had dyed her hair from dark to blonde. She and Michael opened their restaurants, and it seemed that they had managed to build a wonderful life in the new place. However, soon rumors began to circulate among the employees of their establishment that Sheila had murdered Michael's ex-wife. Apparently, one of them stumbled across information about this crime and learned that the police still suspected them. However, detectives still could not prove their guilt, and the case finally froze. It wasn't reopened until 2013, and a new team of investigators requested a re-examination of all available evidence. By then, technology in the examination of DNA and other physical evidence had advanced to a new level compared to 1990. It took several years to examine the evidence. First, experts compared the orange flecks found in Sheila's apartment, the car, and the murder scene, and analysis showed they were identical, but the biggest clue was waiting ahead. Experts took a DNA sample from several hairs found in the white Chrysler and compared them to Sheila's DNA. They were a perfect match. Detectives thus obtained incontrovertible evidence that Sheila was in the very car in which the clown drove up to Marlene's house, enough to take the case to court, and the woman was arrested in 2017. At the time, Sheila was 54 and still denied guilt. She was denied the right to bail and awaited trial in a cell. As for Michael, he insisted that he had nothing to do with Marlene's murder and believed that Sheila had nothing to do with it. He hired expensive attorneys for her, and the way for the trial stretched on for years. In preparation for it, the police uncovered some facts not previously known. It turned out that a year after the murder, they were approached by a lawyer who had worked with Michael on his business. He said that about a year before the murder, Michael had asked him an extremely odd question: if the husband kills his wife, what happens to the property recorded in her name? Will the husband get it? The lawyer was surprised by such a question, but that didn't stop him from actually giving Michael advice. He said that if the husband asked his acquaintance to commit this murder and the court could not tie the husband to the man, he would get all his wife's property. But the lawyer went on to say something that later shocked investigators. He told Michael that if the killer wore some sort of costume, such as a clown, he would never be identified and would escape punishment. Another shocking confession came from a man whose father worked for Michael at the time of the murder. He confessed that his now deceased father had helped to run illegal schemes at extra cost, such as swiping mileage meters to sell cars at a higher price, but on the day of the murder, Michael asked him to do something far more terrible. He told the man to get rid of the gun and of the car. Apparently, the current question was the one in which the killer moved after he abandoned the Chrysler in the parking lot, and the employee complied with these requests before he died. He told all this to his son and added another important detail. The man said that the second car was hidden in the river canal. As soon as the police received this information from his son, they combed the canal and indeed found the car there. Unfortunately, no evidence of it survived, but the very fact that it was there confirmed that the witness was telling the truth. The beginning of Sheila's trial was repeatedly postponed until finally a final date was set for May 12, 2023. But on April 25th, something unexpected happened. The woman pleaded guilty in exchange for not receiving the death penalty, which she would face if she were to lose her murder trial. Her attorneys explained the situation as follows: Sheila is innocent of the murder, but she fears for her life, which is why she took responsibility for someone else's crime. However, there is a much more logical explanation under the terms of the deal. She pleaded guilty to murder in the second degree, which implies a sentence of 12 years in prison, which is exactly the sentence she received. But furthermore interesting, the court deducted from that term the time the woman spent behind bars since her arrest, about 5.5 years. But that is not all. The judge reduced the remaining term due to the good behavior of Sheila. As a result, the woman was to spend between 16 and 24 months in prison. Her attorneys assured her that they could secure her release after the minimum bar of that time expired. So Sheila was found guilty of murdering a woman in cold blood in front of her son, and received a frankly ludicrous sentence for it. As for Michael, his involvement is still unproven and he remains free. Most likely he will never be charged again for the murder of his wife because there is not a single piece of evidence against him. Despite all this, the son of Marlene thanked the detectives who were able to get to the truth and did not give up on the case for many years. The death of his mother was the strongest tragedy for him because she was his only relative. Nevertheless, he was able to cope with the pain, opened his own small construction firm, and got his life together. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in 2021 in Georgia, United States. Mariam Abdulrab was heading home after a shift at a bar. She arrived at her house but did not have time to enter it. What happened to her had a significant social impact. Unfortunately, Mariam was one of those whose deaths prompted the authorities to recognize that the laws against certain groups of people were insufficiently harsh. Georgia enacted Mariam's law before the criminal appeared in court, and the case was only recently resolved. Mariam Abdulrab was a 27-year-old bartender at the Reverie VR bar in Midtown Atlanta. Her co-workers and loyal customers adored her. Mariam was an outgoing individual who could always strike up a conversation. That is how her best friend, Alicia Kim, described her. She is the most compassionate person in the world. She would literally hand you the shirt off her back. She was a daughter, younger and older sister, girlfriend, and best friend. She worked in the service industry. She was aware that waiters and bartenders also rely on tips, so she's always been very generous with her own money. Miriam and her boyfriend, Jerry Antoine, lived in the park in Atlanta on August 13, 2021. She finished her night shift around 5 a.m. and drove home. She had to drive about 5 miles on a route she was familiar with. Unfortunately, nothing went right this time. When Miriam arrived at her house, another car pulled up behind her. She did not have time to go inside. Someone kidnapped her in front of her boyfriend. Jerry Antoine called the Atlanta Police Department's 911 operator to report a kidnapping. He stated that his girlfriend was kidnapped in front of his home at 501 Borough Street. He described the kidnapper's vehicle as looking like a Ford Escort or a Jeep. Antoine was shocked and distressed by the incident, repeatedly asking for assistance and expressing concern for his girlfriend's safety. Jerry Antoine gave his contact information and stated that he witnessed the kidnapping. He described seeing his girlfriend being forced into a black SUV by a man wearing a security shirt and wielding a gun. The operator instructed Antoine to remain calm and asked him a series of questions to learn more about the incident. Antoine confirmed that his girlfriend had called him 5 minutes prior to her arrival. He heard commotion outside, looked out his window, and saw the kidnapping taking place. The operator confirmed Jerry Antoine's address as 501 Borough Street South. Antoine mentioned that he was attempting to track his girlfriend's location using his phone but was unsure if she had dropped it. The operator assured him that a unit would be dispatched to his location soon to provide additional assistance. Shortly after that 911 call, police officers crowded the area where Miriam had been abducted. The authorities attempted to take all necessary steps to resolve this case because the chances of finding the girl dwindled with each passing minute. Nobody knew the criminals' motivations or what they were up to. In terms of motivations and so on, I do not know. Deputy Chief Charles Hampton Jr. told reporters immediately following the incident. Alicia Kim, Miriam's best friend, posted these words on one of her social networking pages. "My best friend was kidnapped last night at her home in Grant Park. She currently works as a bartender at Reverie and previously worked at Mother's Church. If you've met her, you know she's an amazing person. After her shift, she went to a gas station and someone followed her home. And as she approached her door, she was taken. Please send me any videos you may have of her from last night. If you see her in any vehicle, please contact the authorities." Detectives attempted to identify the abductor. According to one version, Miriam was a random victim who the perpetrator encountered at a gas station. Investigators discovered CCTV footage that captured the moment of the abduction. Miriam arrives at her home and exits the car, as seen in the video. A moment later, another car approached the house. The driver exits, grabs Miriam, and leads her to the vehicle. The car then disappears, backing away. Everything happened in a matter of seconds, and it was terrifying. Miriam was practically at the door of her home when she was kidnapped in cold blood. While the police were speaking with Miriam's boyfriend, 911 received 2 additional phone calls from the same area. The woman informed the operator that she had heard at least 4 loud bangs, which she believed were gunshots. About 5 hours after Miriam's kidnapping, another man called 911 and gave critical information. About 5 hours after Miriam's abduction, the woman who called 911 reported hearing what she thought were 4 gunshots. Later, another man called 911 from the corner of Lakewood Avenue South and Terrace Way South, near an abandoned house. He requested police and ambulance assistance, mentioning that the location was across the street from the Boys and Girls Club and near an Exxon gas station. He explained that the abandoned home was boarded up. The caller, Robert Dixon, described seeing a Caucasian woman lying face down near a mailbox while walking his dog. He described her clothing and appearance, noting that she appeared unconscious and could be a teenager or in her early 20s. He stated that he had not touched her and was unsure whether she was breathing. He was concerned about the lack of movement from her chest or back, as well as the presence of blood around her upper body. The dispatcher told him to wait for paramedics and offered reassurance. Dixon expressed concern about the woman's position, with her face and nostrils against the ground, which could limit her ability to breathe. The tragic news was confirmed at a press conference on the same day by Deputy Chief Charles Hampton Jr., the Division Commander for Criminal Investigations. He stated that when they arrived at the scene, they found a deceased female in her mid-20s, whom they now believe to be the same person kidnapped from 501 Borough Street. He expressed his condolences to the victim's family, recognizing the immense difficulty they must be experiencing. Unfortunately, Miriam had no chance of surviving. The perpetrator fired several fatal shots at her. Miriam's body was discovered near an abandoned house, about 1.5 miles from her home. At the same time, police officers were pursuing at high speeds. The driver broke traffic laws and refused to stop when officers ordered him to do so. The chase ended when the driver rammed another car, and an ambulance transported him and 2 passengers from the second car to the hospital. The driver, who attempted to flee the police, was apprehended after receiving medical attention. Investigators believed he was responsible for Miriam Abdulrab's abduction and death. Miriam had her entire life ahead of her, but now her family and friends must mourn her. Miriam's friends, co-workers, and family members have spoken out in the aftermath of her death, describing her as a kind and compassionate individual. "My daughter was the most loving and peaceful person I knew." Her father, colleague Abdul Rab Reverie, said she didn't deserve this. VR Bar also used Instagram to mourn the death of an employee. The post shared a photo of Miriam and wrote, "Our hearts are truly broken at the loss of a dear friend and family member, Mary, who brought light to every single person she came into contact with and will be missed forever. We will be closed this weekend to grieve and cherish our final moments with her. Please stay safe, everyone." Dylan Knight, the bar manager, claimed that every eye looked forward to seeing Miriam at work on both sides of the bar because she had a big heart and would go out of her way to assist or provide for others. DeMarcus Brinkley, 27, was believed by police to be responsible for Miriam Abdulrab's abduction and death. After 4 days at Wellstar Atlanta Medical Center, Brinkley was booked into Fulton County Jail on 6 counts, including deprivation of life. According to the state Supreme Court ruling, as he fled from police, Brinkley allegedly told his mother that he did not want to stop for officers because he did not want to return to prison. Brinkley had previously served 7 years in prison. They released him just over a year before Miriam died in 2014. He pleaded guilty to 1 count of child molestation and received a 7-year sentence. According to court records, Brinkley was arrested on suspicion of molesting a 7-year-old girl in 2012. In 2013, they discovered him on top of a naked 6-year-old girl. In 2015, he pleaded guilty to child molestation. During one of the court sessions, Brinkley's defense attorney informed the judge that his client was one of 12 children. According to court records, the Georgia Division of Family and Children's Services removed him from his mother's care. When he was a teenager, he was admitted to a residential treatment program for children with severe emotional and behavioral problems. He stopped attending school in the 9th grade. The defense attorney also stated that Brinkley had a history of abuse by her stepfather. The state recommended that Brinkley serve 15 years in prison, followed by 15 years of probation. Despite this, the court sentenced Brinkley to only 15 years in prison and 8 years on probation. He also needed to register as a sex offender. Offenders are assigned to levels 1, 2, or 3 based on their risk of a repeat offense. Level 1 indicates a low risk of reoffense. Level 2 indicates a moderate risk of reoffense. Level 3, or sexually dangerous predator, has a high risk of reoffending, whereas some states level sex offenders on the day of sentencing and Georgia levels sex offenders after they are released from prison. Thus, after being released from prison in 2020, Brinkley was required to register as a sex offender, but he never received a risk level assessment. That's why Miriam's brother, Ali Abdulrab, thought there were ways to prevent what happened to his sister. "What happened to my sister was avoidable. Ali stated that it had broken my family. She was simply overjoyed. She always had a way of making people feel special. She was finally becoming the woman she aspired to be, and everyone around her could tell she was getting ready to live her dream life." Ali Abdulrab stated that it still does not appear real. It's still difficult to talk about. Brinkley has dealt with a wide range of state officials throughout his life, from judges in the courtroom to mental health counselors. Ali Abdul Raab believes that his sister would still be alive today. If any of them handled his previous convictions differently, Miriam's family has advocated for changes to state laws to prevent similar crimes in the future. While DeMarcus Brinkley was still awaiting trial in May 2023, Georgia's Governor, Brian Kemp, signed legislation imposing new restrictions on convicted sex offenders. House Bill 188, also known as Miriam's Law, improved ways to track these individuals. The law requires sex offenders who have not undergone a risk assessment to wear an ankle monitor. After receiving their assessment, the most dangerous offenders are required to wear the monitor throughout their probationary period. Lower-level offenders may have them removed if approved by the State Department of Community Supervision. Her brother, Ali Abdul Raab, stated that love always wins. The love Mary left behind played a significant role in the passage of this law. It will play an important role in preventing similar crimes to Miriam's. I believe it will save lives. There may be more DeMarcus Brinkleys out there. Ali stated that we don't want this to happen to anyone else. We immediately wondered why this guy was out walking freely in the first place, and we hear he works in security. This is insane. Ali said it hurt even more knowing that this guy slipped through the cracks in our system. DeMarcus Brinkley reached an agreement, pleading guilty to several charges during the trial in November 2023. On December 5, 2023, the court sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years and an additional 15 years. Miriam's family was dissatisfied with the verdict, which is understandable. A criminal with a long track record may be able to leave prison one day. Michael Sidon, Mary's brother Ali, and Abdul Raab responded to the plea agreement reached by prosecutors and his sister's killer in a text message to Channel 2. We weren't pleased with the outcome of the sentencing. After all of this time waiting for a trial, DeMarcus Brinkley decided to plead guilty in the hopes of being granted parole one day after serving his life sentence for 30 years plus 15. Despite hearing the details of everything he has done in court, they still allow him to have the one thing that will make his time in prison a little more bearable. In these situations, it is easy to place the blame on the criminal. But the reason my sister was murdered in the first place was that a judge in court did not accept the prosecution's recommendation for his previous charges of sexually assaulting 2 children. The ruling in this recent case is all too familiar, and it appears that the judge's only goal is to make everyone happy. More so for the criminal defense attorneys, who I'm sure will take this as a victory. I understand that their role is to promote fairness and justice for their clients, but at what cost? The criminal justice system, as I understand it, is a never-ending cycle of injustice and reconsideration, particularly for potential victims and those who suffer. Our family believes it is not fair to the children whom this monster has harmed. It wasn't fair to my sister, who had her entire life taken from her. Miriam Abdul Raab is more than a crime statistic. She is a real person with real family and friends who care deeply about her. The defendant will spend the rest of his life in prison and away from our community, where he has proven himself to be a serious threat to the public. According to District Attorney Fonnie Willis, nothing can be done to restore Mary Ann's life, which was tragically taken away from her, her family, and her friends. We hope that knowing that her killer will spend the rest of her life paying for her murder will provide some comfort. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more.